Chapter 231. Ancient saints are buried in mountains and rivers. Yi Fan muttered to himself. According to the stone pillar, this should be the case. Before this, he had never seen the ancient coffin in the forest, but he believed that it did exist. The fourth-generation ancestor would not carve it carelessly. According to his conjecture, buried in the depths of the immortal forest, this should be the great tomb vaguely mentioned on the stone pillar. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of existence was this? The person buried in such a mountainous terrain was definitely not ordinary. The fiery dragon tomb was connected to the pine forest and carried the coffin. It was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Could there be some inexplicable connection? Otherwise, why were the lines of the ancient coffin so similar? The difference was that the 9 dragon corpses were real, while this place was just a terrain with only one fiery dragon tomb. Yi Fan believed that there was some kind of inheritance or civilization between the two. Otherwise, the ancient coffin would not be so similar. It was just that he didn't know who had inherited it from whom. Yi Fan's thoughts ran wild, and it took him a while to recover. It was useless to think so much now. Escaping the primordial forbidden zone was the right thing to do. There were many runes on the stone slab regarding the fiery dragon tomb, the dragon's blood, and the pine forest. They were all marked by the Heavenly Origin Pattern Network. Yi Fan's head was spinning. He could not comprehend the Heavenly Origin book and could not understand the 4th-generation ancestors' annotations. What shocked him the most was that a large part of the stone slab had been erased. The carvings should have been very big and included a wider terrain, but they were all destroyed. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Those smooth carvings should have drawn the various terrains of this area. It was like a map of the outer area of the absolute beginning forbidden zone. He believed that there were many dangerous places like the dragon's blood. If the carvings were complete, one could avoid these dangerous places. The absolute beginning forbidden zone is too big. Even a 4th-generation ancestor could only carve a part of it. What a pity that it was destroyed. Yi Fan was regretful, but he could not do anything. The carvings had been lost, leaving only stone fragments. Things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. This kind of terrain and the unimaginable existence underground made Yi Fan's imagination run wild. He wanted to dig a kilometer underground and dig it out. He shook his head. Even the Yuan Taoist master could not understand this place, and even the old Eastern Wilderness Divine King had fallen here. He had no hope at all. Origin ancient mine. Yi Fan sighed. This wasn't a secret land, but rather an expanse that stretched out continuously. As for the ancient mine in the innermost part, he didn't even need to think about it. Even if Crazy Ol went there, he wouldn't be able to come out. As for the places outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, they were also extremely dangerous. It was a place of great evil. No matter how many people came here, they would die. Yi Fan stood up and looked into the temple. The scenery was blurry. This temple was many times larger than the ones they saw along the way. It was clearly an important place, possessing a special status in the past. However, time flew by, taking away everything. Now, only ruins and desolation remained. Yi Fan walked in with the Book of Origin in hand. He looked around carefully, and his powerful divine sense spread out to capture every inch of space. If there was an artifact here, it would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was empty inside. Nothing was left. There was a thick layer of stone fragments on the ground, and the high platform at the center was the same. Apart from dust, there was nothing else. Right, it's all been destroyed in the passage of time. Nothing is left. Yi Fan understood. This ancient temple didn't collapse because there were shocking Tao patterns here. As for the divine statues inside, they had naturally all decayed. Dating back to the archaic era, 100,000 years could only be a unit of measurement. It was far from a length. After such a long period of time, even if there were treasures, they should have already decayed. Unless it was an extreme Tao weapon refined by a great emperor that was immortal and could exist forever in this world, there wouldn't be anything left. Yi Fan searched through the spacious and empty main hall. He found a rusty metal piece in a pile of flying ash. The divine metal has all decayed. The metal piece was snow white. There were cracks on its surface, and there were even more traces of rust. It had long lost its spirituality and value. He had seen this type of divine metal before. In the 8th level of the fire domain, when the Crow Taoist refined his weapon, he used this mutton-fat, jade-like divine metal as the material. It was said that it was extremely rare in the world. The Alcade Saint's weapon also had this kind of divine metal. Only powerful cultivators could find some. Ordinary people couldn't get them at all. This should be a big piece, but only a little bit is left after the passage of time. Yi Fan believed that such a grand, ancient temple must have been an important place in the past. From the divine metal, he could tell that many precious items had been left behind. Unfortunately, they had all been destroyed in the passage of time. As he had expected, he saw pieces of scrap metal in the ashes. There was purple thorn divine copper, Daluo silver essence, and celestial tear green gold. Yi Fan felt that it was a pity. These were all top-grade divine materials in the world. They were the first choice for refining extreme Dao weapons, but they had all been used up and were almost useless, especially that celestial tear green gold. Even now, it was still the size of a fist. There were tear stains on it. Legend said that it was the tears of immortals. Unfortunately, the green gold was not as clear as jade. It had long become dim. Such a pity. Were such materials common in the archaic era? Now, I can't find many even if I search the entire eastern wasteland. Leaving it to rot in the dust was an extremely extravagant waste. Yi Fan found dozens of pieces, but he didn't see a single one that could be used. What a pity. Even the great sage would feel heartache if he saw this. Yi Fan walked around the main hall and didn't find anything useful. There were divine materials, but they had all rotted. Finally, he sensed an object under the divine platform in the center of the main hall. He pushed away the thick dust and removed the dust of history, allowing it to see the light of day again. Yi Fan was originally in high spirits, but when he saw this object, the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought that it was a magic treasure that had taken shape. Even if its essence had been used up, he might be able to see some Dao patterns that he had never seen before. This object didn't have the so-called Dao patterns. It was a jade artifact that was used to play with. It was completely green, but it was the size of a walnut. This was a green jade tortoise. It was vivid and lifelike, almost like a real tortoise. It was very warm in his hands. This was a top-grade jade material. That's not right. Even the Daluo silver essence and immortal tear green gold have been destroyed. How could this green jade tortoise be preserved? Yi Fan felt strange. He turned it around and looked. This was a black tortoise. Its neck was similar to a snake's and a dragon's, and its back was like the 8 trigrams. This jade material's color was also dim, and it had lost all its essence energy. Although it was green, it had long since lost its spiritual energy. This thing was definitely not an extreme weapon. He couldn't even sense the existence of the Dao patterns on it. Yi Fan couldn't understand how it could be preserved. His fingers turned golden. He squeezed the jade stone with force, but it actually didn't break. This shocked him. This green jade tortoise was definitely not ordinary. Its hardness was beyond imagination. He had to look at it seriously and use his powerful divine sense to sense it. What's going on? There seems to be something inside. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that there was something sealed inside the green jade. He could faintly sense it. The divine materials on the ground had been destroyed. Had he picked up a treasure in the end? He carefully observed it, but he couldn't understand. This green jade tortoise wasn't a weapon, but it hadn't been destroyed by time. It's buried in the dust under the altar in the center of the ancient temple. Could it have some history? Yi Fan casually played with it, but he couldn't figure it out. He passed through the grand ancient temple and arrived at the back. The pine forest was quiet, and there were hundreds of heaven origin patterns in the forest. They were all flickering and resonating with the strange book in his hand. Yi Fan felt dizzy. He slowly saw some clues. This was a profound and unfathomable heaven origin diagram. It could stabilize the dragon vein, lock the divine source, and change the general situation of the mountains and rivers. Is the 4th generation patriarch crazy? Yi Fan was shocked. This was a super heaven origin diagram. It should have been laid out in dozens of miles of mountains and rivers, but it was concentrated in a radius of 300 meters. It was so tightly packed that the sky and earth might collapse if not handled properly. Even as the Yuan Taoist master, he couldn't lay out such a terrifying heaven origin diagram more than a few times in his life. What is he doing? Yifan looked for a while and said in surprise, borrowing power. Without a doubt, it was borrowing power from the opposite direction. A ray of light flashed across his mind. He thought of the stone inscription in front of the ancient temple. The ancient coffin marked in the pine forest seemed to be here. Yes, it must be buried under this forest. Yifan was instantly horrified. The fourth-generation patriarch had left behind a death inscription to warn his descendants not to recklessly touch the general situation of the pine forest, or else they would be killed. But he himself was borrowing the general situation underground. This was too risky. One wrong step, and he would be smashed to pieces. It was hard to predict whether an ancient saint was buried in this ominous land. Yifan felt his heart palpitate. One had to know that this was the true center of the pine forest, and there was a great disaster buried underground. Within the radius of 300 meters, there were a total of 365 heaven origin patterns. True dragons in the sky, vermilion birds dancing, black tortoises like mountains. The patterns here were not simple runes. All of them formed a diagram, and when combined together, it was like a celestial painting or a celestial phenomenon. The patriarch is throwing caution to the wind. He wants to use this to protect himself and change his fate in his later years. Yifan didn't dare to go in. If he went in, he might not be able to come out in this lifetime. Within a radius of 300 meters, he could draw the killing intent of heaven and earth, and he could borrow the general situation of this place for his own use. He stood outside the heaven origin diagram, and he could see it clearly within a radius of 300 meters. Upon closer inspection, there was a broken stone ruler on the ground, as well as some broken stone clothes. Yifan's heart immediately sank. That ruler was made from the old skin of the source of God, and it was called the heaven measuring ruler. It was extremely precious and was a must-have item when exploring divine minds. As for the broken stone clothes, he was no stranger to it. He had worn it when exploring the Purple Mountain. It was also made from the old skin of the source of God, and it could isolate all auras. Red hair. He saw a few strands on the broken stone clothes. This place was sealed by the heaven origin diagram, and everything of the past had been preserved. Red hair. He saw a few strands on the broken stone clothes. This place was sealed by the heaven origin diagram, and everything of the past had been preserved. Did he grow the red hair himself, or he thought of the first ancestor of a Zhang family? Regardless of this, something must have found this place and caused the disaster. What exactly was this thing? Even this kind of terrain couldn't stop it? Even the burial ground of an ancient saint couldn't stop it? If there were no corpses, there would be misfortune, and it would mean failure. These were the words left behind by the fourth-generation patriarch. Yifan saw a lying rock in the pine forest, and there were many words carved on it. He sighed. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were truly terrifying. The fourth-generation patriarch tried his best to hide in the absolute beginning forbidden zone, but he still couldn't escape. Borrowing the power of this place, he still couldn't change anything. The most terrifying thing was the psychological torture. It was easy to imagine that it must have been like purgatory. Yifan carefully read the words on the rock. He found a way to escape, and this surprised him. The surface of the pine forest had indeed been sealed by the fourth-generation patriarch. However, if one held the heaven origin diagram, they would definitely be trapped here. This was caused by the heaven origin diagram network laid down by the fourth-generation patriarch. It was for the descendants to come in and accept the inheritance, and to sublimate their life's work. Yifan silently bowed towards the depths of the pine forest. It was a pity that a genius of a generation with world-shaking talent couldn't change his fate in the end. I don't want to experience such torment in my later years. An hour later, Yifan followed the stone carvings left by the fourth-generation patriarch and successfully walked out of the pine forest. He didn't encounter any danger. Looking back, the moonlight was like water, and the pine forest was picturesque. Yifan sighed softly. The dignified fourth-generation patriarch didn't even leave behind his bones. What happened? He flew away, turning into a wisp of smoke on the blood-colored ground, and left this dangerous place. A few dozen li was nothing to him, and he soon left it behind. In front of him, a few figures stood under the moonlight, their bodies shrouded in a hazy glow. There were a total of 6 of them. Yifan almost met with a mishap, but the 6 of them were safe and sound, waiting here leisurely. These were really 2 different experiences, but he didn't have much to complain about. After all, he had obtained the origin technique. I say, little brother, you're really daring. You told us to run, but you rushed into the pine forest without any regard for your life. That's right, Daoist priest, we all thought you sacrificed yourself to help us. Li Duxing and Chun Huayuan were surprised to see him come back alive. Yifan's mouth twitched. He really couldn't explain it. How could he not go when the patriarch summoned him? Daoist priest, what ferocious thing do you have on you? The Jade Lake Holy Maiden asked in surprise. She was shrouded in mist, and her face couldn't be seen, but one could feel her seriousness. Nothing. Yifan didn't understand and looked at her. No, there must be a ferocious thing. My secret treasure sensed it. It's extremely dangerous. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was like the sound of nature. She asked solemnly, "Did you get something from the absolute beginning forbidden area?" Yifan was shocked. He immediately thought of the green jade profound tortoise. Apart from that, he didn't get anything else. With a flash, Yifan took out the tortoise and held it in his palm. Under the moonlight, it looked a bit translucent. Seeing this, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden quickly retreated. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she said in surprise, "What a terrifying aura! This is a ferocious thing." Yao Guang's saint and Yao Shi also retreated. They believed in the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's judgment. "I think I've heard of this thing before." Old Saber Honcho revealed a serious expression. "This is a divine source. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden made this judgment." "What? This is a divine source?" Yifan was quite surprised. He immediately shook his head. He had studied the Book of Source for some time. How could he not recognize the characteristics of a divine source? This is a dried-up divine source. Its essence has been sucked dry. It's just an empty shell, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden explained. The Jade Lake Saintess explained, someone used a supreme magic power to refine it into an empty body. There's something terrifying sealed inside. That's right. I know. There is such a saying. Old Saber Honcho nodded and said, "The empty shell of a divine source is the best material to seal a peerless, ferocious thing." You mean there's an extremely terrifying thing sealed inside this profound tortoise? Yifan was in a daze. He felt like this was a hot potato. "Where did you get it?" Old Saber Honcho asked. At the same time, he also took a few steps back. He seemed to be very afraid of this profound tortoise. Yifan found it hard to calm down. This profound tortoise was only the size of an infant's fist. It actually sealed an unimaginably terrifying thing. It was really beyond his expectations. He didn't want to tell them the origin of this thing. If he told them that he took it out from the ashes under the altar of a grand ancient temple, they would probably be even more shocked. "I picked this up from the pine forest. How many years do you think it has existed for? Did the thing sealed inside turn into ashes long ago?" At this moment, Li Duxing shouted. A strand of blood flowed out of his left eye. He pointed at the profound tortoise with a trembling finger and said, "There's demonic power inside." His left eye was an innate netherworld eye. Occasionally, he could see through the netherworld and see some special things. When he said this, everyone became very nervous. Yifan almost threw it out. This was too inconceivable. How many years had passed? What could live for so long? This was too unreal. "What did you see?" they asked Li Duxing. "I couldn't see clearly. It was too hazy, but it was very terrifying. My netherworld, I was injured." Li Duxing shook his head. "Everyone, do you think this is realistic?" Yifan shook his head and said, "I saw an empty divine source shell in the absolute beginning forbidden area. Even if it was left here by the human race, I'm afraid it has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. What kind of thing could survive after being sealed for such a long time? Do you really think you're an Eastern Wasteland Divine King? You can't be immortal for 4,000 years. Don't worry, we'll take a closer look later. Yawang's Saint Child's entire body flickered with auspicious colors. A strand of holy light rushed out and entered Li Dushing's left eye. In just a moment, his netherworld eye was restored and no longer bleeding. This made everyone's hearts tremble. This impenetrable holy light was indeed powerful. Yifan also wanted to understand this. He didn't want to bring a vicious creature with him. If he were to lose his life, then it would truly be lifting a rock to drop it on his own feet. Li Dushing's pitch-black netherworld eye shot out a beam of dark light as he looked at the lush green-black tortoise. At the same time, Yawang's Saint Child covered him with holy light to prevent him from being injured again. Li Dushing's netherworld eye flashed one last time before the dark light disappeared. In just a short time, even with Yawang's Saint Child's help, he still shed more than 10 drops of blood. "What did you see?" Yifan asked. "I saw a vague corpse. It's already rotten and shrouded in a black mist. There's a demonic power moving around." Li Dushing's face was extremely pale, as if he was frightened. Yifan felt unlucky. He had obtained an item from the immemorial godly temple with great difficulty, but there was actually a corpse sealed inside. The corners of his mouth twitched. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Yao Shi, and Yawang's Saint Child changed their faces. Even old Saber Hancho was astonished. This seal must not be opened. Otherwise, the demonic aura is enough to kill all the people in a small city. "Is it that terrifying?" Yifan asked. "Of course. The creature sealed in the empty shell of divine source must be a peerless expert. Even if it's dead, the demonic aura hasn't dispersed. Once it rushes out, it will be devastating. I advise Taoist priests to quickly throw it away. Otherwise, if it's damaged, the first one to get hurt will be Taoist priest himself." Indeed, Yifan rubbed his chin as he pondered. It was impossible to throw it away. This was more or less a deterrent item. It was worth treasuring. If they were to be chased in the future, it didn't matter if they were Yawang, Saint Child's Grand Supreme Elder, or Ji family's Grand Supreme Elder. If they could kill such a big shot, everything would be worth it. Moreover, since the creature sealed in the empty shell of divine source was usually a peerless expert, there might be some great tools and treasures on them. The 7 of them set out again. This time, they went around the pine forest and walked towards the outside of the Scarlet Plain. They felt that they were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden area. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Everyone turned their heads. Under the moonlight, a child with soft hair draped over his shoulders skipped over. He looked to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. He was chubby, fair, and chubby. He was very pretty. It was impossible for him to be a human child because there was a pair of pure white wings on his back. Moreover, there were 2 pupils in his eyes. A living existence. Old Saber Hancho's expression changed. The Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Yawang's Saint Child, and Yao Shi were also shocked. It was hard for them to remain calm. Since ancient times, not many people had seen a living creature in the absolute beginning ancient mind. Those who did would definitely die. Chapter 232. The origin ancient mind had existed for a very long time, and no one knew how many years it had existed. Since ancient times, heroes and geniuses were like bright lamps that illuminated the skies of history. However, no one had ever sealed or destroyed the origin mind. This was enough to explain everything. It had existed in the world just like that. Generation after generation of geniuses grew old and turned into dust, becoming a thing of the past. It was the only thing that hadn't changed. The origin ancient mind was a living existence. Since ancient times, not many people had seen it. On the scarlet earth flowing with pure moonlight, a pink and jade-carved child was bouncing up and down. He was very beautiful and adorable. His soft black hair fluttered in the wind, and his pure white wings were constantly flapping. He was like a little elf dancing under the night moon. The 7 people were shocked and slowly retreated. If it was somewhere else, it would definitely cause people to sigh in admiration. Anyone would like such a cute and adorable child. But here, no one would have that kind of feeling. They were all prepared to fight, as if they were facing a great enemy. This little boy walked forward and looked at them curiously. He tilted his head and looked at them without the slightest sign of danger. Perhaps we can kill it in one strike and make it disappear in a puff of smoke. Yao Guang's usual smile was brilliant, but at this moment, it was full of killing intent. Do you have the confidence to kill it in one strike? Otherwise, I'm afraid it will alarm the big guys, old Saber Honcho said in a low voice. Yao Guang's saint child didn't answer. He was silently sensing something. His entire body suddenly blossomed with holy light as he said, "Something's wrong. There's something strange." "Fake, this is fake," Li Dixing cried out in a low voice. His netherworld eyes flickered with eerie light. His face was pale as he continuously retreated. "What did you see?" Yao Shi asked. "This isn't its true body. It's formed from nether energy. I saw a huge monster. It's not a child at all." Li Dixing's voice trembled. "Attack!" Boss Honcho shouted. The tobacco pipe in his hand was turned upside down. The seemingly ordinary tobacco pipe suddenly rose up and covered downwards like a large funnel. Flames flickered inside, and smoke and dust filled the air. "Roar!" A shrill cry rang out. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear. Immediately after, that pink child suddenly rose up, and all the clothes on his body burst apart. In an instant, it was 5 meters tall, and its green skin was like that of a lizard. It was full of lumps and bumps, and the pure white wings on its back had turned into a pile of white bones with spikes growing out of them. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, reaching more than 2 meters in length. His eyes were fierce, turning into the color of blood. It didn't look cute at all. This huge creature was full of hostility, and its whole body was covered in hair. It was obviously an evil creature. Clang! It raised its right arm to the sky to block. The huge tobacco pipe was over 100 feet long and had a heavy momentum, but it was smashed away by it in an instant, sending sparks flying in all directions. Strength that could prop up the heavens. It released a muffled roar and immediately pounced over. It didn't seem clumsy at all. On the contrary, it was extremely fast, bringing with it a gust of wind. Everyone attacked one after another. They were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden area, but they had encountered such an evil creature. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Otherwise, all of their efforts would be in vain. Yao Shi's body was like a bright moon, bright and pure. Her delicate hand lightly shook, and an expanse of clear radiance blossomed, transforming into a screen of light that blocked in front of her, cutting off this enormous monster that was like a devil, blocking the way forward. Bang! This unknown creature was too tyrannical. The dustpan-sized cyan hand smashed through the light barrier and easily broke through. Everyone's expression changed. Yao Shi was so powerful. As the Yao Guang saintess, she cultivated earth-shattering secret techniques. She was only 20 years old, but she was already an expert in the third secret realm. Not many people in the same generation could rival her. Unexpectedly, she couldn't even block one attack from the unknown creature. The screen of light in the sky exploded like a crystal, shattering in all directions, dazzling people's eyes. The cyan fingernails on the cyan hand were several feet long, curved like heavenly hooks. They were frighteningly sharp, flashing with a cold light as they slashed forward. Chun Huayuan took out the azure lotus lamp. The cyan halo flickered, and the lamp was lit up. The wick of the lamp emitted beams of sword energy that turned into beams of silver light that slashed forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sword energy slashed on the cyan hand, but sparks flew everywhere. It was as if it had slashed on the great Luo silver essence. It couldn't move at all. Crack! The cyan and sharp fingernails slashed forward. The azure lotus lamp had only flickered a few times before it was crushed into powder. At the same time, the unknown creature rushed forward like a ghost. A rain of blood scattered in all directions. It was too fast, and no one had time to stop it. In a flash, it had cut open Chun Huayuan's chest. Red and green, all of his internal organs flowed out. Crack! It was like a wild beast. It grabbed the corpse and stuffed it into its mouth. In a short while, it had bitten off half of the body. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and the sound of bones being crushed could be heard. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that people could only change their expressions. They were powerless to stop the tragedy. This was definitely a demon. Its strength was great, and its methods were terrifying. It had a cruel temperament, and life was nothing to it. It treated Chun Huayuan like a chicken or duck. Now, no one was holding back. Regardless of whether they had grievances or not, they had no choice but to work together. Otherwise, they might all die here. Buzz! The 1-inch-tall fire divine furnace in Yi Fan's palm became larger in the wind. It didn't look like it was cast from copper essence, but rather refined from multicolored crystals. It was extremely beautiful and sparkling. In a flash, the divine furnace grew to a height of more than 30 meters. It smashed towards the unknown creature with the weight of a mountain. This green creature spread its snow-white wings and suddenly rushed up, dodging the furnace's frontal attack. It swung its dustpan-like hand and smashed down ruthlessly. Clang! With a flash of green light, it suddenly slammed into the copper furnace. The deafening sound was like a tsunami, almost deafening people. The 30-meter-tall copper furnace was like a broken ball. It was immediately sent flying. The multicolored crystal quickly dimmed, and a large pit appeared on the huge furnace body. It was no longer in shape. It was like an egg that had been bitten off, missing a piece. Yifan's expression changed. He had only used the Battle Saint technique to leave a palm print on the furnace body, but now it was dented. This kind of power would shatter anything. Fortunately, the fire divine furnace was special and almost indestructible. Otherwise, it would have turned into powder. The 5-meter-tall, unknown creature spread its wings and swooped down, bringing with it a gust of wind. It pounced towards Yi Fan like a mountain crashing down. Yi Fan felt his blood flow restlessly. The blood in his body seemed to have been ignited, as if it was burning. The huge creature in the sky was full of pressure, and its heat was like the sea. Yi Fan took 9 steps across the sky. It was incomparably strange. He changed 9 positions, disturbing the change of time and space, and finally escaped the fatal attack. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. This unknown creature was too powerful, not to mention a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Even if he was in the 3rd secret realm, for extremities, he would not be able to resist it. Boom! The Alcade Saint attacked. Tens of thousands of divine lights shot out, as if it could break mountains and rivers. He was no different from the sun, and people could not look at him directly. Roar! The unknown creature let out a loud roar and took a few steps back, which surprised everyone. The sacred light technique is impervious to all spells. Maybe it can restrain him. Old Saber Honcho shouted. As expected, the unknown creature seemed to be afraid and did not immediately pounce forward. The Alcade Saint's body was burning like a god of light. Sacred light burned fiercely, illuminating the sky. He stepped in the void and struck forward. Boom! He usually looked gentle, but when he attacked, it was terrifying beyond compare. It was like a divine furnace was burning. His fist erupted with endless golden light, covering the unknown creature below. The terrifying creature that was like a demon growled. Although it was afraid of the sacred light, it was not absolutely afraid. The large cyan hand struck out, and its wings flapped as it fiercely counterattacked. The brilliance was blinding. The Alcade Saint was bathed in the sacred light. The large golden hand and the cyan hand fiercely clashed 3 times. Divine light covered the sky, and the stars and moon were dim. With the Alcade Saint at the center, the world was filled with eternal light. Too powerful. It's said that the Alcade Saint has a heaven-warping talent that can contend with the Divine King. Seeing it today, it is indeed terrifying. Old Saber Honcho revealed an astonished expression. Yi Fan was also shocked. This Yao Guang Saint child should have entered the 3rd secret realm, the 4 extremities, but he was too strong, wasn't he? He was evenly matched with this monster. If the Eastern Wasteland divine body displayed its most powerful image, it could cross a large secret realm to contend with experts. This was the most frightening thing to rely on. It could be said to be invincible within the same realm. Even peerless geniuses would have to face a gloomy ending. That was why it was called a divine king. And before them, the Alcade Saint clearly displayed a divine power that surpassed the third secret realm. Like the sun god, his entire body was resplendent, and the sacred light illuminated all directions. He was indeed comparable to a divine king. Bang, bang. He fiercely fought against the monster, and it was enough to contend with it. The demon roared again and again, and its huge body swayed continuously. It seemed like it would fall from the sky at any time. The more the Alcade Saint fought, the more valiant he became. Every move he made emitted tens of thousands of rays of sacred light. A dazzling disk appeared behind his head. It flickered with life, and it was even more real and clear than the halo of a god. He's practically the second mad old man. In the future, he might suppress a divine king with his mortal body. What a heaven-warping talent! Old Saber Honcho muttered. A faint smile appeared on Yao Shi's peerless face as she said, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend as soon as possible." The Jade Lake Saintess watched the battlefield with an extraordinary splendor in her eyes. She said, "All right, let's end the battle earlier and leave quickly." The Alcade Saint's performance was too powerful. No one could remain calm, and their emotions were all different. The few of them attacked together. This unknown creature's wings covered the sky, and its body expanded rapidly. In an instant, it became many times larger, reaching a height of 30 meters. At the same time, the sky distorted. Everyone seemed to have been bound, and they were all fixed in the air. Heavens, this is the true devil domain. Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm. He struggled with great difficulty, but his movements were extremely slow. Immemorial true devil domain. The Jade Lake Saintess was also shocked. She also found it difficult to move. Even a godlike Alcade Saint was affected. With every step he took, holy light shot into the heavens, and a large amount of divine power was consumed. Otherwise, his movements would be slow. As for Li Dusheng, he was directly fixed in place. Even though he was a cultivator of the Dao Palace's secret realm, he couldn't move at all. In midair, the 30-meter tall green creature was incomparably malevolent. It slowly stretched out its large hand and grabbed forward. The immemorial true devil domain was extremely terrifying. Even it itself was affected, and it became much slower. However, it was far stronger than the others. If this continued, it would definitely be disastrous for them. They would be torn apart one by one. Damn you, why are you targeting me? Yifan cursed his bad luck. The unknown creature was the closest to him, and it grabbed at him, wanting to crush him. However, he was the calmest person present because the true devil domain didn't affect him. His sea of reincarnation and the Dao Palace shook with a mysterious power, dissolving the true devil domain's influence on him. Yifan instantly understood. The true devil domain was equivalent to a human cultivator's phenomenon. His divine body was very special, and it innately restrained phenomena. Back then, even the G family's divine body couldn't do anything to him. In a sense, that was the strongest phenomenon of the human race at the same level. Although the true devil domain was terrifying, it was still within the scope of a phenomenon, and it couldn't stop him. Yifan rushed out like lightning, and it immediately shocked everyone. They felt that it was inconceivable. He wasn't affected by the true devil domain at all. This was too unbelievable. He directly summoned the Li Fire Divine Cauldron and quickly took it out. The copper cauldron suddenly rose to a height of 100 meters. Clang! The cauldron lid was opened, and the cauldron more than doubled in size. Li flames shot into the sky, burning towards the unknown creature. At the side, the others were dumbfounded. This was too shocking. The true devil domain was famous, and it wasn't something ordinary phenomena could compare to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been restricted and slowed down. Yifan's cultivation was clearly not as deep as theirs, but not only could he move, but he could also use divine power and take out the strange cauldron. The raging flames covered the sky and burned fiercely, drowning the monster. At this moment, the true devil domain was in effect, and even the creature's own movement was restricted. It couldn't dodge and was immediately covered by the flames. Violent rage. Its roar pierced through the clouds. It waved its huge claws and slapped toward the cauldron, but its speed was a bit slow. Yifan's divine will moved, and the huge cauldron suddenly changed its position. The flames surged and surrounded the unknown creature, burning it until it crackled. However, it couldn't burn its body and could only make it feel pain. Taoist priest, please use all your methods. The true devil domain is extremely unpredictable and terrifying, but once it is used, the caster can't casually withdraw it and needs time to buffer. Old Saber Honcho reminded. Yifan focused his mind. He had to eliminate this creature, or else it would definitely be difficult to survive if it recovered. Buzz! The Leaf Fire Divine cauldron fiercely shook. The cauldron's mouth was pitch black, and it produced a heaven-devouring power. He activated the divine cauldron, but he couldn't suck the powerful green creature inside. In the end, he made the divine cauldron turn upside down like a cup. Since he couldn't suck it in, he would take the initiative to do so. The tyrannical, unknown creature roared again and again, but its movements were too slow. It couldn't dodge and was immediately trapped inside the cauldron. It could be said that it had spun its own cocoon, and the true devil domain restricted itself. The cauldron turned around, and the mouth faced upwards. Clang! The cauldron lid flew over and sealed the black hole. It was tightly sealed, and the demon was suppressed. At the same time, the true devil domain was actually isolated, and everyone regained their freedom. Everyone was shocked. What kind of cauldron was this? It was beaten down, but it could still block the true devil domain. Taoist priest, you really are astonishing. Even the true devil domain can't seal you. It's too inconceivable. Li Dexing exclaimed, if you didn't rely on a treasure to do all this, it's really astonishing. Old Saber Honcho also sighed. Clang, clang. Inside the cauldron, the unknown creature's violent power shook the heavens, and the cauldron's walls were deformed. There were bulges here and there were palm prints all over. It seemed like the cauldron would shatter at any time. Wavering light, Saint Child, descended from the sky. Divine light rushed into the heavens, and like an immortal king, he stood at the cauldron's mouth and suppressed the cauldron lid. He activated the sacred light technique and began to refine the creature inside the cauldron. Desperate roars and terrifying screams came through the cauldron's walls. The Leaf Fire Divine cauldron was crooked and completely deformed. Everyone was alarmed, and they thought that it would quickly collapse. However, time passed slowly. The cauldron was constantly deformed, but it was still missing and not destroyed. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. This broken cauldron was too sturdy. Chapter 233. Clang! The Leaf Fire Divine Furnace's flames soared to the sky, producing clanging sounds like a burning, sparkling divine mountain. The furnace body was constantly being beaten out of shape. The unknown creature's power was astonishing, causing the furnace to become crooked, emitting earth-shattering sounds as it bulged out many protrusions. The 100-meter-tall Leaf Fire Divine Furnace burned fiercely, dyeing half of the sky crimson. It shook violently, but it could be knocked over at any time. The sound was incessant. The furnace body was sometimes beaten into a shriveled persimmon, and sometimes into a broken teacup. It was in all sorts of shapes. This kind of power made people shiver. Even a cultivator in the third secret realm couldn't withstand it. It could be said to be a violent force that shook the heavens. The Leaf Fire Divine Furnace was like a piece of mud. It could be squeezed however it wanted, changing into various shapes, but it just couldn't break. Taoist, what kind of furnace is this? It's almost indestructible. Yaoshi couldn't help but ask. This broken furnace was too sturdy. It was beaten crookedly and out of shape. It looked a little ridiculous, but it didn't break. It was inconceivable. Yifan smiled embarrassedly and said, I picked it up when I was traveling around the world. Jade Lake Saintess looked pensive. She looked at the deformed Leaf Fire Divine Furnace and said, It looks like the Divine Sun Furnace replica, but it's not powerful enough. Does this broken furnace have a great background? Li Dexing was speechless. It's not as powerful as the Divine Sun furnace replica, but its sturdiness far surpasses it. It can't be broken at all, old Saber Honcho muttered. Wavering light, Saint Child stood on the lid of the furnace like an immortal king. Tens of thousands of rays of holy light shot out, and with him, as the center, there was an eternal light that completely suppressed the furnace. The unknown creature inside the furnace roared in fear, but it couldn't rush out at all. Everyone, let's hurry up and refine this furnace. We shouldn't stay here for long, old Saber Honcho suggested. The five of them helped Yao Guang at the same time. Streams of divine power rushed into the furnace, making it glitter and translucent. Although it kept changing shape and wasn't very powerful, it could absorb all the divine power of the six of them without any signs of breaking. Roar! The despairing roar became weaker and weaker. The bronze furnace flickered, and the sun on the furnace body and a few blurry divine birds shone brilliantly. The pattern on the furnace body has disappeared. Li Dixing cried out in alarm. On the leaf fire divine cauldron, the sun and the divine birds shone brightly before completely disappearing. This broken furnace is quite extraordinary. Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself. The sun and the divine bird imprints have entered the furnace to participate in the refinement of the demon. Everyone sensed that the temperature of the furnace was rising rapidly. Their divine power was like a river entering the ocean as it was sucked in. The furnace shone with boundless radiance. The unknown creature screamed again and again. In the end, it completely weakened and returned to silence. At the same time, the furnace also quieted down, and the blurry diagram on the furnace body reappeared. At this moment, the copper cauldron looked like a multi-headed gourd. The lid was deformed and sealed. It was very difficult to open. Yifan spent a long time to open it. The furnace spun, and black ashes scattered out. The powerful, unknown creature was turned into ashes, leaving everyone speechless. This thing needs to be repaired, right? Li Dixing wanted to laugh. The appearance of the furnace was too strange. Yifan waved his hand. The furnace turned 1 inch tall and appeared in his palm. Although it looked like a rotten persimmon, it was still sparkling and translucent. Taoist priest, can you part with this furnace? I am willing to exchange it for a precious treasure. Yao Guang's Saint Child gently smiled as he landed on the ground. Yifan shook his head. As long as the furnace was not extinguished, it could always recover on its own. He couldn't exchange it either. He needed time to figure it out. Old Saber Honcho suggested, we should leave quickly. The creature being refined is most likely just a pawn. I'm afraid it's a soldier of some terrifying existence. It's very possible. The surrounding area is most likely not friendly. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded. The existences living in the absolute beginning forbidden area were all extremely terrifying. It was almost impossible to survive if one encountered them. Although this creature was powerful, it was far from being comparable to the legends. Yifan shivered inwardly. It was very likely that there was an immemorial royal family sleeping underground. This creature was only a guardian. Let's go. The six of them flew away as if they were flying. They didn't dare to tarry for even a moment. Under normal circumstances, they would leave a weakling to guard the sleeping area. Once the strong woke up or alerted the immemorial royal family, even the great sage lords would have to suffer a grievance if they came. At this moment, it was already the latter half of the night. They had only run for a few li when they heard a deep roar coming from behind them. Moreover, an intense murderous aura was rushing over. They were startled. Sure enough, an even more tyrannical creature had awoken. However, what made them feel a little relieved was that the creature didn't immediately chase after them. What's that ahead? At the end of the horizon, a huge shadow was faintly discernible. It's a vestige, a huge ruin. This was an extremely vast vestige with a gloomy atmosphere. Broken walls and ruins lay in front of them. Let's go around it. They didn't want any accidents to happen. If something were to be startled, it would bring them endless trouble. The six of them chose the barren land on the right, wanting to go around the ruins. All of a sudden, an eerie, murderous aura rushed over, sending chills down their spines. The hair on their bodies stood on end. That thing is chasing after us. Li Deshing's hair stood on end, his face pale. The six of them turned around to look. A li away, there was a black shadow with disheveled hair. It was as tall as a normal person, and its gray hair fell to the ground, covering its true appearance. Its entire body was covered in hair. A pair of empty eyes swallowed the moonlight. Strands of moonlight penetrated the gray hair that fell to the ground and entered its empty eyes. What is this thing? A heavy panting sound came from a li away. It matched the low roar from not long ago. It was the same creature. Run. This creature was many times stronger than the one from not long ago. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end. They couldn't even muster the will to fight. Right now, they could only run for their lives. They definitely couldn't beat it. Rushing over would be suicide. A fierce, murderous aura surged over. It was as sharp as a knife, causing goosebumps to appear on everyone's skin. The six of them madly ran, their feet not touching the ground. Under the moonlight, they were like six shadows. That unknown creature let out a low roar and chased after them. However, what puzzled them was that it only advanced a few hundred zhang before stopping. Why did it stop? Everyone was puzzled. Wait, stop. Yifan's heart sank as he stopped them. He felt very uneasy. Although the road ahead was smooth, it gave him a bad feeling. Behind them, the gray hair that fell to the ground and the murderous aura caused people to tremble stared at them for a moment. Then, it turned around and disappeared into the darkness. It actually left and didn't chase after us. Why is that? Li Deshing was puzzled. Yifan's expression was solemn. He used the observation method recorded in the Heavenly Book of Origin to scan the area. Grandpa Digger, what did you see? Li Deshing was quite convinced of Yifan's knowledge in this area. I also feel that something's wrong. Yao Shi frowned. It's really strange. The extremely in and soft aura is extremely dangerous. Yao Guang's Saint Sun spirit sense was very sharp. He instinctively sensed the danger. Everyone, we are in big trouble. At this time, Yifan's expression changed. He was frightened. He had never thought that they would encounter such a terrain. Aren't we almost out of the absolute beginning forbidden area? Could it be that we are in danger again? Li Deshing asked. Correct. Moreover, it's a very terrifying danger. This is a very rare terrain. Yifan pointed ahead and said, if you look carefully, you will definitely notice the abnormality. A blood moon. Jade Lake Saintess cried out in alarm. A blood moon, extremely in and soft. Yao Shi's beautiful face revealed a surprised expression. What's so special about this? Old Saber Honcho asked. This is the legendary Blood Red Cave. Underneath, it is an extremely in and soft demonic land. Yifan answered. It was completely silent ahead. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense anything. However, if they calmed down and carefully sensed, they would quickly discover the strange phenomenon. On the ground, there was a blood moon that resonated with the bright moon in the sky, drawing in a clear radiance. However, after entering the ground, it turned into a scarlet color. That was a blood moon, emitting an extremely in and soft aura. The more one looked at it, the more horrifying it became. Underground, what is there? Li Deshing asked with a trembling voice. Yifan didn't answer. This was the famous Blood Red Moon Cave. It was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to say what was underground. The blood moon above, the divine cave below. This is a demonic land. The Blood Red Cave was described in several pages in the Heavenly Origin book. It was one of the most terrifying danger zones. I know why that terrifying creature behind us retreated. It was scared away by the Blood Red Moon Cave, Old Saber Honcho said in a low voice. Now, everyone knew that they were in big trouble. They had personally experienced how dangerous that creature was. They couldn't resist it at all. That kind of frightening feeling still made them shiver when they thought about it. However, it was scared away by the Blood Red Moon Cave. The blood moon was engraved on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Taoist priest, how can we escape this calamity? Li Deshing placed all his hopes on Yifan. We can only go around it. The only fortunate thing is that we haven't entered the blood moon yet. The blood moon was several miles wide. They were standing right between the ruins and the blood moon. They hadn't entered it yet. It's impossible to retreat. That creature is behind us. We can only get closer to the ruins and then move forward, Yao Guang's Saint Child said. Don't act rashly. Let me take a look. Yi Fan observed the ruins. Unexpectedly seeing the blood-red moon cave made him restless. They were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden zone, but there was still such a terrifying danger zone. He felt strange and had a bad premonition. Yi Fan's expression changed. The more he looked at the ruins, the more frightened he became. The bad premonition had come true. Fallen Sun Ridge and the Blood-Red Moon Cave were equally famous. Sometimes they would appear together. If they appeared together, it would be extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, there had never been more than 3 such places. Daoist priest, what do you see? Something's wrong. Yi Fan was surprised. Fallen Sun Ridge didn't have such a heavy yang energy. It was different from what he had imagined. I feel a black sun with extreme yang energy. However, it can't resist the Blood-Red Moon Cave's extreme yin energy, Yao Guang's Saint Child said. Yes, I can vaguely see a black sun imprinted in the ruins. Yao Qi's saintess frowned. She felt the existence of the black sun. She asked, what kind of terrain is this? This is the legendary Fallen Sun Ridge. It's as famous as the Blood-Red Moon Cave. If they appear together, they can kill gods and Buddhas. Yi Fan answered. Then he added, but something's not right. The extreme yang energy isn't strong enough. What? This is Fallen Sun Ridge? It's this place. Could it be Emperor Hung Yu's weapon refinement place? Yao Guang's Saint Child, Yao Shi, and Yao Qi's saintess exclaimed. Old Saber Hancho was also moved. Shock was written all over his face. This is the place where Jiang family's emperor refined his weapon. Emperor Hung Yu, whose divine might shook the world, lived in the desolate antiquity era. I'm afraid it was more than 100,000 years ago. Li Dexing was also shocked. Yi Fan was shocked after hearing these words. A great emperor had entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone and used the terrifying Fallen Sun Ridge to refine his weapon. This was too terrifying. Chapter 234. The crescent moon was dyed in blood and laid on the ground. It was called the Crimson Moon Cave, a land of extreme yin and gentleness. Even the great sage lords had to make a detour around it. It was an extremely terrifying land. The dark sun sank below the mountain. It was called the Fallen Sun Ridge, a land of extreme yang that could burn everything in the world. Even the emperors had to avoid it. It was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Just seeing one was enough to shock the world. 2 existed at the same time. It could be said to be an extreme demonic land since ancient times. It was rarely seen in the world. Emperor Hung Yu was refining an extreme weapon in such a place. It was unimaginable. Anyone who heard about it for the first time would be shocked. Is that emperor really so powerful? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was the absolute beginning forbidden zone. The Crimson Moon Cave and the Fallen Sun Ridge accompanied each other, making it even more powerful. The Jiang Emperor's actions were truly shocking. Of course, how many emperors have there been since ancient times? The founder of the Jiang clan was world-shaking and represented the extreme realm of the human race. Yi Fan was lost in thought. Such a character was indeed famous. It was unbelievable that he dared to come to the absolute beginning ancient mine to refine weapons. For countless years, the great sage lords and emperors had entered but never left. Even the Eastern Baron Divine King couldn't extend his life here. Yet, this emperor used the absolute beginning forbidden zone as a place to refine weapons. How glorious was this? Unfortunately, time passed like water. They couldn't see such a shocking character. Why would he refine a weapon here? Old Saber Hancho said, Emperor Hung Yu's cultivation is unparalleled. The entire Eastern Baron is under his control. Naturally, he wants to refine weapons in the best place. Even the absolute beginning forbidden zone can't do anything to him. As long as he doesn't enter the ancient mine, this forbidden zone can't harm him. Legend has it that he was a person with great luck and obtained a divine phoenix bone. If he wants to refine it into a peak Dao weapon, he needs a special place. Only Fallen Sun Ridge fits the requirements. Li Dushing's expression was one of fascination. Divine Phoenix Bone? Yi Fan was shocked. Legend had it that pure-blooded phoenixes were comparable to immortals and didn't exist in this world. How could he not be shocked when Emperor Hung Yu obtained such a thing? That is just a rumor. There is no such thing as a divine phoenix in this world. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head and said, "The Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor obtained the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. This kind of divine item is almost as valuable as the divine phoenix bone. There is no godly phoenix in this world, but there is a divine item like the Phoenix Blood Gold." Yao Guang nodded. Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, something that was rarely seen in thousands of generations. It was brilliant and dazzling, scarlet red like phoenix blood, beautiful to the extreme. There were innately divine phoenix patterns on it. The value of such a divine item was immeasurable. If it fell into the hands of a great emperor, it would definitely become an extreme weapon. Fallen Sun Ridge was rumored to have been formed when the sun of the heavenly sun fell to the ground. It was a land of extreme yang and extreme hardness. Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, blazing with extreme yang, indestructible, tough to the extreme. If one wanted to turn it into an extreme Dao weapon, Fallen Sun Ridge was undoubtedly the best choice. Boundless celestial being, what does the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold look like? Have you seen it before? Yi Fan asked Yao Shi and the Jade Lake Holy Daughter. The two stunning beauties looked at each other in dismay. This kind of thing only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Who would be able to see it? Otherwise, why were there only a few extreme Dao weapons in the Eastern Baron? A great emperor could only make one extreme Dao weapon in his lifetime. It was not only because it was too difficult, but also because the divine item needed was hard to find. It was difficult to gather such materials even if one searched the entire Eastern Baron. Now, only the Jiang family's direct descendants have seen the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. It has been 4,000 to 5,000 years since that extreme Dao weapon appeared, Yao Guang Saint answered. Hung Yu Great Emperor is too terrifying. Yi Fan could only sigh. The Scarlet Moon, Cave, and Fallen Sun Ridge existed side by side. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the ancient times, but he used it as a sacrifice weapon. It was unimaginable. It was obvious that Fallen Sun Ridge lacked yang energy and was sucked dry, resulting in an extreme Dao weapon forged from the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. Hung Yu Great Emperor is so elegant. If I had such cultivation, Yi Fan was in a daze. If Daoist priest has such divine might, what do you plan to do? Yao Shi looked at him expectantly. Of course, to create an immortal dynasty. He almost spilled the beans, but he changed his words halfway. In fact, what he really meant was that he wanted to visit the great sage's land and take a look at their ancient scriptures. He wanted to test the power of their extreme Dao weapons. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Old Saber Honcho's expression was solemn. Yi Fan's group of 6 moved away from the Scarlet Moon Cave and slightly closer to Fallen Sun Ridge. They prayed in their hearts that no misfortune would befall them. Otherwise, no one would be able to save them. The cold moonlight elongated their shadows. Li Dushing's netherworld eyes emitted an eerie light. He nervously scanned the surroundings, feeling as if something was lurking in the dark. Don't be so alarmed. You're making us jumpy too. Old Saber Honcho glanced at him. I really feel that something is wrong. It's like there's a pair of eyes peeking at us in the dark, but we can't see its figure. Li Dushing was restless. There's no need to think too much. As long as it doesn't appear, we'll treat it as nothingness. Yao Guang's expression was calm. The 6 of them scanned their surroundings as they moved forward. In this evil land where the sun and moon intertwined, one wrong step could cost them their lives. Why is the moon so bright tonight? It's not a full moon. Old Saber Honcho muttered. There's indeed something strange. The moonlight is like ripples on water, and the ground is silvery white. Yao Shi also nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly stopped and looked up. Something's wrong. What did you find? Jade Lake Saintess asked softly. It's not the moonlight that's brightening. There's something wrong with the Scarlet Moon Cave. Yi Fan frowned, and looked at the blood moon not far away. Yaoshi was puzzled. There's nothing wrong with the Scarlet Moon Cave. How could it be the problem? Let's go further away. If there's no other way, we'll enter Fallen Sun Ridge. In any case, it doesn't have enough yang energy. This Scarlet Moon Cave is very unsettling, Yifan said in a deep voice and led the way toward the ruins. The others guessed that Yifan must have learned some profound Genesis techniques. Perhaps he had obtained some bits and pieces left behind by a Yuan Taoist master. Seeing him like this, they naturally followed. Not long after, the sound of sand rising and falling could be heard. The Scarlet Moon Cave glowed red like a surging tide. Blood-colored ripples appeared and swept up some sand. This is the Scarlet Moon Tide. Yifan's expression changed drastically. He turned into a shadow and rushed toward Fallen Sun Ridge, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Seeing this, the other 5 used their respective techniques and rushed toward the ruins. Li Desheng was the slowest and lagged behind. The blood-colored tide swept over in an instant. He cried out in fear, no. The blood-colored ripples were very gentle, but they exuded a terrifying aura. Li Desheng's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and summoned a god's will from his Tao palace to block behind him. Swoosh! Without a sound, the god's will turned into a puddle of blood. He fell into the ruins with a pale face. It was too dangerous. If he hadn't been decisive at the critical moment and abandoned a god's will, he would have been gone. Everyone was shocked. Yifan's expression was solemn. This is the Scarlet Moon Tide. It gushes out from the Scarlet Moon Cave and can melt all things. It is impossible to resist. The softest can break all laws. The Scarlet Moon Cave was clearly visible. There was a blood-stained crescent moon on the ground that attracted the moonlight in the sky. The red tide was like water, sweeping through the void. We should thank Hung, you heavenly emperor. If he hadn't destroyed Fallen Sun Ridge and caused Yin and Yang to rise, we would have been dead. Yifan observed from the ruins. Scarlet Moon Cave and under Fallen Sun Ridge. Could there be something? Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself. Old Master, don't talk to yourself. Once you talk, something bad will happen. It will definitely become reality. Li Dasheng said with a sobbing tone. The 6 of them walked forward. They only had one thought, and that was to leave the forbidden area of absolute beginning. At the same time, they prayed that Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor had dealt with Fallen Sun Ridge. These ruins had long since decayed. The walls were in ruins, and a light touch would turn them into dust. Even the stone pillars were the same. In front of them was a peaceful scene. The ruins had turned to dust, and with their minds, they could see a blurry black sun on the ground. It was only a few hundred zhang in radius, much smaller than the Scarlet Moon Cave. After more than 100,000 years, there was still not enough yang energy. What surprised them was that there was an ancient building beside the black sun. It was towering and hadn't collapsed. There was an inscribed board with the 2 words Hung Yu engraved on it. This is Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor's weapon sacrificial ground. The others were shocked and carefully observed. This was not an archaic ruin, but an ancient building left behind by Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor. Legend had it that he spent several years alone in the forbidden area of absolute, beginning to refine extreme weapons. This was his residence in the past. Even though it was covered in dust, it still stood tall and had Tao rhythms circulating around it. What kind of spirit was this? When others entered the forbidden area of absolute beginning, they would tremble in fear, and even the emperor's corpse would be buried. Yet he lived here in seclusion for several years. The others didn't say anything, but they all made the same choice and walked towards the ancient building. The former residents of Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor might have some unusual things left behind. This building was built from enormous origin stones and was extremely grand. It gave people a feeling that the great Tao was like the heavens and unreachable. This was Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor's Tao. So many corpses. The others' expressions changed. They were blocked by the building just now, so they couldn't see it. Now that they got closer, they discovered that on the other side of the ancient building, there were corpses piled up into a small mountain. Even though more than 100,000 years had passed, These bones were still flickering with specks of light. There were more than 100 of them, and most of them were humanoid, but they clearly weren't humans. These bones are all shining, so one can imagine how terrifying their strength was. Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying, worthy of being one of the strongest humans since ancient times. He alone killed so many terrifying creatures. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the world. Judging from these corpses, they were definitely peak existences. The 6 of them were all stunned, running into Origin Ancient Mind to unleash a massacre. Only an ancient great emperor would dare do this. Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor is too shocking. Slaughtering here, over 101 go. These are all peak experts. Even their bones are flickering. Everything was for the sake of an extreme Dao weapon. Old Saber Honcho sighed. The ancient great emperors were extremely talented. They established ancient scriptures that have been passed down to this day, bringing prosperity to several great sages' lands. Apart from this, every single great emperor would think of ways to leave behind an extreme Dao weapon. It was because this was equivalent to an extension of their life, able to display their unmatched divine might. From a certain perspective, extreme Dao weapons were even more important than ancient scriptures. For the sake of refining Phoenix Blood Gold into an extreme Dao weapon, Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor truly displayed his emperor's might. Yao Guang's holy child sighed with emotion. His current life's goal was to become a great emperor. What kind of weapon was refined from Phoenix Blood Gold? Yi Fan asked. He didn't know much about Jiang family's matters. Divine Sun Furnace. Jade Lake Holy Girl replied. What? Yi Fan was shocked. Don't tell me you're thinking about that broken furnace of yours. Old Saber Honcho took a puff of his pipe. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and took out the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace. Although the 1-inch tall furnace was sparkling and translucent, it was crooked like a squash persimmon. Although it had recovered a lot, it was still full of potholes. It hadn't completely recovered. Don't think too much about it. How could Jiang family's extreme Dao weapon be lost outside? Besides, apart from being a bit sturdy, there's nothing special about this broken furnace. Old Saber Honcho said, the Divine Sun Furnace hasn't appeared for 4,000 or 5,000 years. The world has almost forgotten its appearance. Yao Guang's holy child said, how frightening is an extreme Dao weapon? Yi Fan asked, unimaginably frightening. The stronger the caster's divine power, the greater the power they can display. At the peak, they can display the supreme divine might of a great emperor. Old Saber Honcho answered, they didn't stay here. While talking, they entered the ancient building to see if Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor had left anything behind. Yi Fan was shocked. Didn't that represent the strongest divine might of the human race? It could easily sweep the world and meet no worthy opponents. Unfortunately, an extreme Dao weapon consumes too much divine power. Ordinary people can't use it. Jade Lake's holy girl shook her head and said, after all, it's an exclusive weapon of the Desolation Heavenly Emperor. If someone of the same level wields an extreme Dao weapon, what kind of effect would it have? Yao Guang's holy child smiled and said, just take the Divine Sun Furnace as an example. In the past, Divine King Jiang Taishu fought against a peerless figure of the Central Prefecture who was not weaker than him. Once the Divine Sun Furnace appeared, his opponent was annihilated. That's too frightening. Li Dushing felt a chill down his spine. The Divine King of the Eastern Wasteland is too far away from us. It's impossible to guess. Just take the Great Sage Lords as an example. If they use an extreme Dao weapon, they can easily kill an invincible Almighty, Jade Lake's holy girl answered. Unfortunately, the extreme Dao weapons of your Great Sage lands can't be used. They're all used to suppress the so-called resources. Old Saber Honcho shook his head. You know about this. Yao Guang's holy child's eyes flashed with a golden light. Yao Shi changed the topic and said, the 7th Bandit, Tu Tian, and the Green Flood Dragon King joined hands and took out a weapon of the extreme path, almost causing our Yao Guang's grand elders to suffer grievances. Moreover, that wasn't a complete weapon. so the might of the extreme path was evident. Yifan knew about it. He had seen it with his own eyes. After the Peacock King stopped the Yao Guang Holy Lord, Tu Tian and the Green Flood Dragon King joined hands and used an earthen jar. It almost killed the Yao Guang Holy Land's old antiques. That's an ancient demonic jar, devouring heaven. Unfortunately, it lacks a lid and can't display the extreme Tao's power. Old Saber Hancho shook his head. At this time, they had already entered the ancient building. The main hall was very old. It was tall and spacious, giving off a feeling of endless Tao. There were many ashes on the ground. It was pitch black. They moved separately and began to search. Yifan used the observation method and looked around the main hall. Suddenly, he was shaken and his heart was beating wildly. The observation method could clearly understand the great secrets of the mountains and rivers. It could also find the source and distinguish objects. At this moment, he felt his eyes burning. There was a dazzling object that was even more resplendent than a real sun. He couldn't look straight at it. Could it be the divine source? Yifan was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Beside the ashes, there was a pitch-black stone. It was only the size of a fist. The divine light was so dazzling that it made his eyes tear up. Yifan quickly put away the observation method. Otherwise, he was worried that this divine object would burn his eyes blind. This origin stone was extremely ordinary. If he didn't use the observation method to examine it, he wouldn't be able to see anything. This is simply a divine sun. It's so resplendent that it's unbearable. It must be the divine source. Yifan walked over and wanted to pick up the black stone. However, he was shocked. He actually didn't pick it up the first time. Clang! The black stone fell to the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. This was only the size of a fist, yet it weighed over 10,000 jin. Everyone looked over. The black stone's surface was shaken, and a bit of it actually peeled off. A dazzling scarlet light shot out. It was brilliant like a rainbow and extremely dazzling. There was no way to look at it directly. Phoenix blood scarlet gold. Heavens, it really is Phoenix blood scarlet gold. Several people cried out in alarm at the same time. Yifan exerted force, grabbing the black stone in one go. He took a few steps back. The stone's surface wasn't the divine source, but rather the Phoenix blood scarlet gold that only appeared once in 1,000 generations. Chapter 235. Scarlet Phoenix blood gold was an extreme sacred object that rarely appeared even after thousands of generations. Since the Desolate Era until now, it had been more than 100,000 years, and only Emperor Hung Yu had ever obtained it. Its rarity was simply unimaginable. This was a sacred object that belonged exclusively to great emperors. Forget about obtaining it. Ordinary people couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. It had been like a dream for tens of thousands of years. Its value was immeasurable. There were many great emperors since ancient times, but only one had the fortune to obtain the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold. This was something that ancient emperors yearned for even in their dreams. Many sages could only look at it, but could not obtain it. With such a rare object in his hands, Yifan was excited at first, but then he felt that it was like a hot potato. This black stone was too precious. It contained a priceless treasure, but whether or not he could keep it was a serious problem. Why was it so heavy? He complained inwardly. If he didn't accidentally drop it and put away, he wouldn't be in such trouble. On the side, 5 pairs of eyes were staring at the black stone in his hands. Its heat could melt even refined vajra. A halo appeared behind Sacred Child Yao Guang's head. Divine light covered his body, and auspicious lights fell down one after another. He was a heaven-warping genius who had aspired to become a great emperor since childhood. How could he not be moved when he saw this kind of sacred object? This was like the embryo of an extreme weapon. It was something that could make people go crazy, a sacred object exclusive to great emperors. Normally, he always had a gentle smile on his face, but at this moment, it was difficult for him to calm down. His eyes were surging with passion. On the battlefield, Old Sword Hancho was the most direct. He took a few steps forward before stopping. There was a heart-palpitating aura around him, completely different from the usual messy old man. Right now, he was many times more powerful than usual. He was like a hibernating flood dragon leaping out of the water, giving others a feeling of extreme danger and terror. Yao Shi's exceptional immortal face could not hide the great waves in her heart. Her eyes flickered with a misty radiance. Her slender jade-like hands formed an immortal imprint. The Scarlet Phoenix blood gold made her unable to calm down. Even though she did not move forward, she was standing in the most advantageous position. Once someone took action, she would be able to make the best choice. Whether to fight or retreat, it all depended on a single thought. The one who posed the least threat was Li Dushing. Even though his eyes were burning with passion, he wisely retreated a few steps, quickly expressing his decision. He was born with the underworld Yin Eye, which was rarely seen in this world. It could be said that he was gifted with a rare power, but it wasn't displayed in battle. He was the weakest here, so he had no choice but to retreat. Comparatively speaking, the Jade Lake Saintess was the calmest among them. Although her beautiful eyes sparkled and her emotions fluctuated, she didn't intend to attack. She stood there quietly, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She looked like an immortal. The Jade Lake stood aloof from worldly affairs. The disciples of this sect were very indifferent, and they rarely fought with others. Yifan saw all of this and complained in his heart. These people were like tigers eyeing their prey. It was too difficult for him to protect the Phoenix blood scarlet gold. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? He had no choice but to speak. This stalemate was not a solution. Scarlet Phoenix blood gold is something that even ancient emperors might not necessarily be able to obtain. We are tempted and wish to take a look. The Jade Lake Saint stepped forward. His body was shrouded in light, and an unparalleled pressure emanated from him. Yao Shi's jade-like face revealed an alluring expression. She smiled faintly and said, "Taoist priest, don't you want to say something else? I want to say, why is this stone so heavy?" Yifan still had resentment in his heart. The black stone was only the size of a fist, but it weighed 10,000 kilograms. It was precisely because of this that it revealed the fact that it contained a rare treasure. Old Saber Honcho also took a few steps forward, and his aura became even more imposing. He said, "The divine material belongs to those who are fated to obtain it. Since it's already in your hands, we won't snatch it, but we really want to take a closer look." Just now, Yifan felt that the one with the strongest killing intent was this rotten old man. Now that he said this, he was deeply surprised. "Taoist priest, please be at ease. Although we are tempted, we won't go so far as to kill and snatch the treasure. If Taoist priest is willing to part with it, I'm willing to pay any price in exchange." Yaoguang Saint's face was radiant. It was impossible for Yifan to exchange it. He wanted to use it to forge a cauldron. It was a holy object that even ancient emperors desired, and nothing could be exchanged for it. Yao Shi's eyes flickered. She smiled flirtatiously, and her lips and teeth shone brightly. She said, "Taoist priest, don't worry. Show us the rare treasure." At this time, Li Dushing saw that they weren't fighting, so he also came over. The Jade Lake Saint stepped forward and said, "Taoist priest, don't worry. No one will fight." Yifan thought that most likely no one would fight for it. After all, they were still in the absolute beginning forbidden area, and he was proficient in original techniques. If they fought, both sides would be injured, and these people were counting on him to lead the way. However, once they left the absolute beginning forbidden area, everything would be hard to say. "Everyone, please take a look." Yifan held the black stone in his palm, no longer sealing it. A coin-sized piece of the stone had already fallen off, revealing the divine object inside. It was scarlet like a ruby, and dazzling brilliance shot out in all directions. It was dazzling and beautiful to the point of intoxicating. There was a divine brilliance flowing within the sparkling and translucent object, making it impossible to look at it directly. Indistinctly, one could see the divine phoenix pattern engraved on it, mysterious and magnificent. "This is the phoenix blood gold," they all exclaimed in admiration, and their eyes burned with even more passion. "It only has a thin layer of stone, So this piece of phoenix blood gold should be about the size of a fist. It weighs more than 10,000 kilograms, enough to be refined into a weapon, old Saber Honcho said. A fist-sized piece of material could indeed be used as an offering weapon, but no one knew how many divine materials were needed for an extreme weapon. Apart from the great emperors, it was hard for others to say. Yifan did not peel off the stone skin. Instead, he sealed back the old skin that had fallen off. This was to prevent the holy item's essence from leaking out. If it was not turned into an extreme Dao weapon, it would easily lose its essence without the stone skin sealing it. The dazzling brilliance faded away, and the main hall became dark once again. Yifan put away the phoenix blood gold. Unless he used ancient scriptures to exchange for this divine object, it would be difficult for other things to tempt him. If you want to refine an extreme weapon, I'm afraid it's far from enough. This is most likely the leftover material after Emperor Hung sacrificed his weapon. Sacred Child Yao Guang speculated. The phoenix blood gold is a holy object comparable to the divine phoenix. There aren't many things in this world that can compare. Old Saber Honcho sighed and said, the eastern wasteland's holy objects have almost all been used up by the great emperors. If there comes a day when another great emperor descends upon the world, I'm afraid it will truly be difficult to find divine materials. Yao Shi also said like this. The few of them searched the main hall and found a few lines of words left behind by Emperor Hongyu. The general idea was that the phoenix blood gold was left for the fated one. Emperor Hongyu was a heaven-warping genius, and his cultivation was world-shaking. At the same time, he was a person with great opportunities, but he would never take them all. He would always leave some for later generations. The 6 of them searched carefully, but there was nothing else in the main hall. There weren't any secret techniques, only the ashes left behind by refining an extreme weapon. It recorded the glory of the great emperor back then. After everyone walked out of the ancient building, they all looked back at the horizontal board. The 2 words Hongyu on it were bold and powerful, and it had the aura of breaking through the heavens. Everyone stood in place and quietly observed, hoping to comprehend something. This wasn't a specific method imparting, but rather the concept of the great Tao. Sometimes it could trigger enlightenment. Yifan sensed something, and his heart became empty. He was moved by the 2 words and wanted to use the battle saint technique. However, he could only suppress it and form seals in his heart to fight himself. It had to be said that Yao Guang's saint child was indeed an extraordinary person. He was trapped in an ethereal state, and the holy light was like the sky. He actually drew out a trace of the great emperor's divine might from the ancient building. Under the heaven-like concept of the great Tao, he moved his arms. His magical body was like an abyss, drawing out indescribable trajectories. He had comprehended something in his heart. The Jade Lake Saintess and Yao, she were also extraordinary people. They also gained something and silently comprehended. As for old Saber Honcho, he was very quiet and motionless like a dead tree. Li Dushing found it difficult to calm down. His netherworld eyes flickered as he said, I feel something spying on us in the dark. Not long after, everyone recovered from the ethereal state. Their divine senses spread out in all directions, but they didn't find anything. Sunset Ridge was quiet. There was nothing except for the blurry black sun on the ground. Yifan was moved. He took out the leaf fire divine furnace. The pockmarked body of the furnace had recovered a lot. He opened the lid and took out the inch-tall crystal furnace. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the leaf fire divine furnace sank into the black sun on the ground. Immediately, black flames danced. Taoist priest, what are you doing? Li Dushing cried out in alarm. The ancient great emperor chose to sacrifice his weapon here, which is enough to prove that the yang energy in Sunset Ridge is the most prosperous place in the world. I will also take some of it and refine an extreme weapon in the future. Li Dushing was tongue-tied and speechless. Apart from the ancient great emperor, who could refine an extreme weapon? This was obviously nonsense. They knew that Sunset Ridge contained the world's extreme yang fire. The divine fire buried underground was also a kind of spiritual object. If they could obtain it, it would be very useful. The Li Fire Divine Furnace sank into the black sun and went underground to collect the black flames. Don't be reckless. Old Saber Honcho frowned and reminded him. He was worried that he would provoke something underground. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Fan nodded. He cultivated the original technique, so he knew his limits. Taoist priest, your broken furnace is about to melt. Li Dushing's netherworld eyes flickered and saw through the void. He wanted to laugh out loud. Yi Fan frowned. The furnace was really out of shape from the heat. He hurriedly took it back. The deeper underground, the higher the temperature of the fire and the more extraordinary the flames were. He could only collect the part on the ground and fill the furnace with black flames. He sealed the lid and stored it inside his body. The Yaoguang Saint, Old Saber Honcho, Yao Shi, and the Jade Lake Saint all took action. They took out their mysterious weapons and collected the black flames. However, they only took a little bit and immediately stopped. They felt that the temperature was too high. Since this kind of flame is so extraordinary, I'll take some too. Li Dushing took out his silver gourd. Crack! Something shocking happened. The silver gourd was instantly melted and destroyed in the blurry black sun. This, the weapon of the Holy Ji Palace Secret Realm, is destroyed just like that. My treasure! He screamed in pain. Yi Fan secretly estimated that the black sun on the ground contained terrifying flames. Even the black flames on the surface were almost as strong as the purple flames of the 6th level of the fire domain. Not to mention the part underground. The fire energy was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Emperor Hung, you chose to sacrifice his weapon here because it was a place of extreme yang. He felt that the part of the flame he collected from underground was weaker than the one he used to burn the great elder of the Ji clan. This was a good thing. Yi Fan didn't say anything. They would leave the absolute beginning forbidden area in a while. Once they made a move, he felt that it would be better to start fire first. Following that, the few of them proceeded carefully. Under Yi Fan's lead, they slowly left this dangerous place despite the daunting experience. There was a vast expanse in the distance. They were almost out of the absolute beginning forbidden area. We're really out. There are 2 things behind us. Li Dushing's expression suddenly changed. Let's go. Everyone was no longer afraid. They all shot up into the sky and flew into the distance. The 6 of them came to the outside of the absolute beginning forbidden area. They no longer had any scruples and finally left the Devil Land. At this moment, it was already after midnight. The world was quiet and the moonlight was like water. It was very cold. Taoist priest, please wait. Yaoguang Saint smiled gently and blocked Yi Fan's path. Yao Shi also smiled faintly and looked very charming. She stood on the other side. Old Saber Honcho and the Jade Lake Saint were not far away. There was killing intent in the air, but they couldn't tell who was releasing it. Yi Fan understood. The Phoenix Blood Gold was tempting. It was the exclusive item of the Great Emperor. How could there be no disturbance if they wanted to take it away? Chapter 236. The night moon was clear and cold. The reddish-brown earth stretched as far as the eye could see. What are you guys doing? Yi Fan looked at them and held the inch-tall Li Fire Divine Cauldron in his hand without batting an eye. Yao Guang's smile didn't diminish. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I just want to discuss something with you. Discuss what? I want to exchange for the Phoenix Blood Gold, Yao Guang answered. What will you give me? Yi Fan stood under the moonlight and asked calmly. I can make the decision. I want the treasury of the Yao Guang Holy Land for you to choose, Yao Guang said. Such a condition was shocking. The Yao Guang Holy Land had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Since ancient times, it had always been prosperous. It had accumulated so much that it was unimaginable. With hundreds of thousands of years of collection, who knew how many treasures there were? For Yi Fan to choose, it was indeed tempting. However, Yi Fan couldn't agree. How could other treasures compare to the Phoenix Blood Gold? It was a holy item that belonged to the ancient emperors. What do you think is as valuable as the Phoenix Blood Gold? Yi Fan asked. The value of the Phoenix Blood Pure Gold is indeed immeasurable, but I will never force someone against their will. I wonder if an ancient scripture will be able to move you. The night wind blew, and Yao Guang's entire body shone. His entire body seemed to be inlaid with a golden edge. An ancient scripture? Yifan was shocked. Next to him, Old Sword Honcho and the Jade Lake Saint were also shocked. Even Yao, she looked surprised. She didn't think a saint would agree like this. I see that you are in the Holy Ji Palace secret territory. I want to give you an ancient scripture of the Four Extremes secret territory. Are you satisfied? Yao Guang asked with a smile. So, it's not an ancient scripture, but a scroll of a secret territory. Yifan didn't deny it. Yao Guang shook his head and said, Sir, you are greedy. Even though the Phoenix blood gold is rare, it is only the size of a fist. It is too little. Is it the ancient scripture of the Yaoguang Holy Land? Yifan asked. Yao Shi had been watching from the side. She believed that although Yao Guang's status was very high, it was impossible for him to show the scriptures of the Holy Land to outsiders. The old antiques in the sect would definitely not agree. The Alcade Saint shook his head and said, This is not my Alcade heart technique. This is an incomplete scripture that I found by accident while traveling. Everyone's expression changed. The Yaoguang Saint child was indeed lucky. He had cultivated one of the most profound ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wasteland, and he had even obtained an incomplete scripture when he traveled outside. Can it compare to Yao Guang's celestial canon? Yifan asked. He was indeed somewhat tempted. Definitely not inferior. Yao Guang Holy Sun answered with certainty. Yifan sighed. This was the disparity between them. The other party had learned an ancient scripture and even had an incomplete scripture to refer to, but he was worried about the subsequent cultivation methods. Actually, I want the cultivation methods of the Holy Ji Palace and the Four Extremities secret realms. I wonder if you can provide them? Yifan asked with a smile. Sir, you cannot be too greedy. This scripture is incomplete, and there is no chapter of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realms. Yao Guang Holy Sun answered. Sai, this is really difficult. Speaking of this, Yifan looked at Old Saber Honcho and smiled. Sir, I see that you have a divine aura within you. One look, and I can tell that you are a person who has become a spirit. What do you want to exchange with me? You can't be thinking of stealing it, right? You should know that the elites of the Holy Lands are here, and they will not sit idly by. Since Yao Guang Holy Sun did not directly steal it, Yifan was much more relaxed. He used words to test Old Saber Honcho. I'm just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could I be like this? What do you want? Old Saber Honcho responded lightly, appearing mysterious. Yifan's heart trembled. He felt that this old man did not fear the presence of the Holy Land's heirs. This old man seemed to have hidden himself very well. I have already said that I want a mental cultivation method recorded in an ancient scripture. There are only so many ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. I can't take them out. Old Saber Honcho shook his head. Yifan looked at Yao Shi and the Jade Lake Saint and smiled. Goddesses, are you interested in the Phoenix Blood Pure Gold? Yao Shi suddenly laughed and said, Why do I feel that you are tempting me? Although she was the Yao Guang Saint and was holy and otherworldly, there was a hint of flirtatiousness when she smiled. Her neck was snow white, and her face was delicate and beautiful. It was very tempting. I'm just asking casually. If Goddess Yao does not mean it, then forget it. He did not tease her. The Yaoguang Holy Sun was at the side. If he teased the future wife of the Holy Lord, it would give him another reason to attack. The Jade Lake Saint thought for a while and said, Maybe the Jade Lake can also take out a scripture. Is that true? Is it the Western Emperor scripture of the Jade Lake? Yifan was tempted. His main purpose in coming to the northern region was to see the ancient scripture passed down by the Western Empress of the Jade Lake. That is not it. The Western Emperor scripture cannot be taught to outsiders, but the Jade Lake also has half of it, the Jade Lake Saint answered. Yifan was indeed shocked. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory, but the Jade Lake actually had half of it. However, he was interested in the Western Emperor scripture. The scriptures of the Holy Palace's secret realms were most likely not comparable to the Western Emperor scripture. I can think about it. He did not refuse because he did not want these people to lose hope. Otherwise, they might directly attack him. Among the five, he trusted the Jade Lake Saint the most. This holy land had a very good reputation, and its people did not care about fame and fortune. Since ancient times, he had never heard of any evil deeds. He was the most wary of the Yao Guang saint. This person was indeed a genius, and he gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yifan did not believe that he would really take out an ancient scripture in exchange. At the same time, he was also very afraid of old Saber Honcho. This old man was somewhat unfathomable, and he could not feel at ease. Sir, let's not talk about the phoenix blood and the pure gold. Just based on your original arts, you are also an honored guest of the Jade Lake, the Jade Lake Saint said with a smile. At this moment, she spoke like this, without a doubt, to help Yifan. She had indirectly made her position clear. We walked out of the absolute beginning forbidden area together, and we are friends in adversity. Of course, we will not harm our friendship. Whether you are willing to exchange or not, we are friends. The Yao Guang saint smiled, and his hair shone with a golden light. Not good, they are coming. Li Dushing was trembling, and his voice was very unnatural. He had been watching from the side and did not participate. Now that he suddenly spoke, everyone was shocked. At the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden area, two figures stood side by side like two tombstones, tall and terrifying, strong and powerful. One creature had gray hair that reached the ground, covering its entire body. It had a horrifying aura, giving people an extremely frightening feeling of danger. It had appeared before, and only stopped after chasing them all the way to the Scarlet Moon Cave. The other creature's entire body was covered in deathly white hair, and even its face was like this. Its human form was upright, and it was currently staring straight ahead. Its pupils were a deep green, and a bitter aura pounced over. It was like a primordial vicious beast, making people shiver. The two creatures did not chase after them. When they reached the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden area, they stopped and coldly looked at them. Even though there was a great distance between them, they still gave people a fearful feeling. They immediately flew away, no longer mentioning the phoenix blood and the pure gold. If those two creatures chased after them, they might all die here. They had gone through so much trouble to escape the absolute beginning forbidden area. If they died outside, they would truly die with everlasting regret. Suddenly, a dozen or so figures appeared in front of them, quickly coming over to greet them. Junior brother, junior sister, is it you? Those people transmitted sound from far away. Yifan cursed inwardly. The light-shaking realms people had appeared, blocking their way. The Yao Guang saint and Yao, she walked forward and met with those people. They inadvertently blocked Yifan's path. In the distance, dresses fluttered in the wind as a group of fairy-like figures flew over. The Jade Pool's disciples had also hurried over and found their way here. Thank heavens you are safe and sound. Those young disciples surrounded them, asking them what had happened. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's leave this place first, Yao Guang said. He had great prestige. Even though many of the people here were his senior brothers, they all wore respectful expressions. After all, he was the future Divine Lord. Taoist, please come with us. Yao Guang invited him with a smile. I think we should forget about it. Since we've already escaped danger, let's go our separate ways, Yifan replied. How can we do that? Taoist led the way in the absolute beginning forbidden area, and I owe him a favor. Let us send you on your way. Yao Guang smiled. Yifan rubbed his chin. He had a bad feeling. If he walked with Yao Guang, there might not even be ashes left. Sir, where are you going? Yifan asked Old Saber Honcho. I want to go alone. Do you want to come with me? Old Saber Honcho said. Forget it. Your path is too desolate. I'll go with the Jade Pool's fairies. Yifan walked directly to the Jade Pool's disciples. Yaoshi smiled sweetly. She walked over and said, Taoist, why are you doing this? Do you think I, Yao Guang, will eat you? The Jade Pool's saintess walked over and said with a smile, Since you're willing to go with me, let's go together. We were just about to invite you to the Jade Pool. The Stone Appreciation Festival is about to begin. That's exactly what I wanted. Yifan nodded quickly. Yaoshi smiled like a flower and said, Yao Guang and Jade Pool have always advanced and retreated together. Let's go together. In the end, everyone went together. Old Saber Honcho didn't go alone. More than 1,000 miles away was the Sacred Lands mining area. There were many people there. After they arrived at the mining area, they didn't stop for long. They directly climbed onto the mysterious jade platform with Tao patterns carved on it and started to travel through the void to Origin City. A black whirlwind blew out of nowhere in the absolute beginning forbidden area. We'll temporarily leave this place to avoid any accidents. This was the explanation of a Jade Pool Elder. Origin City was located in the middle of the mining area. It was about 30,000 miles away from the absolute beginning ancient mine. After entering the pitch-black void, it didn't take long for them to finish traveling through the void. When they entered Origin City, the eastern sky was already turning white. The sky was gradually brightening. Yi Fan actually wanted to leave alone, but he couldn't. He noticed that the people of the Yao Guang sacred land were looking at him from time to time. He had no choice but to follow behind the people of the Jade Pool. He didn't want to walk with the people of the Yao Guang sacred land. Soon after, Yi Fan was arranged by the women of the Jade Pool to rest in a small courtyard. Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold, you're too attractive. Yi Fan made up his mind. This time, he was going to enter the Jade Pool and obtain the Tao Palace section of the Western Emperor Scripture. You guys are aiming for the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold, a sacred item exclusive to ancient emperors. I only want to see your ancient scripture. Chapter 237. Not long after they safely arrived at Origin City, Old Saber Honcho disappeared without a trace. Li Disheng didn't leave. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land tried to persuade him to stay, and the woman of the Jade Pool also invited him. The netherworld I couldn't be cultivated. It was an innate talent that was rare in the world. It could see things that ordinary people couldn't see, so all the major forces wanted to rope him in. In the afternoon, Yi Fan took a nap and then walked out of the house. Li Disheng also opened the door, and the two lived in a quiet small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a cluster of rockery with spring water gurgling on it. Next to it was a grape trellis full of purple agate-like fruits, and the green leaves scattered on the ground to provide shade. There was a stone table and stone chairs under the vine trellis for people to sit on. The fragrance of tea wafted in the air. The two sat under the shade of the grapevines and chatted casually. Taoist priest, your Genesis technique is really amazing. Such methods are amazing. You can go to any dangerous place in the world. Li Disheng's face was full of yearning. Forget it. I was lucky this time. Except for the Emperor, anyone else who entered the absolute beginning forbidden land by mistake would have died. Yi Fan was telling the truth. If the fourth-generation patriarch hadn't opened a path in the pine forest, and if the Eternal Universe Emperor hadn't broken through the fallen sun ridge, they would have died. There must be other demonic lands that they hadn't seen. If they went in again and fell into an unknown and strange land, they would be doomed, not to mention the real ancient mine. Taoist priest, how did you cultivate your Genesis technique? Li Disheng was very envious. What? Are you interested as well? Yi Fan's lips curled up into a smile. Li Disheng nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it. If I can learn a little, I'll do anything. That's nothing. I'll teach you a few things in the future. Can you really teach me? You're very talented. The netherworld is rare since ancient times. Searching for the source and locking the dragon vein is mostly done underground, so you're very needed. Taoist priest, please accept me as your disciple. Li Disheng was a little excited. There is no need to take me as a disciple. You and I have gone through trials and tribulations together. Teaching you a few moves is not a problem. Which sect are you from? Asked Yi Fan as he took a sip of tea. The netherworld, I was naturally suited for this line of work. In the future, when he was searching for the source of the dragon vein, if he had the help of such a person, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Li Disheng wanted to learn Genesis techniques, while Yi Fan wanted to find free labor. The more they talked, the more they got along. I'll look for you when I'm free in the future. Finally, Yi Fan stood up with a smile. The Jade Lakes members rested here and didn't want to leave. They wanted to return to the absolute beginning forbidden land. Yi Fan learned that the Jade Lake had found an abandoned mine at the edge of the absolute beginning realm. They had transported some strange stones out of it and were going to continue their work. In the evening, Yi Fan met with the Jade Lake Saintess and learned more about the situation. Fairy, why are you digging up abandoned mines? What's so special about those stones? Since you're a proficient in Genesis techniques, you must have heard of Genesis suppression. The Jade Lake Saintess stood by the rockery. Under the sunset, her whole body was dyed with a layer of golden red holy light. Of course I know. Do you need to seal some Genesis stones? Yi Fan was moved. The Mind Stones weren't necessarily cut open. Some sects would store them. However, as time passed, the stone's outer layer would slowly fall off after leaving the origin vein. At this time, ordinary people would directly peel off the outer layer and take out the Genesis stone. However, there were special times when people didn't want the Genesis stone to see the light of day. They would find a way to seal the Genesis stone. Of course, these were all Genesis stones. According to past experience, the ancient stone's outer layer in the absolute beginning forbidden land was the best material to seal the Genesis stone. What kind of Genesis stone is it? Ordinary people rarely use the Genesis suppression technique. Yi Fan didn't understand. The outer layer would fall off, so they could just take the Genesis stone. Why do they need to seal it again? This is a batch of stone left by our predecessors. It's very important, so we can't cut it open casually. This time, we invited all the experts in the world who are proficient in Genesis techniques to find a way to seal it safely. The Jade Lake Saintess answered. Standing by the rockery, she looked like an orchid in an empty valley. The Genesis suppression technique doesn't work. Yi Fan was surprised. The Jade Lake's delicate head shook slightly. Her voice was like the sound of nature. The effect is very poor. It can only solve a temporary problem. What kind of Genesis stone is it? Even the Genesis suppression technique can't seal it. This is too strange. Suddenly, Yi Fan thought of the 9 pieces of stone that the Jade Lake had displayed. One of them seemed to be a sea of blood, and the other contained a demonic power. Yi Fan was frightened. These were only 2 of the stones from that batch. They were most likely the most ordinary ones. What would the core of the stone be like? He thought that this batch of stone must have a great background. Even if he went to the Jade Lake's sacred land, it wouldn't be safe. The waste, or in the absolute beginning forbidden area, contains the oldest outer layer of stone. It's the best sealing material. It shouldn't be able to seal it, right? He looked at the Jade Lake Saintess, puzzled. It's useless. We transported many strange stones from the absolute beginning forbidden area, but they couldn't seal it. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head. How could it be? Yi Fan frowned. This kind of stone was beyond his imagination. Years ago, a predecessor left these stones. He said that if we needed to seal it one day, we could only use the 6 ancient stones from the absolute beginning forbidden area. However, we've only found 2 of them. What? Yi Fan was startled. He thought of a possibility. The legendary 6 seals for immortals was a top Genesis technique. It needed 6 kinds of divine origin stone skins as its materials. It could seal not only the Genesis stone, but also the mountains, rivers, and the earth. It could seal powerful experts. The 6 seals for immortals was recorded in the Book of Source Heaven, but there were only a few sentences. It was extremely difficult to understand and understand. The Book of Source Heaven had a note that it was a hypothetical Genesis technique. It might not be able to be used successfully. Fairy, can I ask where those stones came from? Yi Fan was surprised and puzzled. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. Those stones were left by an extraordinary person with unparalleled Genesis technique. The Jade Lake Saintess answered. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of someone. Zhang Lin, the 5th generation Yuan Taoist master. In the past, this Yuan Taoist master had a special relationship with Jade Lake. The Jade Lake Saintess was his confidant, and he was an honored guest of Jade Lake. There was even a legend that said he was the outer law protector of Jade Lake. The Yuan Taoist master represented the peak of Genesis technique. The stones left by such a person were unimaginable. There are 7 stones in total. 3 of them were left by that extraordinary person. The Jade Lake Saintess said slowly. They were indeed left by the extraordinary person, Zhang Lin. The 9 strange stones on display at Jade Lake were just the crust of one of the stones. Yi Fan frowned. The origins of the 9 pieces of stone materials were too great, making him suck in a cold breath of air. One of the stones on display that day weighed 2,000 kilograms. It was just the crust of a stone and not the main stone. How big was that stone? He didn't say anything. He listened quietly. He would enter Jade Lake soon, so he had to understand this clearly. Zhang Lin was a person full of legends. He traveled deep into the mountains and ancient lands, exploring countless dangerous places. He had collected many stones all his life. Among them, there were 3 that he couldn't figure out. Even in his later years, he couldn't figure out what was in them. He didn't cut them open and gave them to Jade Lake. Aren't there 7 stones in total? What about the other 4? Yi Fan asked. The other 4 are mysterious. They were found by the queen mothers of each generation. They are very special. They are even older than the other 3. Unfortunately, there are no records of them. Zhang Lin had once marveled at the 4 pieces of stone because the stone skin of the 4 pieces of stone had fallen off. They had been sealed by a method similar to the 6 seals for immortals, but it was definitely not the 6 seals for immortals. Other than the Yuan Taoist master's disciples, there is someone else who knows the most profound Genesis technique. Yi Fan was confused, but he couldn't say it out loud. Senior Zhang studied it for more than several months and praised it. He said that all methods are connected, the Saintess of Jade Lake said. The 4 stones were ancient. They were dug out by the ancient people tens of thousands of years ago. They were all sealed and then obtained by the Queen Mother of Jade Lake. This was the conclusion of the Zhang family's first ancestor. Those stones are probably not good stones. The ancient stones sealed by the 6 seals of prohibition for immortals must have a terrifying origin. I feel that these 7 stones together are like a dangerous place. How dare you keep them in Jade Lake? Those stones are indeed terrifying. If we didn't have the ultimate weapon to suppress them, we wouldn't be at ease, the Saintess of Jade Lake answered. Why don't you find a way to cut them open? What's the use of keeping them? Yi Fan didn't understand. With Jade Lake's resources, it wouldn't be a problem to break them open, because there isn't a suitable person in Jade Lake. It's a kind of opportunity. The Saintess didn't continue. Yi Fan knew that Zhang Lin must have seen something and pointed it out. He was even more curious. He wanted to see what was so special about those ancient stones. We can find some special bloodlines and use them with a powerful Genesis technique. If there is a suitable person in Jade Lake, we can cut the stones open. About to enter Jade Lake, Yi Fan learned about these things, which were very helpful to him. In the end, the Saintess of Jade Lake left without mentioning anything about the Phoenix Blood Gold. The night was hazy, and the courtyard was very quiet and peaceful. It was already night, and the Origin City was ablaze with lights. A miserable scream came. It was so abrupt. The screams were very fast, as if a demonic saber was killing people continuously. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. What's going on? The courtyard was in chaos. It should be noted that people from Yawang Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land lived here. Who dared to kill them? Not good. An elder was killed. Shouts, and shouts came from the courtyard of Yawang Holy Land. After a short while, more than a dozen people were killed. The shouts were unceasing. Yi Fan was startled. What was going on? Although they didn't come for Jade Lake, it's not right. Are they here for the Phoenix Blood Gold? Yi Fan's heart sank. He dashed out of the courtyard like a ghost, disappearing into the darkness. Almost instantly, he saw a tall figure with gray hair that reached the ground disappear into his house without a sound. An unknown creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? It shouldn't be. Screams arose from time to time. Some disciples of Jade Lake were also killed. Chapter 238. Yi Fan was in the dark, quietly watching everything in the yard. That tall, gray-haired figure was as strong as an iron mountain, but he was silent and swift like a ghost. He's going straight to my room. His purpose is clear. The front yard was filled with shouts and screams. Many figures flew up into the sky, but they were mercilessly chopped down, blood splashing everywhere. Yi Fan was frightened. The intruder was too strong. He held his breath and hid in the dark, quietly observing. Footsteps were heard. The female disciples of the Jade Lake rushed into the yard. The door next to them opened with a squeak. Li Dishing's face was pale. He rushed inside, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He lived in the same yard. Bang! Yi Fan's room was smashed. The window was smashed, the pillars were broken, and the tiles were flying everywhere. A gray figure stood in the smoke and dust like a demon wall. "Who are you?" A female disciple of the Jade Lake shouted. "Fairy sister, he's not a human. He's a monster from the absolute beginning forbidden area. Run away quickly." Li Dishing cried and ran away hurriedly. The gray hair on the head of the tall creature fell to the ground, covering its face. Strands of moonlight seeped through the hair and into the pair of black holes in its eyes, making it look especially terrifying in the night. The disciples of the Jade Lake retreated. This creature was too dangerous. It gave them a feeling that they couldn't resist. They wanted to run away, but they were locked on. They felt that if they made any big movements, they would suffer a thunderous attack. A dull roar came, which made people feel cold from head to toe. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The gray-haired creature dashed over with one step. Clang, clang. Celestial light flashed, and 6 weapons were smashed by its bare hands. The ground was covered with broken copper and iron. Puff! At the same time, it emitted a thick gray fog. As soon as it dashed over, the 6 disciples of the Jade Lake didn't even have time to scream. They were smashed into pieces. Blood splashed everywhere, and their clothes were covered in blood. Yi Fan was alarmed. The gray-haired creature was too tyrannical. In just a single exchange, it had ended 6 fresh lives. A man and a woman descended from the sky. One was a light-shaking realm elder, while the other was a Jade Lake elder. They attacked the gray-haired creature at the same time. Roar! A low roar sounded, muffled like thunder, shaking everyone until their blood and chi surged. An enormous blood sword had unknowingly appeared in its hands. It was 2 meters long, a foot wide, the scarlet red almost bewitching, as if immortal blood was flowing within it. Pooh! Its power was unmatched, and vicious flames overflowed into the heavens. With the blood sword in hand, it rushed forward. Its gray hair danced about, covering the entire sky in a gray color like a waterfall. The blood sword in its hand shattered the Yao Guang elder's weapon and tore open his body. It charged through, blood splashing everywhere. This kind of power was unrivaled. When the 2-meter-long blood sword swept across, the elder of the Jade Lake couldn't escape and was chopped into pieces. It was simple and direct, violent and effective, cruel and merciless. Yi Fan's life force was reduced to its lowest level, and his bodily functions had almost stopped. This gray-haired creature was unrivaled. It was a living demon king, so he had no choice but to hide well. The bloody light was several hundred meters long. As it streaked across the sky, the creature disappeared into the darkness and flew towards the main street. Is it really a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? Yi Fan quickly rushed out and dragged Li Dishing out from the fake mountain in another courtyard dozens of meters away. "Don't kill me. I have thick skin and thick flesh. I don't taste good." Li Dishing hugged his head, his entire body trembling. "It's me." Yi Fan slapped him to wake him up. He asked, "You have innate underworld eyes. Was that really a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area?" "It definitely was. Didn't you see what it looked like?" Li Dishing calmed down slightly when he saw that it was Yi Fan, but his eyes were still filled with fear. "Are you using the eye of the netherworld?" Yi Fan shook his shoulder. "How could I care about that? I didn't even have time to run for my life. Could it be a fake?" Li Dishing looked around in panic and said, "Taoist priest, we should leave quickly. It was less than 10 meters away from you, but it didn't kill you. You don't need to worry." "Here," Yi Fan said in a low voice. "You hide in the dark and see if it's a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area or someone pretending to be one." After saying this, he disappeared into the night. The gray-haired creature had gone straight to his house. They couldn't stay here anymore. The great elders of the Yao Light sect and the Jade Lake weren't here, so they couldn't stop it. Yi Fan didn't believe that it was a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area. He had a feeling that it was coming for his pure phoenix blood gold. He couldn't stay here for long. The people of the Jade Lake couldn't protect him either. Yi Fan wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. There was no one to stop him now, so he might be able to escape. He found a place, and the bones in his body crackled. He threw the gray Taoist robe into the leaf fire divine furnace and burned it to ashes. He turned into a young man wearing purple clothes. The heaven and earth-changing great art had reached the initial level. Not only could he change his appearance, but even his spirit and aura could be completely different. No, he stopped again. If it wasn't an unknown creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area and came for the pure phoenix blood gold, it must have thought of all kinds of possibilities. Maybe he was already waiting outside. If he went out rashly, he would most likely attract the attention of that pair of eyes in the dark. It wasn't good to run now, so he hid himself. In the front yard, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. A creature with white fur all over its body rushed into the air, holding a pitch-black iron sword in its hand. Almost every time the sword slashed out, a large string of blood would splatter. It was unstoppable. Even the elders of the 4 extreme secret realms couldn't stop it. This terrifying creature killed without blinking an eye and swept everything in its path. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Is it really a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? But why did the gray-haired creature sneak towards my residence? Yi Fan carefully thought about it. He took out a green tortoise from his body. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason why this creature would be attracted to him. Kill! The Grand Elder has returned. Someone yelled. Everyone was no longer afraid. At the same time, the other large factions in Origin City also came to help. Battle cries shook the sky as many figures rushed over. Yi Fan once again turned into a Taoist priest and rushed over, dragging Li Dishing out. He barked, "Take a good look at that white-haired creature for me. Is it a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area?" Li Dishing trembled as he gazed into the sky. The white-haired figure was about to disappear at such a speed that even Yi Fan was stunned. Even the Grand Elder of the light-shaking realm hadn't been able to catch up. Is it a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? There's a mysterious mist on its body. I can't be sure. Li Dishing's voice trembled. Yi Fan pushed him away. Without any delay, he rushed into the darkness, once again turning into an unfamiliar youth. Then, he took advantage of the large factions in Origin City to escape the courtyard. Even if that gray-haired creature was spying on him in the darkness, he didn't need to worry. It was chaotic now, and there were many people coming in and out. He wasn't the only one. The sacrificial weapon that the great ancient emperors yearned for even in their dreams. It's really unsettling. Yi Fan felt that it wasn't a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area. It was possible that someone was impersonating it to start a massacre for his Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. He couldn't stay here any longer. Not even the Jade Lake could protect him. Old Saber Honcho, the light-shaking realm Saint Child, or Yi Fan thought back. That gray-haired creature had wielded a 2-meter-long, foot-wide blood sword. It had slashed apart the light-shaking realm and Jade Lake elders with a single slash. That kind of power made one's heart go cold. Old Saber Honcho hid his strength very well, and his true strength was unfathomable. The light-shaking realm Saint Child was in the 3rd secret realm. He was extremely talented, and his combat ability was comparable to a divine king of the same level. In the 4-level secret realm, he was almost invincible. As for splitting into 2, it wasn't a problem at all. Other than Yi Fan, any other cultivator who entered the peak of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm could split into 5 gods. That night, the entire Origin City wasn't peaceful. 27 people from the light-shaking realm died, including 4 elders from the 3rd secret realm. 18 people from the Jade Lake died, including 2 elders from the 4-level secret realm. A total of 45 cultivators were killed, all with a single slash. No one could withstand the power of the blood sword, and no one could resist the power of the iron sword. The 2 creatures rushed over, and the 2 great sage suffered heavy losses. When the sky brightened, the news shook the entire region and spread to all the mining areas. Several great elders from the light-shaking realm and Jade Lake rushed over. Someone dared to attack a holy land and wave a blood-colored butcher's knife. This was definitely shocking news, and many forces in the northern region were alarmed. So many people from the light-shaking realm have died, so it's most likely old Saber Honcho. Yifan was shocked. When the sky brightened, he came to the southern part of the city. 5 low, blue-tiled houses were dilapidated, and everyone was gone. It was quiet. Was it really that old thing who did it? Yifan rubbed his chin out of habit. He stayed in Origin City and quietly observed the storm. Large numbers of powerful cultivators from the 2 great sages' lands rushed over. This region was very turbulent, and it wasn't peaceful at all. 3 days later, Yifan left Origin City. He didn't want to stay any longer, and it was best for him to leave this troublesome place. He had other ways to enter the Jade Lake, but he couldn't use his identity as a Taoist anymore. He had the Phoenix Blood Gold, a sacred item exclusive to the great ancient emperors, and it was enough to shake the world. He would definitely die if he saw the light of day. Half a month later, Yifan passed through a large area of Scarlet Land and left the vast mining area. He walked towards the oasis and returned to the stone stronghold next to the Purple Mountain. As soon as he got close to the stone stronghold, a huge black shadow pounced over. Yifan's speed was extremely fast, and he was unparalleled in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, but he still couldn't dodge. He was pushed to the ground, and a large, sharp, black claw pressed down on him. It was extremely thick. Yifan slapped out, stopping the black claw. He flipped over and sat up, riding on the black shadow. It was actually a large dog, much larger than a common dog. It was like a cow, and its body was as black as ink. It had a square head and large ears, and it was even larger than a tiger. Bang! The large black dog was extremely strong and agile. With a fierce fling, it sent Yifan flying, which surprised him greatly. The large black dog was drooling at him in an extremely exaggerated manner. It continuously licked its tongue, making him a bit speechless. In a moment of anger, he slapped out. Whoosh! He didn't expect the large dog to be so fast. It dodged to the side like a black bolt of lightning, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting towards him. Bang! Yifan slapped out, and the large dog staggered. It was completely unharmed, and instead, a large piece of his clothes was bitten off. He was extremely shocked. Had this dog become a spirit? But even if it was a dog spirit, it couldn't stop him. Where did this wild dog come from? I don't believe that I can't smash you to pieces. Yifan pressed forward, and his palms and fingers turned golden. He pressed forward, and unknowingly, he used a sliver of the Battle Saint technique. You're the wild dog. The large black dog suddenly spoke human language. This time, it was Yifan's turn to stagger. He was shocked. This dog could actually speak. It really had become a spirit. Dog spirit. No, ivory comes out of man's mouth. Do you know how to speak? The large black dog ferociously pounced over, and its teeth were as white as blades. It aimed a deadly bite at Yifan. Little brother Yi, you're back. Wang Shu came out of the stone stronghold and just happened to see him, revealing a joyful expression. There's a wild dog spirit here. Don't come over, it's a bit strange. Wait until I take care of it, and we'll eat black dog meat tonight. It's still uncertain who'll eat who. The large black dog roared, pouncing forward again. Little brother Yi, don't attack. That's Zhang Wuye's pet. You can't eat it. Wang Shu shouted loudly, and, at the same time, shouted at the large black dog. Black Emperor, don't bite people. That's the benefactor of our stone stronghold. The people of the stone stronghold were alarmed, and many people ran out. Little brother Yi is back. Black Emperor, don't bite randomly. It was brought back by Zhang Wuye. It's called Black Emperor, and it has already gained intelligence. A large group of people enthusiastically surrounded them. When Yifan heard that this large black dog was brought back by Zhang Wuye, he was very surprised. At that moment, it was impossible for him to kill it. However, this large black dog was unwilling to let him go. It bared its teeth and continuously bit down on him, biting off a large part of his clothes. F*CK. You're even fiercer than a bald-tailed dog. Yifan slapped it a few times and felt as if he was hitting an iron wall. Clanging sounds rang out, and if he didn't use the Battle Saint technique, he wouldn't be able to move it at all. The large black dog bared its teeth and let out a series of hoarse sounds. However, it didn't bite down on his body and merely tore apart his clothes. F***, it really is a bald-tailed dog. No wonder it's so fierce. Yifan was a little speechless. This large black dog's thick tail was really half-bald, and almost all of its fur had fallen off. Little brother Yi, you've returned. You weren't bitten by that bald-tailed dog, right? The idiot Lei Bo's feet didn't touch the ground, and he ran over from afar. His speed was very fast, and his cultivation level had increased again. However, when he came closer and saw the large black dog in the crowd, his face instantly paled, and he said, "I called it wrong. It's the Black Emperor." "Wait a moment. What's with this bald-tailed dog?" Yifan called Wang Shu and Lei Bo over. Before the two of them could speak, the large black dog bared its teeth and said, "If you dare call me a bald-tailed dog again, this emperor will destroy you. You black dog spirit really boasts shamelessly." Yifan looked towards Wang Shu and Lei Bo and said, "The stone stronghold wouldn't have been occupied by this dog spirit, right? Don't worry. You guys don't have to be afraid. I can burn him to death with a fire and let you guys eat dog meat. There's no such thing. The Black Emperor is really very good. With it here, the safety of the stone stronghold won't be a problem in the future. Little brother Yi, don't misunderstand. The Black Emperor is really a good dog." Everyone explained together. Yifan quickly understood that this dog was the Black Shadow that had once snatched the whole roasted lamb at the bonfire banquet. Later on, it appeared a few more times, and in the end, it stayed at Zhang Wuye's house. Speaking of which, this large black dog didn't just eat and drink for free. It had once brought back a few pieces of origin source. Yifan suddenly felt a wave of horror. This large black dog couldn't be the thing that followed him out from the Purple Mountain, right? Black Emperor, don't hurt people. Little brother Yi is a good person. At this time, Zhang Wuye received the news and walked out of the stone stronghold with the help of a cane. The large black dog was bigger than a fierce tiger and stronger than a big bull. Wagging its tail, it arrived in front of Zhang Wuye. Is this really the creature that walked out from the Purple Mount? Yifan was bewildered in his heart. He went up to Zhang Wuye and said, "Fifth Master, this bald-tailed dog. Brat, you're tired of living, right? Who's the bald-tailed dog?" The large black dog bared its teeth, its canines glaring, and its large eyes that were like copper bells. "You said you're the Black Emperor?" Yifan asked. "That's right, you can call me that." The large black dog had a proud look on its face. "My ass, Black Emperor. Do you really think you're an ancient saint emperor?" Yifan swept a glance at it and said, "For the sake of the elders of the stone stronghold, I won't call you bald-tailed dog. I'll call you Big Wolf." The large black dog flew into a rage and said, "Why can't this emperor be comparable to an ancient saint emperor? I can't help but want to destroy you now." Chapter 239. The large black dog was as strong as a bull. He had a square head and large ears, and his teeth were snow-white like daggers. They were extremely sharp, and he stuck out his bright red tongue. His tone was very forceful, and he considered himself to be the Black Emperor. Yifan stared at it, but he really couldn't see anything wrong with it. This big black dog didn't have any demonic chi, and it also didn't have any fluctuations of godly power. However, its muscles and bones were like copper and iron, and it couldn't be moved at all. "Let's go back to the stone stronghold and eat a whole roast lamb," Zhang Wuye called out, leaning on his walking stick. In the scarlet earth of the northern region, beef and mutton were the most common meats. It was very difficult to eat delicacies from the mountains and sea. Yifan pondered. Was this big black dog really the creature that had followed him out of the Purple Mountain? But it was completely different from what he had imagined. No one from the surrounding villages went missing, right? Yifan asked. Wang Shu shook his head and said, "Ever since Qingxia was breached, the bandits within a circumference of 500 li all disappeared without a trace. There are no more bandits. This region is very peaceful." "What do you mean? Do you think that I will stir up trouble here?" The large black dog was indeed very intelligent, and he instantly understood what Ling Han was trying to say. Yi Fan ignored it. This large black dog had an extraordinary background, so it wasn't wise to get into a conflict with it. The banquet was very lively. A large group of people, men and women, young and old, sat on the ground in the open air. The flames danced, and the roasted meat made sizzling sounds. Oil drops continuously fell into the fire, and the fragrance wafted in the air. The big black dog wolfed down its food, staying far away from the bonfire. Yi Fan asked Zhang Wuye, "Elder, do you know its origin?" "I don't know. Speaking of which, the first time I saw it, it really gave me a fright," Zhang Wuye said slowly. It would be a wonder if ordinary mortals wouldn't be frightened when they saw a big black dog speaking in human language. However, the big black dog didn't hurt anyone and was very friendly toward Zhang Wuye. I saw it near the Purple Mountain. At that time, it was wandering around. Lei Bo immediately recognized it as the black shadow that took away our roasted lamb. "Is it usually in the stone stockade?" Yi Fan continued to ask. "Every morning, it runs to the Purple Mountain for a spin. The rest of the time, it spends most of its time swallowing the sun jewels and moon radiance." Yi Fan nodded to himself. This big black dog really did have some sort of connection with Purple Mountain. It was almost certain that it was the creature that had followed him out. It really didn't eat any other livestock. It didn't do anything bad. Yi Fan was still worried about this black dog. The impression that the primordial race had left on him was too deep. In this world, he had come into contact with more unknown life forms than any of the great sacred lords. That was because it was rare for someone to see one even after thousands of years. He had once entered deep into the Purple Mountain and awakened several creatures, personally encountering them. As for the absolute beginning forbidden area, everyone knew about it, but no one dared to enter it. Only the emperors who were at the end of their lifespans could enter, and it could be said that they couldn't leave. They were lucky to be able to escape this time. It really hasn't done anything evil. I've touched its bones before. It's a big domestic dog that has turned into a spirit, not some other race, Zhang Wuye answered with certainty. Wang Shu, what do you think of it? I can't say. It doesn't feel like a big dog. Its personality is no different from a human's. Wang Shu shook his head. This bald-tailed dog is too unreasonable. Lei Bo mumbled at the side, afraid that the big black dog would hear him. The first time they met, he had been pounced on. His experience was much worse than Yi Fan's. He had been torn apart and bitten, and he had also been ravaged on a daily basis. This bald-tailed dog is very vengeful. Didn't I just chase it? However, it's really strange. It taught me and Wang Shu some special cultivation techniques, Lei Bo said. It taught you cultivation techniques? Yi Fan was surprised. It always thinks of itself as the Black Emperor. If we make the slightest mistake, it will wave its dog paw, Lei Bo complained. Yi Fan almost spat out the wine in his mouth. This big black dog was really strange. What techniques did it teach you? Let me see. Yi Fan indicated for Wang Shu to use the mystical technique and placed his hand on his body. This was a very strange mystical technique that was specially targeted at Lei Bo and Wang Shu's special physique. It drew out the mysterious energy within their frontal bones and tempered every inch of their flesh. This bald-tailed dog really does have some skills. Yi Fan was a little surprised. He nodded and said, "You too should learn from it. There's no harm in it. Little brother Yi, you must not call a bald-tailed dog. Lei Bo is often bitten by it because of this reason." Wang Shu reminded in a low voice and said, "It's coming over. You must call it the Black Emperor." Black Emperor, this big dog really boasted shamelessly. Did it really think that it was an existence like the ancient Saint Emperor? The big black dog ate a whole 2 goats. Its head was raised very high, and the black fur all over its body was very long. It was as glossy as silk, and its eyes were as big as copper bells. The only thing that was not in harmony was that bald tail. Is the Black Emperor full? Zhang Wuye patted the soft blanket beside him. The big black dog lay down and lay comfortably beside him. Such a ferocious big dog was indifferent to everyone except Zhang Wuye. It was still relatively docile. "Little brat, why are you always so unkind to me?" The Black Emperor glanced at Yi Fan arrogantly. Yifan really wanted to give a slap. This was really a vicious dog biting back. It had pounced on him the first time they met, and it still had the same attitude now. What kind of mental cultivation technique did you teach Lei Bo and Wang Shu? Yifan asked. It's naturally the supreme, ancient scripture that this emperor created. The big black dog had a proud expression on his face. Supreme, ancient scripture? What name does it have? Yifan asked as he clinked cups with the people around him and drank. It's called the Black Emperor Scripture, and it's a supreme secret technique that reigns supreme in both ancient and modern times. Black Emperor? You named it yourself, right? I've flipped through all the ancient books in the Eastern Wasteland, and there's no such name. There are only a few ancient emperors whose names have shaken the world. The big black dog roared in a low voice and said, This emperor disdains leaving his name in the annals of history. You're so arrogant when I say you're fat. Even if your tail is bald, how long can you live? 300 years? 1,000 years? Or 1,500 years? The big black dog hated it the most when people said that it was bald. It stood up with an unkind look in its eyes and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to pounce over. Zhang Wuye hurriedly comforted it, stroking its glossy fur with a coarse old hand, and said, Don't be angry, Black Emperor. Little brat, watch your words. The big black dog threatened. It lay there unhappily and said, This emperor has traveled through the ages, and even I can't remember how long I've lived. Yifan sneered and said, I've heard of the Eternal Universe Emperor, the Void Emperor, and the Empress of the West, but I've never heard of the Black Emperor. Can you compare to them? The big black dog wanted to retort, but even though countless years had passed, the names of the three emperors still possessed supreme divine might. It bared its teeth, but didn't dare to profane them in the end. The moonlight was gentle, and the bonfire danced. The young women and young men in the stone stronghold were singing and dancing to each other. It was a very joyous occasion. Yifan nibbled on a leg of lamb, drank over a dozen cups of wine, and said, There are only so many ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wasteland, and I know one of them. Why don't we have a spar? You want to fight with me? The big black dog tilted its head and looked at him, revealing its snow-white teeth. As a dog, don't be so savage, okay? Let's have a civil battle, and we'll each recite an ancient scripture to see who's better. The big black dog chuckled coldly and said, You want to swindle my supreme scripture? You're still far from it. Yifan shook his head with a smile and said, I only want to have a spar. How about this? Since you're so guarded, I'll recite a scripture first. There are only so many ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wasteland. Which one do you know? The big black dog obviously didn't believe him. To the extreme of emptiness, keep quiet. Yifan's expression was solemn, and he recited a scripture. This scripture was indeed an ancient scripture. Of course, it was incomplete. It was the void ancient scripture of the Ji family. Apart from the great void technique, he only obtained a few parts of the mental cultivation method. This was a supreme scripture created by the void emperor of the ancient void to observe all things and capture the eternal and unchanging laws. I didn't expect you to know a bit. At least you didn't try to trick my supreme scripture for nothing. The big black dog's eyes flashed, and he said, Listen carefully, I'll recite a part of my Black Emperor scripture for you. Okay, I'm all ears. Yifan's heart was calm, and he listened carefully. Swallow the sun and moon, illuminate the gods. The big black dog recited a scripture. It was indeed extremely profound and difficult to understand. However, the more Yifan listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. This wasn't something a human could cultivate. This was a demon saint's technique. Wait, I can't cultivate this scripture at all. There's no point in having a spar like this. Yifan stopped him. The ancient scripture that I created naturally has to be suitable for me to cultivate. It's not like I created it for you. The big black dog glanced at him disdainfully. My ancient scripture is famous throughout the ages. There are only a few in the Eastern Wasteland that can stand side by side with it. Even a demon saint can use it as a reference. However, your so-called Black Emperor scripture is far from enough. Yifan shook his head. Don't brag. Little brat, you want to trick a wolf for nothing and get other ancient scriptures from me? How can it be so easy? The big black dog looked as if he had seen through him. You're trying to trick a black dog for nothing. Lebo muttered at the side. Woof! The barking of the big black dog caused Lebo to immediately shut up. My scripture is famous throughout the ages, and it was created by the Eternal Universe Emperor. I disdain to obtain your scripture. Yifan shook his head, sighed, and said, At the end of the celestial path, who is the peak? You're full of nonsense. Your scripture is clearly the void ancient scripture of the G clan, and it was created by the Void Emperor. Why did you drag the Eternal Universe Emperor into it? The big black dog seemed to be very agitated, and said, Moreover, why is it Eternal Universe Emperor emptiness? I admit that the Eternal Universe Emperor is one of the strongest people since ancient times, but that sentence isn't directed at him. Then who is it directed at? Yifan laughed. It's naturally a peerless figure that surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. One of the emperors. The big black dog suddenly fell silent. After a series of probing, Yifan finally obtained some information. This big black dog wasn't an ancient being, and he had cultivated the demon Saint Heart technique. Moreover, he was close to Emperor Wushur. Little brat, you're still far from being able to play tricks with me. You don't even have ancient scriptures to think about. The big black dog calmed down and said, I indeed know the whereabouts of several ancient scriptures. Do you want to know? Yifan was speechless. This big black dog was clearly messing with his nerves. What does an old black dog like you know? The strongest ancient scriptures are in the hands of the great sage. The big black dog revealed a disdainful expression and said, I know where the Eternal Universe Emperor comprehended his Tao, and I also know which precipice the Western Emperor scripture was inscribed on by the Empress Mother of the West. Chapter 240. Yifan probed it a few times and finally obtained a preliminary understanding of the situation he wanted to know. The large black dog was not an ancient race and was rather close to Emperor Wushur. However, he also tasted the bitter fruit. In the following days, he was often bitten by dogs. The large black dog was very vengeful and would give him a bite every now and then. Whether it was eating or going out, he had to be careful. F***, I'm bitten by dogs every day. What's going on? He was really speechless. He had never seen such a vengeful dog. A cultivator being bitten by a dog. If word got out, it would probably cause a lot of laughter. It was really humiliating. If it weren't for the fact that his body was comparable to godly metal, he really wouldn't have been able to endure it. Even so, there were still a few bruises on his body. If you bite me again, I'll skin you alive and eat dog meat. These words caused a great disaster. In the following dozen or so days, there was no peace. The large black dog would occasionally bite him. Yifan also attacked a few times, but he couldn't do anything to it. That glossy black body was too sturdy. His golden palms and fingers struck out with sky-shaking sounds, but he just couldn't move it. What does it temper its body? It's too freakish. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that for some reason, the large black dog only knew how to bite and pounce. It didn't know how to cast any techniques, and it couldn't even fly. This is really strange. If it was an ordinary dog demon, it would also know how to fly. Yifan observed for a dozen or so days. The large black dog would go to the Purple Mountain every morning and then absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate. It didn't do anything else. Black Emperor, you can't even fly with this kind of cultivation. Your supreme scripture isn't good enough. The large black dog glanced at him and said, My great Tao is mysterious and unfathomable, and my cultivation level has already returned to its original state. What can you see? Don't try to trick me. Your stupid scripture isn't suitable for humans to cultivate at all. Why would I try to trick it? Yifan felt that this large dog was too vigilant. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens if he wanted to get any more information out of it. Don't think I don't know what you want. The large black dog raised its massive head and said arrogantly, Let me tell you, there's no chance. Just give up as soon as possible. Yifan rubbed his chin. He felt that there was really no way to deal with this old monster. It had lived for too long and was more cunning than anyone else. If you want the ancient scriptures, it's not impossible. Give me a piece of divine source. Yi Fan wanted to give it a beating, saying, why don't you say that I'll dig out the source of origin ancient mind for you to eat? You still want divine origin? I haven't even seen it before. Then there's no need to talk. The large black dog tilted his head and glanced at him. Then he swaggered away. Actually, I know the whereabouts of an ancient scripture of a monster race great emperor, Yi Fan said indifferently. I can't believe you're able to pull off such a cheap trick. The large black dog expressed his disdain. He didn't even turn his head back as he left with his bald tail raised high in the air. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and a bead of blood flew out. Without saying anything, he walked in the opposite direction. The large black dog immediately scurried back, baring his white teeth as he blocked Ling Han's path. Black Emperor, what do you want to do? Have you eaten the flesh and blood of a monster emperor before? I can smell the scent of that supreme, demonic blood. His expression was unkind, and his expression was even more vivid than that of a human's. Do you think I'm as savage as you? I've never killed a living thing in my life. If I believed your words, I would really be seeing a ghost. Now do you believe me? This is the aura of a monster emperor, and I do indeed know the whereabouts of an ancient scripture of a monster emperor. Yi Fan guided him patiently. No wonder I always had an urge to swallow you. There is a shred of the monster emperor's blood essence in your body. The large black dog bared his teeth and licked his lips with his bright red tongue. Black Emperor, what do you want to do? I want to eat you. The large black dog opened his bloody mouth and suddenly rushed over. Yi Fan formed a sun-moon seal and rushed over. His golden palm trembled, and he wanted to beat this large black dog to the ground. This place was like smithing, and the sounds were deafening. For hours later, Yi Fan's arms were numb, and he really couldn't fight anymore. He flew into the air and pulled out a shirt to wear. Because the large black dog was tearing and biting at him, he almost suffered a great loss. F***, I've been bitten by a dog again. Yi Fan looked at the teeth marks on his body and was really speechless. There was probably no cultivator who had been chased and bitten by a dog like him. The large black dog stuck out his red tongue and panted as he said, I believe you. You have indeed refined the blood essence of a monster emperor before, and your skin is thick and your flesh is not delicious. Yi Fan cursed his bad luck and turned to leave. Don't go, we can talk. If you can find me a divine source, I'll tell you the whereabouts of an ancient scripture, the large black dog called out from behind. Not interested. Yi Fan didn't even turn back and flew toward the stone stronghold. The large dog was obviously tempted, but he still demanded an exorbitant price. Now, he had to keep his cool. In the next 2 days, the Black Emperor was very calm and didn't come to find him. He finally had 2 days of peace and was not bitten by a dog. On the 4th day, the large black dog finally appeared and said, I say, brat, are you intentionally leaving me hanging? We both want an ancient scripture, and now we can sit down and talk. Give me 3 divine source, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the demon race great emperor's ancient scripture. Woof! The large black dog almost pounced and looked at him fiercely. Forget it. 1 divine source, Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Brat, you're trying to extort me. Let me tell you, I don't even have half a divine source. If you want an ancient scripture of a human race, give me a divine source. The large black dog gritted his teeth. In your dreams, I haven't even seen what a divine source looks like. Don't think that I don't know. You've obtained the heavenly source book, and you'll definitely be able to find a divine source in the future. Even if I find it, I won't give it to you. The first conversation ended on a bad note. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor didn't back down. The next day, they quarreled again. Brat, give me a divine source, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of an ancient scripture. Give me 10, and I'll recite half of the ancient scripture for you. Give me 50, and I'll give you a complete ancient scripture, the Black Emperor said patiently. Why don't you just dive into the origin ancient mind? How many divine source are there in the North region? You want 10, and then you want 50. Do you think this is a sweet potato? Yi Fan's fingers became a faint gold color, and he really wanted to slap the dog's head a few times. You can't say that. A supreme ancient scripture is priceless. How about this? You tell me the whereabouts of the demon race, Great Emperor Scripture. What you said can all be reversed. You can use divine source to exchange for the demon race, Great Emperor's ancient scripture. Yi Fan smiled. Woof, you win. The large black dog's tone finally softened slightly, and he said, we can exchange the whereabouts of the ancient scripture. This way, no one will lose out. I feel like I'll lose out. Old monster like you is too cunning. Who knows if what you said is true or false? Yi Fan took out the oily green-black tortoise and played with it in his hand. He did this intentionally. This large black dog's background was strange, and he wanted to see if he could see anything. The result exceeded his expectations. The large black dog's eyes immediately turned green, and he pounced over soundlessly, launching a sneak attack as fast as lightning, biting down. Even though Yi Fan was on guard, he was still bitten twice, but at least he didn't snatch the black tortoise away and soared into the sky. F***CK. I was bitten by a dog again. Yi Fan was extremely angry and really wanted to skin it and eat its flesh. Brat, how can you say that? What do you mean by being bitten by a dog again? It sounds like you're insulting me. The large black dog questioned boldly. Do you have any dog morals? Always launching sneak attacks. I've never seen a dog as immoral as you. Yi Fan felt slightly awkward talking to a dog like this, but this dog was really evil and was no different from a human that had become a demon. Brat, let me see that piece of broken jade in your hand. The large black dog looked at him from the corner of his eye. I'll let you see. It's definitely like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and you won't be able to return. Don't even think about it. Yi Fan stood in the air. The large black dog was very displeased with the words, throwing a meat bun at a dog, and said with a dark expression, Isn't it just a piece of broken jade? You're too stingy. I just think it looks a little like the piece I used to wear in the past. If you don't want to let me see, then so be it. Let's not talk anymore. He acted as if he didn't care and swaggered off. Yi Fan discovered that this large black dog was really two-faced and was even more cunning than humans. He said, Black Emperor, don't try to hide it. Do you really think I don't know what this is? You actually dare to say that? Broken jade? This is a divine source shell. The large black dog stopped in his tracks with a schwa, turned around, and said, Ridiculous, I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Fan smirked coldly and said, Keep pretending. The Black Emperor didn't leave and slowly walked over again. He said, This is only a divine source shell, and there isn't much spiritual essence left in it. How about this? I can barely count it as half a piece of divine source. If you can find another half, I'll tell you the whereabouts of the ancient scripture. I've never seen such a despicable dog like you. Stop pretending. I know there's a shocking secret sealed inside. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up slightly, and he slowly said, This is something that I brought out from a grand divine temple in the forbidden land of absolute beginning. I'm sure you've definitely seen something from it. If you want it, you can exchange it for the ancient scripture. Stop bullshitting. You think you can enter the forbidden land of absolute beginning? Any random creature that jumps out would be able to devour you. The large black dog raised his head high. Yi Fan waved the green jade in his hand and said, This is something that was enshrined on the divine altar of the ancient temple. The Deluo silver essence has already decayed, but this jade is still completely undamaged. Really? Let me see it more clearly. The large black dog scooted forward. You want to cheat me again, right? Yi Fan flew into the sky. In the following days, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor continued to wrangle. He felt that this dog was too difficult to deal with, and he really wanted to kill it and eat it. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat this large black dog. Its life was even tougher than his. Half a month later, he really couldn't take it anymore. He didn't have the patience to continue haggling and wanted to leave the stone stronghold. It was at this moment that the large black dog finally relented. Brat, you win. This is the first time in my life that I've given in to someone. I'll show you a way to find the scripture. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck. This dog's words couldn't be trusted at all. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines, and he said, Don't say such useless things. I only want the Western Emperor scripture. If you can't take it out, then don't say anything. I'll leave right now, And don't even think about seeing this green jade profound tortoise again in this lifetime. The large black dog's expression flickered, and he said, Brat, you're too ruthless. Why do you want me to bring you to find the scripture first and only give me benefits after you obtain it? This is too unfair. I have the guarantee of my reputation and yours. I can't see it. Brat, what do you mean? You're smearing this emperor's reputation. We'll never meet again. Yi Fan turned and left. Young people are really impatient. Fine, this emperor will bring you to find the Western Emperor Scripture, the large black dog said fiercely. Let's make this clear first. If you manage to find it, you must give me that green jade profound tortoise. No problem. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Also, you have to tell me the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture as well, the large black dog added. That's easy too. Brat, you agreed so quickly. Is there a trick? The large black dog was suspicious. I'm really wondering whether you're a black dog or a black fox. If you dare to look down on me again, I'll teach you a lesson, the Black Emperor threatened. The large black dog was only slightly obedient towards Zhang Wuya. He raised his bald tail in farewell and left with Yi Fan. Crackle, crackle. Yi Fan once again used the heaven and earth-changing technique and transformed into another youth. His appearance changed greatly. The large black dog sneered disdainfully at the side and said, One look and I can tell that you've done all kinds of bad things. Even when you're out, you have to act like this. What kind of atrocious things have you done? Don't be cocky. Hurry up and take me to find the Western Emperor Scripture. Yi Fan felt that this large black dog was really difficult to deal with. Take me to the surrounding cities first. The Black Emperor raised his head very high and swept his gaze over the reddish-brown earth. Why are you taking a stroll around the cities if you have nothing better to do? We're not going out to travel, but to find the Western Emperor Scripture. Didn't you say that when the Western Emperor Mother first created this scripture, she carved it on a precipice? I've been in seclusion for many years, and the mountains and rivers have all changed, so how could I still remember it so clearly? I need to carefully look around to find the direction. The large black dog's bald tail was raised very high, and he looked very aloof. How long have you lived, and you still say that the mountains and rivers have all changed? How shameless! Yi Fan glared at him. Even divine kings could only live for a few thousand years, and the lifespans of others were much shorter. Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll be able to find that precipice after I look around. The large black dog dashed forward like a black bolt of lightning. In the next few days, they went to over 30 cities. The large black dog wandered around, and it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Brat, you've really gone too far in doing bad things. Look, even your portrait has been pasted up in this city. This is a reward of 1,000-kilogram source. In an ancient city called Long Wind, Yi Fan saw his own portrait. Without a doubt, it was an arrest warrant issued by the Ji clan and the light-shaking realm. Someone had pasted it up. He had seen a similar arrest warrant from Big Boss before, and it was completely the same. When I have some free time, I'll kill all the members of the younger generation who have entered the North region. You want to use them as practice after obtaining the Western Emperor Scripture, right? The large black dog saw through his thoughts. You still haven't found the direction? Don't tell me you've forgotten, Yi Fan said with a dark expression. I've already gradually remembered it. We can set out now. The large black dog gave an affirmative answer. After traveling for several days, Yi Fan felt that something was off. The large black dog was leading him in the direction of the Origin Ancient Mine. Are you sure you didn't remember the wrong way? We're going to the Origin Ancient Mine. That's right, we're going to the old land of the Jade Pool, the large black dog answered. Yi Fan had heard that the old land of the Jade Pool was over 10,000 kilometers away from the Origin Ancient Mine, and the sect had only moved later on. However, now, no one knew where the so-called old land of the Jade Pool was, and no one could find it. It was said that when the Jade Pool retreated, it had already been completely sealed. Around the Origin Ancient Mine, the vast and boundless region was all mining areas. The large black dog was like an old horse that knew the way, observing the terrain of the mountains and rivers, and continuously making detours, avoiding the mining areas of the Holy Land, bringing Yi Fan into the depths of the reddish-brown earth. Why did the jade pool retreat? Yi Fan asked. In reality, many ancient texts recorded that the jade pool was over 10,000 kilometers away from the origin ancient mine, and there was no mention of any so-called relocation. No one knows the specific reason. The moonlight was like water, and Yi Fan and the Black Emperor had already advanced in the uninhabited region for over a dozen days, but they still hadn't found the so-called ruins of the Jade Pool. That's not right. The old land of the Jade Pool has beautiful mountain ranges, and the scenery is beautiful. It's an oasis, and it should be in this region. Why has it disappeared? The large black dog was suspicious. Under the moonlight, the red earth stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no end to it. It was empty and vast, and it was difficult to even see a large rock, let alone a mountain. The Black Emperor looked up at the bright moon, and then looked at this blood-colored earth, and said, "This place has been sealed. Brat, hurry up and find it. If we enter into a world full of flowers and birds, we might have a great opportunity." Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He saw a white figure flying into the sky from the distant horizon. Jade Pool, celestial. Two divine lights shot out from the large black dog's eyes, and he said, "Looks like we've come to the right place. We definitely have to find the sealed, old land of the Jade Pool. I really want to see why they retreated." Chapter 241. In the North region, the temperature difference between day and night was very large. The moonlight was cold, and the chill was bone-chilling. On the horizon, a few white figures were very ethereal, flickering and disappearing. They were as ethereal as immortals as they flew into the sky. Yi Fan disappeared with a step, leaving behind a dozen or so afterimages on the vast land. He chased very far away, but he didn't catch anything. He stood in the night sky, looking up at the boundless starry sky. What is that? He was confused. The few white figures disappeared into the boundless night sky and couldn't be seen again. "Jade Pool, celestial," the large black dog answered. "Celestial?" Yi Fan didn't understand. To cultivators, celestials were illusory and unreal. Though there were always legends about their existence, there was no proof. Even if some were recorded in ancient books, they couldn't stand up to scrutiny. It's hard to say. The large black dog shook his head. The Jade Pool was an ancient site. Occasionally, there would be strange scenes of celestials flying under the night moon. No one could tell what was going on. From afar, it was hazy, but up close, it was indistinct. According to the legends, this was a primordial afterimage, a reflection of countless years ago, a replay of ancient events. It can't be a celestial. Yi Fan didn't believe it. I didn't say it was a celestial. The Black Emperor's eyes shone with a green light. He was no different from a wolf in the night. There was nothing on the vast land except sand and stones. The second half of the night was very quiet. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor searched for most of the night without finding anything. In the past, the Jade Pool had opened a sect here because the mountains and rivers here were beautiful and it was a rare celestial land. But now, it was desolate, and apart from red sand, nothing else could be seen. The miraculous scene of the Jade Pool, celestial, had already appeared. This was definitely the old land of the Jade Pool, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find a single flaw. The morning glow surged, bright red and golden, and the reddish-brown land was dazzling. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor busied themselves for an entire night, but they didn't even find a single tile, let alone the ruins. "You're really unreliable. You told me there was a Western Emperor scripture here, but you couldn't even find it. Do you know what it means to be blessed?" "What's that?" "That's the Western Emperor scripture, which was created by the legendary Western Emperor Mother. How could it be obtained so easily?" The large black dog tried to find an excuse. "Before coming here, you said it was very easy. You said that it was carved on a precipice, and as long as you came here, you would be able to find it. What happened?" The large black dog pulled a long face and walked to the side unhappily. He narrowed his eyes and began to ponder. After a long time, he said, "This place has been sealed, and I'm slightly unwell, so I might not be able to open it at the moment. I can only think of another way." It stood up and said, "Let's go to the edge of the Jade Pool." The seal, there's the weakest. I think there's a way to sneak in. After advancing for a full half a day, the large black dog finally came to a decision. Let's search here, he said. Let's search here. The midday sun was very scorching. With the scorching sun overhead, the man and the shadow almost overlapped. The Black Emperor wandered around and suddenly jumped up, saying, "Found it." Hearing this, Yi Fan rushed over. In front of them, there was a stretch of red sand shining brightly. The scorching light from the scorching sun flowed over there like a large furnace. Is there something strange about this place? Can we enter the jade pool from here? I remember that there's an ancient well at the edge of the jade pool, Celestial Land. It should be here. We can most likely enter, the large black dog replied. Old Black, are you reliable? Don't try to fool me again. Yi Fan didn't really believe him. The large black dog bared his teeth and threatened, "Call me Black Emperor." Yi Fan struck out with his palm, and the red sand swirled into the air. A large pit appeared in the ground, and some large rocks emerged from it. That's right, it's here. Time is merciless. Even this ancient well has been drowned by the sand. The large black dog squatted down to take a closer look. When they finished clearing the ground, an ancient well appeared below them. It was built from ancient jade, and the mouth of the well was sealed by a large rock. The sunlight in the sky was absorbed by this well, and thus it was as hot as a large furnace. As expected, the jade pool is extraordinary. Even though it has been sealed, it can still automatically absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. This well is absorbing the sunlight. When Yi Fan lifted the large rock, a pitch-black mouth of the well was revealed. It was very deep, and they couldn't see the end of it. Are you sure that this well can lead to the jade pool? Yi Fan looked at him suspiciously. It should be about right, the large black dog said in an uncertain tone. What do you mean by about right? Are you sure? Have you entered here before? This well is so deep, so who knows where we'll lead to? Isn't there no other way? We need to slowly explore it. The large black dog held a rock in his mouth and tossed it into the ancient well. There was no echo for a long time. This is a bottomless pit. Yi Fan was shocked. I remember now. This is definitely the place that leads to the jade pool. Someone has entered here before. Brat, you go down and explore the way first. Why don't you go and explore the way? I've encountered some problems with my cultivation, so I can't fly. You can only go down. You're the one leading the way, yet you want me to go and explore the way. Yi Fan glared at him. There's light down there. The large black dog suddenly poked his head into the well. Yi Fan was surprised and looked down, but he didn't discover anything. Right at this moment, he felt the large dog's head bump into his body, and he was thrown down. Bald-tailed dog, you're really evil. Fortunately, he had been on guard against this large black dog, and he grabbed its hair, pulling it down as well. Brat, it's enough for you to go down alone. There's no need for both of you to come in. That's right. I also feel that it's enough for you to go down alone. Why don't I just throw you down? Yi Fan was about to let go, and he wanted to fly up himself. I can't fly. Brat, if you dare to let go, I won't let you off. The large black dog bit Yi Fan. F***. I've been bitten by a dog again. Yi Fan didn't fly up. Instead, he grabbed the large black dog, and they descended together, wanting to explore a path. The ancient well was really very deep, and they only reached the bottom after descending for over 2,000 meters. There was no water, and the ground was completely covered in mud. The stone that the large black dog had thrown and had sunk deeply into the mud. When they landed on the ground, a rotten smell wafted over. There were actually withered leaves in the mud. The ancient well was connected to an underground river, but the river had already dried up, and it flowed horizontally into the distance. Occasionally, they could see some small puddles, and some blind fish could be seen swimming in them. This dried-up river definitely leads to the Jade Lake. Even if there's a seal, it's still the weakest place. A green light flashed in the large black dog's eyes. The river was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. They could only use their spirit sense to capture the surrounding scenery. Yi Fan advanced slowly, and the Black Emperor followed beside him. You can even find a path like this? Is this the hole that you crawled out of in the past? Yi Fan swallowed the words dog hole, fearing that the large black dog would fly into a rage. F***, brat, are you scolding me? The large black dog was extremely sensitive, and he was as cunning as a human. He immediately realized what was going on. Yi Fan was afraid of being bitten, so he hurriedly diverted his attention and said, "No, you're thinking too much. How did you discover this path?" In the past, the water in the ancient well was full, so it was almost impossible to discover this path. However, there have indeed been people who have entered this place before, but it has nothing to do with me. I've only heard of it. After walking for a full 30 to 40 kilometers, Yi Fan felt that the terrain was gradually becoming higher, and they were slowly ascending to the surface. In this place, the seal was extremely weak. There was a faint light flickering, but it couldn't stop anything at all, and they could continue forward. After walking for another few kilometers, sunlight shone down, and they were already very close to the exit. "We can really enter the Jade Lake from this place," the large black dog muttered. "So you really don't know?" Yi Fan really wanted to teach him a lesson or two, but he was afraid of being bitten by the dog. This was a large lake, but it had already dried up, and the bottom of the lake had cracked open. This river was connected to a large crack at the bottom of the lake. After coming out from the river, rich spiritual chi instantly rushed over, making them feel refreshed, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. The bottom of this large lake was very dry, and if one didn't count those large cracks, its shape was about the same as a frying pan. Many large fish bones lay on the ground. The lake had dried up, and they had died. The size of these bones was extremely astonishing, and there were a few that were over a dozen meters long, or even close to 20 meters long. Such large fish have most likely almost become spirits. In the surroundings of the lake, there were many ancient trees that reached into the sky that were rooted on the shore of the lake. They were incredibly vigorous, but it was a pity that they had all dried up, and only one or two still had a dozen or so yellow leaves on their heads. "These trees are too thick. I'm afraid they have already grown for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, right?" Yi Fan was astonished. Such ancient trees should have already become spirits, yet they had all died here. This was really a little strange. There's something strange about this place. A dark light shone from the large black dog's eyes, and he said, "No matter whether it's the large fish that are over a dozen meters long in the lake, or the ancient trees on the shore that would require more than a dozen people to wrap their arms around, they obviously can't become spirits." "What did you sense?" Yi Fan asked. "I didn't sense anything. It's just a kind of intuition. Perhaps this is the reason why the Jade Lake is retreating." The Black Emperor swept his gaze over the shore of the lake. The surroundings were very quiet. It was a little lifeless. Yi Fan walked out of this dried-up lake pit, landed on the shore, and looked around. In the distance, there was an expanse of withered trees. Many trees had withered, and the entire area was bare and lifeless. It gave off an extremely desolate feeling. "Didn't you say that this is a world filled with flowers and birds? Why is it so desolate and lonely?" "Something has happened here." The Black Emperor walked forward. Although the old land of the Jade Lake was very desolate, the spiritual chi here was very dense, and it was many times denser than the outside world, as expected of a holy land for cultivation. After walking for several kilometers, the sound of flowing water could be heard. After passing through a large forest of withered trees, a lush greenery entered his eyes. In front of him, there were green plants everywhere, and they were verdant and lush. There was a lake that was as clear as a sapphire, and large patches of plants on the shore were full of vitality. There were massive, ancient trees, and their branches stretched towards the sky. Their entire bodies were like small mountains, and their thick vines were like numerous dragons, crawling all over the place. All kinds of flowers and plants were fragrant, refreshing the mind. They were colorful and very pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan felt that it was strange. Why was there such a great contrast? They were very close to each other. One place was deathly silent, while the other place was full of vitality and vitality. The large black dog ran forward, passing through this lush land. After advancing for a mere 1,000 meters or so, another expanse of withered trees appeared, and it was completely silent. Strange, it can't be because of the water source. They continued forward and discovered that 90% of the area was lifeless, and only a few places had vitality. This was also the case for the mountains. Most of them were bare, and not a single blade of grass grew. Only a few of them were beautiful, and their peaks were verdant and green. After advancing for several dozen kilometers, they finally saw a few pavilions. However, they were already half collapsed. Even though there were patterns on them, after so many years, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. Soon, we're approaching the important land of the Jade Lake. The Black Emperor's bald tail started counting as he ran forward. After passing through many mountains, they finally arrived at a land shrouded in celestial mist. It was quiet all around, and all the plants had withered. Large numbers of palaces were like heavenly palaces, either standing on the peaks of mountains or sitting in front of dried-up waterfalls. If vitality was restored to this place, it would definitely be a celestial realm. The palaces of the Jade Lake that were floating in the air have all been moved away, and not a single one is left. The large black dog swept his gaze around. Is there an impregnable ancient city in the Jade Lake? Yi Fan asked. Of course there's one. The large black dog's eyes flashed, and it was as if he was searching for something. He said, after passing through a few mountain ridges in front of us, we'll arrive at the central area. They quickly advanced, and after passing through this withered land, the mist ahead became even more indistinct. After passing through a few mountain ridges, a lush land once again appeared before their eyes. There were waterfalls and springs, and the mist was hazy. There were many palaces here, and they were all extremely beautiful. It was as if they had entered the celestial realm. It's great that the central area hasn't become a land of death. The large black dog rushed forward. Which precipice did the Western Empress inscribe the scripture on? Yi Fan urged. After arriving at this kind of celestial realm, even he was feeling slightly restless. What are you in such a hurry for? Let's go to a good place first. On the beautiful cliffs, there were numerous large waterfalls that cascaded down. The silver waterfalls were as long as 3,000 meters, and it was an extremely spectacular sight. There were many palaces here, and it was like a scene from a painting. Where exactly are you going? Yi Fan asked. I'm naturally going to the holy lake of the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake is named after it. Not far away, there was a vast expanse of open land. There were countless strange flowers and plants in the surroundings, as well as palaces. In the central area, there was dense spiritual chi, and auspicious colors flowed about. There was a lake there, and it was hazy. It should be here. The large black dog rushed over. In this place, the spiritual chi was even denser, and it was many times denser than in other places. Standing here, they didn't need to use any mysterious techniques, and they could automatically absorb the source essence of heaven and earth. Plop! The large black dog dove into the celestial lake. Black Emperor, is there some kind of treasure in the lake? Otherwise, why are you so anxious? The large black dog didn't answer, and he swam toward the center of the lake. Like a streak of black light, he suddenly dove into the lake. Howl! The large black dog dove into the water for a few minutes before letting out a howl. He leaped out of the water as if he had been startled. What did you see? Yi Fan was astonished. Nothing much. It was just too refreshing. This is the celestial lake of the Jade Lake, and bathing here has a miraculous effect. It can open up one's muscles and activate one's meridians, speeding up one's cultivation. Brat, come down as well. Nonsense. Seeing how scared you were just then, there must be something strange. Are you trying to drag me down with you and be unlucky? Yi Fan stood on the shore, his arms crossed as he looked at the large black dog. Brat, you're naturally suspicious. Have I ever been so unscrupulous? The large black dog asked. When have you ever been unscrupulous? Hurry up and come up. Go and find the Western Emperor's scripture for me, Yi Fan urged. The water quality of this celestial lake is special, and in the past, only the fairies of the Jade Lake could enjoy it. This is a place where peerless beauties come out to bathe. Outsiders can't even see it, much less enter. Don't you want to come down and experience it? Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He saw a few figures in the water. They were pale white, and it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. "You bald dog, you really are evil." The large black dog seemed to have sensed something, and he leaped high into the air. He leaped out of the water and shouted, "Why are you following me? Why are you still moving? F***, this damn dog." As expected, he wanted to drag me down with him and be unlucky. Yi Fan cursed silently. The large black dog rushed forward, sticking close to the surface of the water. His bald tail straightened, and he sprinted madly toward the shore. Under the lake, a few blurry figures with long black hair and white robes streaked past, causing Yi Fan's heart to palpitate in fear. Or those things. Chapter 242. The mist was hazy, and water splashed everywhere. The large black dog trod on the water, running on the waves. He was like a black arrowhead as he quickly rushed ashore. "What's going on? Why are they moving?" He was very disheveled and turned around to look. F***, this damn dog really deserves a beating. Yi Fan almost went over to smack him again. He looked askance at him. "Brat, you're really unkind. You actually didn't help me just now," and just stood on the shore and watched. The large black dog turned around and bared his teeth. "I wanted to help, but I just wanted to smack you." Yi Fan stood on the shore and looked at him a few times. Then he looked at the blurry figures in the water and said, "What did you see?" The large black dog knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue too much. He wandered around the lake, mumbling something. "What are you saying?" "I saw celestial maidens, all of them beautiful and beautiful. I can't help but feel pity for them. Let's go down and investigate together." The large black dog said, "If you feel pity for them, then they definitely aren't celestial maidens. They're most likely a large wolf dog." "Woof woof, brat. Are you tired of living?" The large black dog's bald tail stood up. "All right, stop biting me. My legs are full of your teeth marks." Yi Fan hurriedly comforted him. He was still hoping that he could find the Western Emperor's scripture, so he didn't want to provoke him. Around the lake, the spiritual chi was so thick that it could almost condense into liquid. It was a holy cultivation ground that cultivators dreamed of. The water was dotted and mist drifted. Everything underwater was very blurry, and a few figures slowly disappeared into the depths of the lake. Their figures were stiff, and they wore sackcloth. Their black hair was loose, and they looked very frightening underwater. They were like water ghosts, very strange. "They're all corpses?" Yi Fan asked in detail. The large black dog's expression darkened, and he said, "How unlucky. This is clearly a celestial lake, a place where celestial maidens come out to bathe. I excitedly went down to search for the holy treasure, but in the end, I'm really unlucky. There's something good that you want to take for yourself, and when you see an evil creature, you want me to go down to accompany you?" Yi Fan glared at him. "Let's go down together. Maybe we can find a treasure," the large black dog urged. "I'm not going. I'm not interested in corpses." Yi Fan refused. "Lad, don't regret it. This is the most important place in the Jade Lake. If there are no corpses in the lake, I want to take them all away. In the past, this pool was well known under the heavens, the North region's most famous immortal pool. Spiritual essence was dense, to the extent where there was even a source within the pool. Drinking the water of this pool for a long time could prolong the lifespan of mortals, and the effect was even better for cultivators. The pure and holy nature of the women of Jade Lake was related to this. It could slowly improve their physique, and after dozens or hundreds of years, their bodies would be flawless. The water of the Jade Lake was the best source of water for refining medicine. Some great sects and sacred grounds would even come here to ask for water when refining precious divine pills. The materials used by the Western Empress to refine her extreme weapon were dug out from this celestial pond. Perhaps we'll be able to reap some benefits if we go down there, the large black dog said enticingly. "Stop dreaming. If I did, would I still be here?" Yi Fan scoffed. The requirement for the materials used to refine an extreme weapon were too high. Emperors had a very long lifespan, much longer than ordinary cultivators. But even if they searched all over the world, they still might not be able to gather all of them. Holy objects like Phoenix blood gold were extremely rare and could only be found by chance. Moreover, to refine an extreme weapon, it had to be made from the most precious materials since the world's creation. Thus, since ancient times, regardless of whether it was lost or existing extreme weapons, there were only a few of them in the Eastern Wasteland. That's hard to say. Perhaps there really is a celestial material left behind. The large black dog's eyes flashed. The Jade Lake has already been evacuated. Even if there was anything left, it would have already been searched clean. How could it possibly be left behind for you? Yifan was unmoved. What do you know? This pool is very mysterious. The Western Empress founded her sect here because of it. Perhaps there are other things at the bottom of the pool. I suspect that the so-called Jade Lake Celestial was triggered by this pool. There are indeed corpses. You've already seen them, so what else is there to investigate? Why did the Jade Lake evacuate? Why are there so many corpses in the pool? Don't you want to find out? The large black dog was displeased. If I was powerful enough, I would excavate the entire Origin ancient mine, as well as the 9 sacred mountains of the forbidden ancient lands. But now, I only want to obtain the Western Emperor scripture, and I don't want to take any risks. If you don't go down with me, don't even think about obtaining the Western Emperor scripture in this lifetime. The large black dog bared his teeth. F***CK, this damn dog is even threatening me. Yifan cursed in his heart. The lake water was warm, and the water splashed up. It was as translucent as jade, and its spiritual energy was oppressive. It automatically entered one's body through one's pores. The people of the Jade Lake bathe in this water every day, so it's impossible for their cultivation not to improve. Why don't I just wait until I find enough energy and cultivate in seclusion here? I'll definitely improve by leaps and bounds then, Yifan exclaimed. What? Now you know the benefits, right? Do you think I would lie to you? The large black dog had a proud expression. Why are you so proud? Hurry up and go down. I'll follow behind you. I'll soak for a while longer. I'll go down after I've recovered enough energy. I'll feel a little uneasy. The large black dog felt slightly guilty. Have you snuck in here before? Yifan closed his eyes to enjoy the experience and asked this evil black dog. I'd like to, but I never had the chance. I've only heard of it before, so I'm going to properly experience it today. I reckon that only the important figures of the Jade Lake can enter this pool, right? Yifan asked. The ultimate weapon left behind by the Western Empress has always been suppressed in the pool, and ordinary people indeed can't enter. Only the Western Empress, the Holy Maiden, and the Grand Elders can enter. However, the water in the pool can be drawn out for the use of other disciples. The ultimate weapon is always at the bottom of the pool. Yifan was astonished. Unfortunately, it was taken away by the people of the Jade Lake. Sigh. The large black dog was extremely greedy. There was a huge splash, and the large black dog sank into the pool. Yifan followed behind him, and only slowly approached the bottom of the pool after descending for over 100 meters. F***CK. Yifan felt his scalp go numb. The bottom of the pool was densely packed with the corpses of young women. How was this a celestial lake? This was clearly a burial pit. There were several hundred corpses, and the center of the lake was completely filled up. Their slender arms and slender legs were still glowing, but their bodies were stiff, and there was no sign of life. The corpses of the women all had disheveled hair, and their faces were pale. They wore white linen garments that had the mark of the Jade Lake on them, and their hair was like snakes that danced in the wind. In the dim bottom of the lake, it would cause one's hair to stand on end. It was no wonder that when the large black dog had descended for the first time, he had leaped out of the water in shock and wanted to lure him down as well. This was clearly a celestial lake, yet the scene was like this, and it was indeed terrifying. There were no fish or aquatic plants in the celestial lake, and it was deathly silent. Apart from the corpses, there was nothing else. Go and look for treasures. I'll wait for you here. Yifan transmitted his voice through his divine sense. Why do I feel slightly uneasy? The large black dog muttered. A dozen or so corpses slowly floated up, and they swam over. They moved with the ripples of the water and did not rise up by themselves, but even so, it was still terrifying. There was a waxy substance on the surface of the corpses, and they had long since become corpses of wax. Even so, they should not have remained undecayed forever, and this caused Yi Fan to feel slightly puzzled. Are you going to look for treasures or not? If not, we'll go and look for the Western Emperor scripture, Yi Fan urged. Brat, go and see if they have any injuries and how they died. The large black dog transmitted his voice in an extremely disrespectful manner. Why don't you go? Yi Fan wanted to give him a good beating. They're all celestial maidens, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers. They are pleasing to the eye, but my hair stands on end, the large black dog said. I want to smack your dog head. F***CK. How can you say that? In the end, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor dove down together to examine the corpses. However, the two of them carefully examined the corpses of the several hundred Jade Lake disciples without any injuries, and they could not see any fatal injuries. Stop looking. We can't stay in this place for long. Something is not right, Yi Fan urged. I want to know why the Jade Lake retreated. Perhaps it has something to do with this lake? The large black dog was very persistent. If you can find out, it will be really troublesome. All the members of the Jade Lake have retreated, and if the two of us really discover any clues, it will be purely seeking death, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Hurry up and look for treasures. Otherwise, we will immediately retreat. The large black dog was also slightly scared. Even though he was conceited, when he thought of all the members of a holy land retreating, his heart also began to pound. What exactly is the reason that made the most prosperous holy land in the eastern wilderness retreat? The Black Emperor dove down to the bottom of the lake and began to search around, wanting to try his luck in finding celestial materials. In the end, after searching for an hour, the bottom of the lake had become muddy because of him, and he only found a few jade hairpins. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and he suddenly turned around. Just behind him, among the pile of female corpses, black hair was messy, and all of it was dancing wildly. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a pair of eerie eyes open, and through the pile of corpses, a cold and eerie light shot out. Under this gloomy lake water, Yi Fan's scalp was slightly numb, and he suddenly stepped on the water, rushing upwards. There were corpses floating above him, and the hair of one of the corpses tangled around his ankle. He forcefully shook it off, and with a splash, he broke through the water, rushing ashore. The lake water trembled, and in almost an instant, the large black dog rushed out, scurrying and rushing, his bald tail carrying 3 female corpses. Brat, hurry up and help. The large black dog rushed ashore as if his but was on fire. On his bald tail, the hair of the 3 female corpses were tangled, and they were brought ashore. The Black Emperor fiercely swung his tail and finally managed to shake them off. Not long after the 3 female corpses came into contact with the air, they instantly melted into 3 pools of liquid. Yi Fan felt a wave of disgust. He had just been soaking in the lake, and now he saw this scene. There seems to be something below. What did you see just now? The large black dog asked with a dark expression. I seem to have seen a corpse open its eyes. Now that I think about it, it seems like 2 pearls embedded in the bottom of the lake. Why don't you go down and take a look? In any case, you want to search for treasures, Yi Fan said unkindly. F***CK. I'm not looking for treasures anymore. The large black dog shook his fur violently, and water droplets flew in all directions. His body was black and glossy, and not a single drop of water could be seen on it. He said, the Celestial Lake has become a ghost lake, so there must be something below. Jade Lake Celestial. I think it's a ghost flying. Why do you think there are so many corpses? The people of the Jade Lake should have buried them. Why would they throw them into the Celestial Lake? Yi Fan was very confused. Who knows what's going on? Who knows who threw them down? No matter what, they won't go down. The large black dog was a little scared. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor distanced themselves from the Celestial Lake. Looking into the distance, the mist there was swirling. It was unknown whether it was a psychological effect or something else, but it felt slightly gloomy and no longer holy and pure. This was an important place, and there were many majestic palaces that had stood until now. They still did not decay, and contained extremely profound Tao patterns that could allow them to exist forever. Yifan walked into a huge palace. The floor was paved with jade stones, and it was bright and clean, without a single speck of dust. Even though a long period of time had passed, the palace still had a purifying effect, and there was still not a speck of dust. Thud, 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 in the spacious palace. Only his own footsteps echoed, and they traveled especially far. Creak, creak, clang, clang. He pushed open the door that had not been opened for countless years, and the sound of the palace echoed. It was as if he had stepped into the ancient Jade Lake. Standing here, it was as if he could feel the glory of the past. There was a group of beautiful celestial maidens that transcended this land, and they flashed with dazzling light under this starry sky. Yifan stood for a long time before walking forward, passing through one palace after another. In the tall and vast palace, there was nothing. It was completely empty, and there was only the silence left behind by time. Yifan did not find anything, and it was impossible for him to find anything. The large black dog wandered around and passed through a dozen or so huge palaces. In the end, he also returned empty-handed. Does the Jade Lake have medicinal fields? So many years have passed, and if they still exist, perhaps they can grow godly medicines. Yifan had just finished speaking when the large black dog dashed out, transforming into a streak of black light. He was as fast as he could be. This damn dog is too unreliable. Yifan cursed. He chased closely behind. If it was not for the fact that he had cultivated the old lunatic's movement technique, he would definitely have been left behind. The large black dog ran madly, stirring up a gust of black wind. After running for more than 20 kilometers, he rushed into a lush land. Only then did the large black dog stop and wandered around this mountain range. Black Emperor, you are too unkind. You run faster than a rabbit when you hear the words medicinal field. Why are you not running now? Yifan mocked. Am I that unkind? I am waiting for you. Let's go find it together, the large black dog said. Why would you be so kind? It must be because you can't find it, right? Yifan walked over. This mountain range was full of vitality, and there were green plants everywhere. However, there were no medicinal herbs, and there was no smell of medicinal fragrance. Strange, putting aside those rare natural treasures, why can't I even see the most ordinary medicinal herbs? The large black dog muttered in an almost inaudible voice. Black lines appeared on Yifan's forehead. This damn dog really couldn't find it, and it was not waiting here out of goodwill. In the end, the large black dog sighed sorrowfully and said, "This is too cruel. The people of the Jade Lake have moved the entire medicinal field away." If one looked closely, they would discover that there was a huge square pit in the open space in front of them. Even the ground had been taken away. A bad feeling welled up in Yifan's heart. Could it be that the Western Emperor scripture had also been taken away by someone? Even though the large black dog had repeatedly guaranteed that the people of the Jade Lake would not touch that precipice, now he was uncertain. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture. If the scripture is also gone, I will have the urge to kill someone. Don't worry, no one can understand those scriptures. Even the queen mothers of the Jade Lake in the past might not know about them. Even if they are placed in front of you, you won't be able to recognize them. They were created by the Western Emperor Mother when she comprehended Tao, and outsiders can't see anything at all. No one knows that she was the one who carved them. Then how do you know? Yifan was doubtful. What kind of existence is this emperor? I have heard of this secret with my own ears. The large black dog said proudly. Regretfully, they left the medicinal field and quickly rushed toward a mountain range. In this place, not even a blade of grass grew. There were precipices everywhere, and there were stone mountains everywhere. There was no soil and only large rocks. Just as they entered the mountain range, Yifan was stunned. There was a woman carved on the stone wall, and it gave off a feeling that the Tao diagram was naturally formed. Although it was a stone carving, it had a natural Tao and the wondrous state of being one with heaven and man. This is only a diagram, and there are no techniques. It is just a standing posture. So why does it give off a feeling of being one with heaven and man? Yifan was truly astonished. Let's go. There should be many diagrams in this mountain range. If you want to see them, you can slowly study them, the large black dog urged. Yifan reluctantly walked forward, but that diagram kept appearing in his mind. Chapter 243. Stone mountains stood in great numbers, and not even a blade of grass grew on them. The precipices were as if they had been carved by a knife, and they were straight up and down. The cliffs were tall, and when put together, they looked like steps leading to the heavens. There was not a speck of soil in this region, and there was not a single blade of grass. The stone mountains were continuous, and there were also many stone forests. The large rocks were either like crouching cows or like green bamboo shoots. They were all in different shapes and could be considered a marvelous sight. After Yifan entered the mountain, he looked around. This stone land gave him a very special feeling, as if there was an outer realm lying across this place. Each mountain had its own realm, and each rock had its own scenery. It was as if someone had used a large brush to carve out a natural path of the great Tao. Every mountain and rock here attracted his attention. After entering this mountainous region, Yifan discovered that many of the carvings had already become blurry under the erosion of wind, frost, rain, and snow. He could only vaguely make out them. Unfortunately, most of them were not so-called cultivation techniques. Many of them were records of some ancient events, and there were even some pictures of scenery, such as hundreds of birds and rare beasts. They were vivid and lifelike. Why did the fairies of the Jade Pool carve these? Yifan was suspicious, and he carefully observed them. These are all great events that once happened in the Jade Pool. Unfortunately, it is difficult to understand their meaning now. After walking forward a few dozen steps, Yifan arrived in front of a mountain wall. He was instantly stunned. The stone carvings on it were very special. There were 2 figures engraved on it, and one of them was actually not a human. It was a man who was 2 meters tall. He had 4 pairs of divine wings, and he was handsome and imposing. He had a total of 8 arms below his shoulders, and each of them was like a dragon, thick and powerful. There was a vertical eye between his brows, and in front of him was a beautiful and graceful woman. She was like a majestic queen, and her bearing was extraordinary, making others feel reverence. It really does record some great events that once happened in the Jade Pool. An unknown creature and a supreme elite of the Jade Pool confronted each other. Yifan was astonished. To be more precise, it was a confrontation with a queen mother, the large black dog said. Unfortunately, there was only one carving, and there was no follow-up, so they did not know the outcome of the confrontation. They walked forward and looked carefully along the way. There were pictures of the monster king welcoming, and there were pictures of the new queen mother inheriting the throne. They were all single pictures, and they were extremely simple. It wasn't that they couldn't see anything. When they arrived at a stone forest, Yifan finally saw a move. There was a large blue stone shaped like a crouching tiger. There was half a stone inscription, and a figure was forming hand seals. Although it was incomplete, with only half a body missing, it was still quite profound. The seal technique was very familiar to Yifan, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was the embracing mountain seal. The ultimate art of the Li Fire sect was precisely this type of imprint art. It was extremely powerful, and he had evolved it into one of the Battle Saint arts. He didn't want to see it here again. Someone erased half of it. Yifan had a bad feeling. So many years had passed. So could the Western Emperor scripture still exist? Could it be that it had also been erased by someone? He didn't really believe the large black dog's words. Hurry up and bring me to the Western Emperor scripture, Yifan urged. Aren't we currently looking for it? Perhaps it's hidden in these wall paintings, the Black Emperor replied. Don't tell me you don't know its exact location. Correct, that's exactly the case. I'm also looking for it. The large black dog replied calmly with his head held high. This dog was really unreliable. Yifan really wanted to give him a kick, but there was nothing he could do now. In the end, he still had to rely on him. Are you confident that you can find it? I'll most likely be able to find it, The large black dog replied with an uncertain tone. Yifan took out the Bodhi seed and held it in his hand as he sensed his surroundings. He couldn't completely rely on this large dog now, so he had to search for it himself. The large black dog wore a harmless expression, and he walked closer. Then, he suddenly lowered his black mouth and bit down on his hand. F***CK, you damn dog, you're attacking me again. Yifan was already on guard against him, and he hurriedly rushed into the sky. So stingy. Isn't it just a nut? It smells very fragrant, and I want to taste what a nut tastes like. The large black dog, who had failed in his sneak attack, was stubborn and refused to admit his mistake. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at the Bodhi seed. If you dare to attack me again, you can forget about that black tortoise for the rest of its life. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture for me. If you can't obtain it, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Don't raise any conditions for me, Yifan said with a dark expression. The large black dog tilted his head to look at Yifan and said, Brat, what kind of nut is that in your hand? Can it be eaten? Don't play dumb with me. What's the origin of that stupid nut of yours? I saw a ball man on it just now, and it seemed quite similar. Did you carve it on? Yifan knew that this dark and wicked damn dog was up to no good again and had designs on the Bodhi seed. No matter what, he couldn't let it see this seed. Who's that ball man? Why do I feel like he's slightly unusual? Seeing that Yifan was ignoring him, the large black dog could no longer keep his cool. His name is Sakyamuni. Have you heard of him? Yifan's heart jolted. What kind of stupid name is that? It only has 4 characters. Is this baldy very famous? The large black dog asked. Yifan was slightly speechless. The great Tathagata was being spoken to like this by a large dog. He glared and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture for me. Brat, what kind of attitude is this? The large black dog bared his teeth and said, If you continue to be disrespectful to me, you can forget about obtaining the supreme ancient scripture of the human race. That's right. If you can find the Western Emperor scripture, you have to give me that nut with the fat bald man carved on it as well. Yifan ignored him and walked into the distance. He looked at stone inscriptions one after another and occasionally saw some incomplete techniques. Every time this happened, he would carefully analyze them. An hour later, Yifan arrived in front of a precipice. This was an extremely vast expanse of stone inscriptions, and there were over 100 of them. They were much longer than the ones he had seen just now. At first, he did not pay much attention. That was because although the stone inscriptions were long, they were not all that profound. They were all the most common techniques. However, after looking at over 30 of them, his expression changed. It was these ordinary techniques, yet they were slowly elevated to a higher level. As he looked at them one after another, they gave off a feeling that they were turning something ordinary into something magical. He calmed his heart and focused and looked down. For a whole 2 hours, Yifan did not say anything. Only when he looked at the end did he sigh. The jade pool is indeed worthy of being a holy land. These should be for the younger disciples to study, and they all contain deep meanings. They were not special secret techniques. They were all very common techniques that have been passed down widely. However, they were elevated from ordinary techniques, and when combined together, they could turn something ordinary into something magical, and they could display an unbelievable might. More than 100 ordinary techniques combined into one, yet they can evolve into a completely different kind of mighty power. How mysterious. Yifan pondered for a long time before continuing to walk down. He found another 100 or so stone inscriptions, and he carefully observed them. In the end, he was truly shocked. This was a series, and there were more than 500 stone inscriptions in total. Yifan was extremely shocked. This was a supreme secret technique being deduced. From ordinary to profound, he immediately saw through the mysteries within. This was deducing an offensive technique of the 9 secret techniques. The Jade Pool's unparalleled experts were shocking. They started out ordinary and gradually evolved into the Battle Saint technique, wanting to recreate the 9 secret techniques. turning something ordinary into something magical and deriving a great offensive technique of the 9 secret techniques. This person was definitely a shocking and outstanding character. Unfortunately, she failed in the end and could not deduce the Battle Saint technique. Such a character was rare since ancient times. Those techniques were all related to the legends of the Battle Saint technique. This person had derived it to this stage, which was shocking enough. He was definitely a peerless character. Connecting the bits and pieces that have been passed down in the world to be able to deduce to this stage, it is truly astonishing. Yifan sighed. This person went from simple to complex, but the Battle Saint technique had tens of thousands of transformations. It could never reach the pinnacle, and it was very difficult to reach the end of complex. The true 9 secret offensive saint technique was to first obtain one, then transform into tens of thousands to the end of complexity, and then return to one. It was impossible for others to derive it. This technique was the ultimate simplicity of the great Tao. Yifan stood in silence for a long time, pondering in detail. Although this deduction had strayed from the correct path, it had given him great inspiration, allowing him to have a further understanding of the Battle Saint technique. Even if one was a peerless genius, without first obtaining the 9 secret imprints, one would not be able to derive such a supreme technique. Yifan pondered for a very long time. He felt that he could improve the might of this offensive saint technique a little more. This was really an unexpected gain. The geniuses of the Jade Pool had given him great inspiration. The sky had already darkened. Yifan continued to look at the diagrams in the night. When it was late at night, he had already looked through most of the diagrams, but the Western Emperor scripture was still nowhere to be seen. There are no mysterious techniques here at all, and even if there are only some ordinary techniques. You aren't trying to trick me, are you? Yifan's expression was unkind as he stared at the large black dog. Didn't I say that even if I saw the Western Emperor scripture, I might not be able to recognize it? I need to slowly analyze it, the large black dog said. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Yifan strode forward, and he had almost gone through all the cliffs, but he still could not find the Western Emperor scripture. I found it, it's here, the large black dog shouted. In the deep night, his voice traveled especially far, echoing endlessly. With a few leaps, Yifan approached. This stone mountain had a majestic aura, but there were no so-called scriptures on it, and it was completely bare. Where is it? This mountain is a part of the scripture. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck, the large black dog replied with his head raised. You're doing this half-heartedly. You casually pointed out a stone mountain and said it was the Western Emperor scripture. How do you want me to believe you? Can you find a scripture? Yifan questioned. That will depend on your comprehension ability, the large black dog stammered. Don't try to trick me. Yifan glared at him. The large black dog was also anxious, and he said, there is definitely a part of the scripture here. I heard someone say it with my own ears. What did you hear back then? Yifan asked. The stone mountain with a sun carved on it has a part of the scripture, and the stone mountain with an ancient tree has a part of the scripture. According to what the large black dog had said, the Western Emperor scripture had been hastily created, and the Western Emperor Mother had been comprehending it while carving it down on this stone mountain. On this precipice, there was indeed a blurry sun, but it was only the size of a palm. Even if one observed it carefully, it was very difficult to imagine that it had been carved by someone, and it seemed very natural. This ring is the so-called Western Emperor scripture? You aren't joking, right? The large black dog raised his head, tilted his neck, and said, that has nothing to do with me. You need to comprehend it yourself. This damn dog. Yifan really wanted to teach it a lesson, but he knew that he couldn't. In the end, he flew onto the stone cliff and observed that sun. Yifan caressed that sun brand with one hand and held the Bodhi seed in his other hand. However, even after meditating for a long time, he still couldn't sense any abnormalities. Black Emperor, you are lying. What scripture is there here? There definitely is, but it requires an astonishing comprehension ability. Whether you can obtain the Western Emperor scripture will depend on your own ability. When the large black dog said these words, he was more or less lacking in confidence. On the cliff, Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand. His heart was empty, and he quietly experienced it. However, it was completely silent, and he couldn't discover anything. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? The scriptures left behind by these people aren't so easy to obtain. The large black dog shouted from below, "I have found the Western Emperor scripture for you, but whether you can comprehend it or not is your own matter. You must give that black tortoise to me." There is a portion of the Western Emperor scripture recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book, and it belonged to the Tao Palace scroll. At this moment, Yi Fan silently circulated it and pressed the Bodhi seed against that sun. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light surged up, and a sun rose up from the stone cliff. It was incredibly scorching, and Yi Fan was completely swallowed up. The entire stone mountain became completely red, and flames surged. The great fire burned half of the sky red. The red sun hung in the sky, massive and vigorous. Yi Fan stood in the sun, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. F***CK. How can he really learn it? Apart from astonishing comprehension ability, doesn't he also need the Jade Pool scripture guidance? What a great loss. I really let this brat obtain the Western Emperor scripture. The large black dog's expression was filled with bad luck, and it was as if he had eaten a dead child. Chapter 244. The big black dog felt unlucky. It was a pity that Yi Fan couldn't see it. Otherwise, he would have to fight it even if he might get bitten. At this moment, above the cliff, the sun was like a mountain filling the sky. It was white everywhere, as if daytime had arrived. Yi Fan was at the center of the sun, seated cross-legged in meditation without moving at all. His expression was tranquil and aloof, and he was completely immersed in a type of Tao state. The scripture guide recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven had triggered the mark left by the West Empress, and the sun appeared. The palm-sized sun was an unimaginable mark of Tao. It contained the mark of the West Empress. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it still existed in the world. Yi Fan's mind was clear as he bathed in the fire. His heart was as red as the sun, shining brilliantly into the sky and illuminating the palace. The scriptures he learned from the Book of Source of Heaven were far from enough. They were incomplete, but he was mending them now. His heart was like the sun in the sky, corresponding to the sun outside. Essence overflowed. The innate essence was born, and the acquired essence was nourished. The fiery essence and surging Tao flowed from the human-shaped sun to every inch of his flesh and blood. His whole body was red and then slowly transparent. Fire clouds covered his body, and his heart was cleansed of all impurities. The inside and outside of the palace were clear, and his flesh gradually became translucent. This was a completely new change. Inside the heart, the fiery essence flowed along a more complicated path, including the innate and acquired ones. Yi Fan didn't move, using his heart to feel this change. The sun that filled the sky didn't have any scriptures or sound inside. There was only a kind of Tao rhythm, but it vividly explained the divine treasures of the heart of the Tao Palace's secret realm. The sun carved on the cliff corresponded to the scroll of the heavenly sun of the Tao Palace. After Yi Fan triggered it, he didn't get the specific scripture, but he could feel the mysterious evolution process. This kind of inheritance didn't leave a word or a word. Only the conception of the Creator was used to deduce the various changes of the ancient scripture. It didn't include the text of the West Emperor scripture, but it was comparable to the ancient scripture. Yi Fan sat motionlessly until the sun rose and the morning glow shone on him. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. At the same time, the great sun in the sky turned into tens of thousands of flames with a bang and rushed into the imprint on the stone cliff. Yi Fan felt that the section of the divine treasury of the heart of the Holy Ji Palace had been perfected, and it was very different from before. He felt that the circulation of his power of the Tao was smoother, and the essence of his body was surging. He welcomed the morning glow as he stood on the cliff. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his skin was like jade. Although he was a young man, he had the temperament of an immortal. "Did you really obtain the Western Emperor scripture?" the large black dog asked, unwilling to accept this. What do you mean? Do you think that even if you bring me here and guide me, I won't be able to cultivate the Western Emperor ancient scripture? Yifan looked at it with an unfriendly expression. The large black dog chuckled sheepishly and said, "How could that be? Am I that unscrupulous? I'm just asking casually. Hurry up and bring me to find the other parts of the Western Emperor scripture." Yifan urged. "Brat, did you come into contact with a Western Emperor scripture in the past and obtain the so-called sutra guidance?" The large black dog asked. "What are you talking about? What is sutra guidance?" Yifan stared at it. F***CK. How can I cultivate it without obtaining the sutra guidance? I've suffered a great loss this time. The large black dog mumbled in an inaudible voice. Yifan's divine sense could take form, and it far surpassed his current cultivation level. He faintly heard its low murmur, and his face was instantly filled with black lines. This damn dog was indeed unreliable. "Black Emperor, have you found the Western Emperor ancient scripture?" "No, I've searched everywhere, and this is the only place." The large black dog shook its head unkindly. "Nonsense, don't try to fool me. Hurry up and lead the way. You don't want that black tortoise anymore, do you?" Yifan threatened. "Lend me that nut with a bald head engraved on it. I'll definitely find the Western Emperor scripture with it." "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what the seed is used for?" Yifan glanced sideways at it. "How come I don't know? Didn't you use it to trigger that sun and obtain the Western Emperor scripture? Don't have any wicked ideas." Yifan refused sternly. If he lent it to him, it would definitely be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. In the end, the large black dog compromised and unhappily brought Yifan to another stone mountain. This mountain was engraved with a palm-sized metal essence mark. This time, Yifan was familiar with the process and did not waste too much time before triggering the mark left behind by the Western Emperor Mother. In an instant, his aura soared into the sky, and the metal essence clanged. He was sucked into a sheet of metal divine light. He sat cross-legged in the sky, and his sea of aura gushed out like a tide. The divine treasury of the lungs belonged to the metal element, and it was the strongest of the 5 internal organs. It was known as the canopy, and now that the scripture had been completed, a sharp aura soared into the sky, and clanging sounds rang out as if 10,000 swords were clanging together. The surface of Yifan's body shone with a metallic luster, and it was like a sharp blade slicing through the sky. Its sharpness was oppressive, and no one could take it head-on. There were no scriptures here, only the evolution of the divine treasury of the lungs. It was explained to the extreme, and there was no need to use words to convey its path. The divine treasury of the lungs could draw in 10,000 chi, drawing in one's essence, and spreading it throughout one's entire body, extending to one's skin and hair. It breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth, and contained a thriving vitality. At this moment, the turbid aura in Yifan's Tao Palace had disappeared, and his divine essence was surging. It was sparkling and translucent, extending to his 6 internal organs and connecting to his limbs and bones. His flesh, skin, and hair were incredibly clear. All chi belonged to the divine treasury of the lungs, and they were connected to heaven and earth. The essence that the physical body needed would be transformed through them. When the brilliance retracted, Yifan opened his eyes. He had completed the divine treasury of the lungs of the Tao Palace, and all the pores on his body relaxed. He felt that his physical body had become one with heaven and earth, and he could draw in 10,000 chi at any time. The Western Emperor scripture is profound as expected, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It's amazing. He had cultivated these 2 divine treasures before, and after being supplemented and perfected this time, he had experienced an even more profound meaning. It was as if a deity was covering his head, and his heart was completely clear. If I hadn't cultivated the scripture guidance, I wouldn't believe that I could obtain the Western Emperor scripture even if you beat me to death, the large black dog mumbled with a long face. "Black Emperor, what are you mumbling about?" The large black dog said fiercely. "Brat, You've seduced the Jade Pool Saint before, right? Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have obtained the Western Emperor Scripture Guidance. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take me to find other scriptures. It's not good to stay in the Jade Pool's old land for too long. After we're done here, we'll leave immediately. What happened next was very smooth. On a stone mountain with an ancient tree carved on it, Yifan found the divine treasury of the liver, and then the divine treasury of the spleen and divine treasury of the kidney were also obtained. The 5 divine treasures of the Tao Palace had been completed, but he hadn't cultivated the remaining 3 scriptures yet. He had merely perfected them, and he memorized them in his heart. At this point, the Tao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor Scripture was finally obtained by him, and he had a complete heart technique. Yifan stood silently for a long time, unable to hide his astonishment. This scripture was incredibly profound and mysterious. It revealed the secrets of heaven and stole the fortune of heaven and earth. You're really lucky. The Tao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor Scripture can be said to be the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It's the most perfect heart technique, and you actually managed to gather all 5 divine treasures. The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "Hurry up and give it to me. What are you in such a hurry for? I've only just obtained the Tao Palace scroll." The Western Emperor Scripture includes several major mystery realms, and there are still 4 scrolls that I haven't obtained yet, Yifan said with a smile. "You're even greedier than me." The large black dog gritted his teeth as he evaluated. They had only found one of the seals of the 4 mystery realms, but even if Yifan had the Bodhi seed in his hand, he still couldn't activate it. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't obtain it at all. Do I really need the scripture guidance? He immediately thought of the Western Emperor Scripture Guidance that the Black Emperor had mentioned. Not long after, they found the seal of the other mystery realm, but unfortunately, they still couldn't activate it, so they couldn't obtain this scripture. I had thought that you could compete with the Great Emperor and that you could obtain the Western Emperor Scripture without the Scripture Guidance. From the looks of it now, you must have seduced the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool and cultivated the Scripture Guidance of the Tao Palace Scroll. You damn dog. You knew about this earlier, but you didn't tell me. Instead, you tricked me into coming here. Did you want me to come here for nothing? Brat, you're challenging my dignity. Be careful that I don't eat you. The large black dog shouted fiercely. Isn't that the truth? Yifan glared at him. I'm so righteous. So how could I be so careless? I naturally have a way to resolve this. I just wanted to wait until you arrived here and offered up the profound tortoise before telling you. You're really good at scheming. You lured me here, and after I saw the true scripture, I was unable to extricate myself. Yet you couldn't activate it, so I had no choice but to offer up the green jade profound tortoise, is that right? Yifan resisted the urge to smack him and said, Luckily, I have the scripture guidance of the Tao Palace Scroll. Don't think so lowly of me. The large black dog did not blush at all and tempted him. Could it be that you don't want the other scrolls of the Western Emperor Scripture? You damn dog, you're really sly. Do you have the scripture of the 4 extremes? How are you going to help me obtain the Western Emperor 4 Extreme Scroll? Yifan stared at him fiercely and said, If you do, recite a part of it for me and let me hear it. The Black Emperor stammered. How could he possibly recite it? He opened his bloody mouth and said, Brat, you've profaned me time and time again, daring to call me a damn dog. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Damn dog, I also want to deal with you. Yifan formed a seal and took the initiative to launch a sneak attack, displaying the battle saint technique. The large black dog was not a kind person at all, and almost at the same time, he attacked with his black mouth. Damn dog's nature is really hard to change, only knowing how to use underhanded means. This time, you were the one who launched a sneak attack on me first. If I didn't make the first move, I would have been bitten by the dog again. Damn, brat, you're insulting me. Yifan and the Black Emperor began to battle in the stone forest. Both of them had freakish physiques, and their battle shook the heavens. When they clashed, it was like they were forging iron. Brat, no matter what, you've obtained the Tao Palace Scroll of the Western Emperor Scripture. So give me the black tortoise, the large black dog shouted as he bit. As if I'd give it to you. You actually want to get something for nothing? Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Yifan's golden palm began to move, pushing the sun-moon seal and raising the mountains and rivers seal, attacking with all his strength. Do you want me to work for nothing? The large black dog bared his teeth and threatened. Damn dog, what did you eat to grow up? Even the battle's Saint technique can't hurt you. Yifan cursed. Damn, so it's the 9 secrets. I was wondering why it was so painful. It's almost killing me. The large black dog's wails were definitely not an act. Yifan was continuously bitten over a dozen times, and he was really a bit speechless. The Battle Saint technique could only make his opponent feel pain. So what was this? Damn dog, you're really a freak. You're the freak. If the cultivators of the 4 extremes mystery realm were to be smashed into pieces by your palm, only this emperor would be able to withstand it. F***CK, it hurts so much. The large black dog bared his teeth and wailed in pain. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying wave shook out, and a few dozen kilometers away, black fog surged into the sky. That part of the sky suddenly became as black as ink. The Celestial Lake. It's from a celestial lake. Yifan and the large black dog immediately stopped fighting and made the same choice, running madly toward the exit. Right at the origin of the Jade Lake, an extremely terrifying wave surged out from the Celestial Lake, and dark clouds rolled. That's a Celestial Lake. What happened? Could it be that the retreat of the members of the Jade Lake has something to do with this? Not long ago, they had even gone deep into the lake to investigate. When they thought of this, both Yifan and the Black Emperor felt a chill. Their speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the dried-up lake. They rushed toward the ancient well along the large crack. Although something strange had happened to the Celestial Lake, nothing chased them down, which made them heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yifan wailed. His left hand was bitten by the large black dog, and he wouldn't let go no matter what. I hashtag it yin%yen. Why are you always making fun of me? Brat, I can't fly. When we reach the ancient well, you'll run away by yourself and leave me here. I'll bite you first, the Black Emperor muttered while biting his left hand. After we get out, let's never meet again. I'm a cultivator of the Tao Palace Mystery Realm, yet I'm being bitten by you every day. Following the river, they successfully returned to the ancient well. Yifan soared into the sky with the Black Emperor, and not long after, they arrived on the ground. The sun shone brightly, and the land was empty. The scenery of the Jade Lake could no longer be seen, and this trip gave them a very surreal feeling. Yifan abandoned the Black Emperor and immediately flew away. The large black dog was extremely angry and cursed. Brat, you obtained the Western Emperor scripture, but you haven't given it to me, and you haven't told me the whereabouts of the ancient scripture left behind by the Demon Emperor. If you dare to escape, I won't let you off. You return to the stone stronghold first. I'll find you later. Yifan transmitted his voice as he fled. Brat, you won't go back on your words. The large black dog shouted. If you dare to run, I'll tell all your secrets and ask the G-Clan and the Yawang Holy Land for a reward. Yifan slowed down, feeling that this large black dog was really difficult to deal with. Brat, you actually want to escape, trying to deceive me. Black Emperor, you still have the nerve to say that. You don't have the scripture guidance, yet you lured me here. It was you who wanted to deceive me first. The large black dog knew that he was in the wrong, and said, no matter what, you've already obtained the Western Emperor scripture. Fulfill your promise. Yifan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, I can't give you the black tortoise for now, but I can take you to find the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor. You can't be thinking of tricking me, right? The large black dog was suspicious. Do you think I'm you? Don't worry, I definitely won't be so dishonest, Yifan replied. I think you're even more dishonest than me. The large black dog bared his teeth. If you want to find the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor, you might have to enter the secluded residence of a great elite. Do you think you can succeed? Yifan asked. Great elite? You really know how to ask difficult questions. Although it's in that kind of place, we might not necessarily encounter a great elite. The ancient scripture isn't in his hands, and it's in the hands of someone else. The large black dog pondered for a moment and said, "I can try." Saying this, he suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brat, you can't be deceiving me, right? Don't think of me as such a bad person. Do you think I'm like you? Dark and wicked?" Yi Fan replied. The large black dog stared at him and said, "You're very unreliable. I should be the one saying that. After entering the Jade Lake, have you done a single reliable thing?" Yi Fan questioned. Then he continued, "The person who has the ancient scripture has two souls in his body. Do you have a way to extract one of them?" The large black dog was suspicious, and he said, "Brat, why do I feel like you're up to no good? Am I that kind of person? From the beginning to the end, you've always been the dishonest one." Yi Fan exposed his shortcomings. Then he said, "Don't worry, there might be some twists and turns in the process, but you'll definitely be able to obtain the ancient scripture. I keep feeling that you're unreliable, Brat." The large black dog stared at him. "It's because you've done too many bad things, and you're always scheming against others. That's why you think of others as bad as you," Yi Fan said with a sneer. "I'll believe you for now. However, Brat, you'd better think carefully. If you dare to scheme against me, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go." The large black dog threatened fiercely. Chapter 245. Along the way, Yi Fan focused on comprehending the Western Emperor scripture and found it more and more profound and profound. The Palace of Tao had 5 dragons coiling around it. It was dense inside and outside, and the 5 chi shot into the sky. Only now, after obtaining the complete Western Emperor scripture, did Yi Fan understand why this secret realm was called the Palace of Tao. It was like an eternal palace that contained endless power of the Tao. The 5 great divine treasures were hazy, and behind them, there were 5 looming ancient temples. They were tall and majestic, mysterious and blurry. When there was no self and nothing else, and the body and mind were at peace, one would hear the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It was like chanting, but also like the voice of ancient sacrifices. It was as if it crossed time and space and came from the distant past. It could be said to be very mysterious and even strange. How could there be such a sound in the human body? Before Yi Fan entered the secret realm of the Palace of Tao, he had heard people say that cultivating this secret realm would sometimes feel incredible and all sorts of inexplicable things would happen. When he obtained the complete Western Emperor scripture and deduced the flawless heart of the ancient Western Emperor, he really felt this incredible feeling. The Palace of Tao was like the sky, transforming into the 5 palaces. Although it was blurry, one could feel its existence. Chanting and the ancient sacrificial voices cut through time and space and floated over. Yi Fan was puzzled and didn't understand why it was like this. He thought of the speculation of the people of the world. There were records in the ancient books that this was the passing self. Although he was born in the present, there was a me that lived in the past. It was the passing self that was chanting for this life. The passing self existed forever, transforming into the 5 chi and flowing through the Tao Palace. It chanted for itself, stirred the heaven and earth, captured traces of the Tao, and nourished its owner, allowing the me of this life to be immortal. This was a very mysterious way of saying that few could explain. This mystery was hard to explain. However, outstanding cultivators wouldn't believe in the so-called past life. The passing self wasn't the me of the previous life. Other than the passing self, there's another way of saying that the human body was like the heaven and earth, corresponding to the great world. The reason why the Palace of Tao was called the Palace of Tao was that it had the Tao self. It belonged to the side of Tao and corresponded to the great Tao of the great world. According to this theory, the chanting and the ancient sacrificial sounds emitted from the palace were actually the echoes of the Tao self and the great Tao of the world. It was the interaction between the inside and the outside. To be more precise, he was capturing traces of the Tao and comprehending the supreme principles of the heavenly Tao. The true nature of the Tao was not revealed on the outside, but contained within the 5 energies and silently drew upon the great Tao of the world. In other words, my Tao nature is comprehending the great Tao, comprehending the truth of longevity, and nourishing the life Lord. In other words, that was me. It wasn't some chanting or ancient ritual. I was comprehending the Tao. After Yifan obtained the flawless sutra of the Western Emperor, he finally realized how incredible the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace was. Everything about it was beyond his comprehension. Cultivators pursue immortality. In the process of reaching the end of the immortal path, they will definitely encounter many similar things. I believe that since ancient times, perhaps only a few great emperors have been able to understand. Embarking on the path of cultivation, chasing after transcendence, allowing one's body to exist forever in this world, the road was long. If one wanted to truly comprehend the great Tao, there would be many unsolved riddles. Only by walking further on this path could one slowly understand. Yifan finally understood why the ancient existences had only cultivated up to one concealed stage. There was a reason for that. Not to mention the sea of reincarnation. Just this Holy Ji Palace alone had many areas that he did not understand. Passing self or Tao self. As for what they were, perhaps even a lifetime of cultivation would not be able to understand them. Yifan had a feeling that when he cultivated to the later stages, he might have to return to cultivate these secret planes again. There were still many secret powers that could be excavated from the sea of reincarnation and the Holy Ji Palace. However, he did not need to think too much at the moment. He had obtained the flawless mental cultivation method. With the Sutra of the Western Emperor in hand, it was enough for him to cultivate this secret plane into the great Tao divine watchtower. The future would be solved in the future. The old land of the Jade Pool was tens of thousands of miles away from the origin ancient mine. It took him more than half a month to leave the uninhabited area and get close to an oasis. Along the way, Yifan carefully comprehended the Sutra of the Western Emperor. Although his level did not increase, his strength improved greatly. Using the true, flawless mental cultivation method, the divine power he produced was much stronger. This was the advantage of the ancient scripture. Ordinary mental cultivation methods could not compare at all. Using this cultivation method was equivalent to raising one's starting point, and their battle prowess would increase imperceptibly. The cultivation levels of the holy sons and holy daughters of the various great sage lands surpass those of the same generation. This is largely related to this. Yifan sighed. This was especially so for a genius like the holy son of Yaoguang. He was a prodigy who had cultivated the peerless ancient scripture, so his battle prowess was even more terrifying. When he fought against elites of the same cultivation level, there was really no suspense at all. He could suppress those of the same generation with his strength. In these past half a month, Yifan had been comprehending the Western Emperor scripture while sparring with a large black dog, putting his knowledge into practice. The large black dog was the best sparring partner. With the perfect scroll of the Western Emperor Tao Palace in hand, his battle prowess had increased greatly. He used the battle saint technique, and the large black dog grimaced in pain. No, I want payment. I want to spar with you for free every day. How much of my divine power would that consume? The large black dog shouted. I'm being bitten by you every day, and I still want to pay you. What are you thinking? Yifan retorted. Do you think I'm willing to bite you? Your skin is rough, and your flesh is not delicious. You're making me waste my energy for nothing. These days, the large black dog had been very passive. Whenever Yifan wanted to experience his knowledge, he would definitely look for him. Once he was done, he would rush into the sky, making the large black dog grind its teeth continuously. They walked out of the desolate no-man's land and entered an oasis. Yifan glanced at the large black dog and said, You're as tall and big as a bull. You're really eye-catching and ugly. Can you become a little smaller? Brat, what are you saying? Such a strong and powerful, precious body. Even if I don't say it's as handsome as Jade, it's not far off. The large black dog raised his head. Yifan looked at his black silk-like body and said in a mocking tone, It's like jade that has fallen into a coal mine, right? This is called divine might. It's so masculine. Do you understand? The large black dog's expression was unfriendly. This won't do. You're too eye-catching, so you have to become smaller. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, and then said, if you're really unwilling, then you can temporarily become my mount. There are many people who ride on mutant beasts. Go and die. The large black dog's expression became very long. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Fan was flying in the air, he would definitely have pounced over. Don't be unwilling. I'm not willing to become a heavenly dog knight. If others saw me riding a bald dog, they would definitely laugh their heads off. At this moment, they had just entered the oasis and were still in a place where there were very few people. Occasionally, there would be cultivators passing by, and when they saw the large black dog, they would involuntarily take a few glances. He was indeed very eye-catching. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human pet before? The large black dog was displeased. When Yi Fan first heard this, he felt that it was very strange. Then he instantly understood. This large dog's words were really too immoral. He was saying that he was a human pet. F***, damn dog. You're asking for a skin flaying, right? The large black dog raised his head and strode forward, saying, I'm speaking the truth. Those people think that I'm strolling around with a human pet, and they can't stop looking. It's really annoying. You damn dog. Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he wanted to give it a good beating. Others were clearly looking at him, yet he actually said this kind of thing. Brat, I see that you're still SOSO. Why don't you become my human pet? The large black dog tilted his head and said, Ping pang, ping dong, dang clang. The sound of metal being forged rang out, and they directly started fighting. Damn dog, I wouldn't even want you as my pet, and you still dare to spout nonsense like this. I also don't like a human pet like you. In the future, I'll definitely find a holy son to be my pet. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. A large dog wanted to find a human pet, and he really deserved to be skinned and flayed. He was deliberately angering him. In the end, Yi Fan used the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture as a threat, and the large black dog finally gave in. He unwillingly shrunk his body, turning into the size of a firewood dog. If he didn't bald his tail, he wouldn't be more than 1 meter long. My supreme elegance has been seriously overshadowed. This is damaging to my image. Supreme elegance. Do you want to attract a pack of large wolf dogs? Woof! The large black dog pounced forward. Fortunately, Yi Fan was prepared. They didn't stop when they passed by some cities, and they directly headed toward the most flourishing city in this oasis. Brat, you're really unreliable. You don't even know where that great elite lives, and you still need to ask others for information. How are you going to take me to find the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture? The large black dog was extremely displeased. Don't say the word unreliable in front of me. You know what you did when you went to the Jade Lake? Yi Fan retorted. This oasis was called Chu Province, and it had a circumference of more than 3,000 miles. It wasn't a large province, but in the boundless North region, there were many oases like this. Chu Province was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the most flourishing holy city in the North region. It was a long journey, and it was far from the center of the North region. It wasn't a flourishing place. The city in the center of this oasis was called Chaoyang City, and it had a population of 900,000. It was the most flourishing ancient city in this prefecture, and it had a history of more than 1,000 years. Can you find the residents of that great elite? The large black dog asked when they were outside Chaoyang City. There are 13 great bandits in the North region, and he ranks 4th. He's the target of the great sage, and we can't let outsiders know where he lives. I need to find a descendant of that bandit to ask. This was the city that Tu Fei and Li Heishui had told Yi Fan. If he wanted to find them, he could make some noise near Chaoyang City in Chu Province. Chaoyang City was a modeled city, and many layers of stone had fallen off the walls, showing the power of time. However, it was still very majestic. When he entered the city, Yi Fan found his own portrait. More accurately, it was a wanted poster hanging high on the city wall. The young face on the poster had been raised to 1 square yuan. Brat, you're quite valuable. The large black dog smiled wickedly. Go away. The streets were crowded with people, and it was very lively. The large black dog darted here and there, biting whatever he wanted to eat. As a result, a group of creditors surrounded Yi Fan, and they hated him so much that the roots of his teeth were itching. Not long after he entered the city, he heard a piece of news. The young elites of Chu province were going to have a grand meeting. Yi Fan chose a place to eat, which was beside a gambling den. Most of the people coming in and out of this place were cultivators. The young generation of Chu province will gather together. There will most likely be something interesting to watch this time. This is the operation of the Ji clan, a noble family of the ancients. They sent out invitations, mainly to mobilize their forces to help them find a person. The young elites of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land will both be present. Otherwise, how could they have such a great rallying power? The person who made the two great sage mobilize such a large force is that little brat who is sticking on the city gate. I don't think he's anything special. This little brat burned the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ji clan to death. Can you do that? Yi Fan listened carefully, his expression calm. The Ji clan had really put in a lot of effort to find him. When he was in the southern region, he had already become the public enemy of a young generation of the Ji clan. This time, it was the result of the operation of the young generation of the Ji clan. There were similar grand meetings in other oases. Yi Fan rubbed his chin habitually and pondered. There were only 3 people in the young generation of the Ji clan who had reached the 4 levels mystery realm. The Yaoguang Holy Land was similar, and there were only 3 or 4 people. If the divine King Jihayue did not come, and if the Saint of Yaoguang did not show up, he did not mind revealing his true self and going to the grand meeting to start a massacre. If I reveal my true self and barge into the meeting and start a massacre, it would be like slapping the face of the Holy Land. But wouldn't it cause too much of a commotion? Yi Fan thought to himself. He did have an urge. He was chased by the Ji clan all the way to the northern region, and the young generation of the Yaoguang Holy Land was also involved. He really could not hold back the urge to make a move. The reason why he had such an idea was that he had obtained the Book of Source Heaven and mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth. If he went there with his true self and caused a scene, it would be hard for the other party to find him. Chapter 246. The restaurant was next to the gambling den, and business was very good. The people who came in and out were either cultivators or gambling on stones. They were very generous. On the second floor, near the window, there was a man dressed in green. He was only 21 or 22 years old. His skin was white, and he looked a bit feminine. It was obvious that he was a disciple of an aristocratic family. Beside him, there was a pair of young ladies serving him wine and dishes. They were very attentive. He drank a cup of wine and said, the fact that he was able to burn the grand elder of the Ji family to death wasn't because of his shocking cultivation. It was because the important figures of the Ji family didn't guard against him and were killed by the terrifying flames he collected. Without those flames, he was nothing. Brother, you are exaggerating. But no matter what, that young man burned a great elder to death. He is not simple. Someone beside him disagreed. The man in green glanced at him and said, half a year ago, he was only in the Nirvana realm. Without those flames, killing him would be as easy as tearing a painting apart. Someone in the restaurant felt that he was being arrogant and said, brother, you are exaggerating. Killing him as easy as tearing a painting apart. Can you really do that? The feminine man in green drank another cup of wine and said, killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. One slap is enough to kill him. Yi Fan was sitting not far away. He couldn't help but glance at him. The man looked calm, and even though he didn't show any arrogance, he was quite conceited. Someone beside him was disgusted by his attitude and said, that young man is only 15 or 16 years old, and he has already reached the Nirvana realm. That is already very shocking. May I ask what level you are at? The 3rd level of the Holy Ji Palace. The man in green answered. He took the white cloth from the maid and wiped his mouth. Many people were shocked. To have such cultivation at this age was indeed shocking. No wonder he was so conceited. What is this young man's name? Someone asked. Situ Feng. The man in green gently threw the white cloth on the table. Is he Situ Feng from the Yin Yin school? Yes. No wonder it is Citiphone. Among the 20 years old generation, few in the Chu state can compete with him. There are no great sects in the Chu state and no holy lands. To have the power of the third level of the Holy Ji Palace at this age is indeed something to be proud of. Everyone in the restaurant was talking about this. Obviously, they had all heard of Situ Feng's name. Yi Fan naturally didn't have a good impression of this effeminate man who claimed that he could kill him with a single slap. However, he wouldn't argue with him here. He asked, "Where is the grand meeting of the younger generation of Chu province being held? I also want to go and experience it." "In the Broken Cloud Mountain, not far from Chuyang City," someone in the restaurant said. "Thank you, brother. When will it start?" Yi Fan asked. "Thank you. When will it start?" "In 2 days, many young men will come." Of the Chu, Yi Fan smiled and asked, "I wonder which powerful figures from the young generation of the Ji clan and the Yaowang Holy Land will come." "That's hard to say, but there must be outstanding people who came personally. After all, they were the ones who set it up." Not long after Yi Fan walked out of the restaurant, the large black dog also strolled over from nearby, muttering and cursing. Yi Fan listened carefully and was instantly elated. The large black dog was quite unlucky. It had encountered an unscrupulous butcher who had chased it down a street, wanting to skin it for its meat. However, the large black dog knew its limits and didn't eat any mortals. The mountain was 120 miles away from Chaoyang City. The mountains were steep and reached into the clouds, so it was called the Broken Cloud Mountain. The mountains in the oasis were full of life. They were no longer barren. As far as the eye could see, it was green and there were big trees everywhere. The highest mountain was 6,000 meters high. White mist rose from it and clouds lingered around it. It was very majestic. Yi Fan came in advance because he wanted to know more about the terrain. The big black dog was not willing to follow him. He pulled a long face and followed him. The mountains stretched for hundreds of miles. There were no sects in the mountains. It was a land without a master. It was not because this place was not beautiful, but because in the past 1,000 years, there had been 3 medium-sized sects that established themselves here, but they were all destroyed. The other sects felt that this place was inauspicious, so no one stayed here. In fact, the Broken Cloud Mountain was very beautiful. The mountains and rivers were connected, dragon springs flowed, and jade belts circled the mountains. It was a good place for cultivation. Otherwise, 3 sects wouldn't have chosen this place. So it's this place. The big black dog's black fur stood up. Seeing him like this, Yi Fan was shocked. It was the first time he had seen the big black dog so nervous. "You've been here before?" The big black dog's eyes were filled with shock. He slowly calmed down, and his black fur became smooth and soft. "Let me take a closer look." He ran quickly. He ran dozens of miles around the mountain and came to an open field. "What do you see?" Yi Fan asked. "It's really this damn place. I didn't think I would come here again." The big black dog's expression was uncertain. "What kind of place is this?" Seeing him like this, Yi Fan knew that it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. "I suffered a great loss here." The big black dog paced, his expression gloomy. "When did this happen?" "Naturally, very long ago. You wouldn't know even if I told you." The big black dog had a cool expression. Even divine kings only have a lifespan of 4 or 5,000 years. If you can live for more than 1,000 years, you'll have to thank the heavens. "What happened here?" "I suffered a great loss, so why should I tell you?" The big black dog turned around and continued to walk around the mountain. Yi Fan had been cultivating after obtaining the original heavenly book. He used the aura observation technique to explore, and the whole mountain range instantly appeared in his eyes. "There's nothing special here. It's not a danger zone. Even if there are source veins underground, there are pitifully few of them." This was his conclusion. Something's not right. Suddenly, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. Although this place was not a danger zone, it was slightly special. Looking ahead with the aura observation technique, he could faintly see a wisp of white mist rising up. That was definitely not the clouds and mist of the mountains. Instead, it was the wisp of mist that had risen up from underground. This is not a danger zone, nor is it celestial land, but there's a strange feeling. So many years have passed, but nothing has changed, the big black dog muttered. Yifan walked over and said, "Tell me in detail. No matter what, I'm a disciple of the Yuan Taoist master, so I'm more familiar with the geography of mountains and rivers than you are. People in your line of work love to dig, but unfortunately, this is not a problem of source veins," the big black dog muttered. "Then what did you encounter in the past?" Yifan asked. "Back then, I was trapped here for 18 years and almost died here." The big black dog gritted his teeth. "I didn't sense any danger." Yifan observed again. Apart from the wisp of white mist, he really couldn't sense anything else. If you can really sense danger, then you'll be in big trouble. This was once the dojo of a powerful figure, so it's very unusual. You must have come here to steal something from him, right? That person has been dead for who knows how many years. At that time, I came here to try my luck. The big black dog corrected him fiercely. What kind of person's dojo was it that made you suffer such a great loss? Yifan was very curious. It was a ruthless person. In the end, he even refined himself. The big black dog was unwilling to say more, and no matter what Yifan said, he wouldn't reveal anything. "According to what you're saying, we can't enter this mountain? That's not a problem. There's no big problem in entering. As long as we don't randomly dig here, no one will die." The big black dog still let the cat out of the bag. Yifan laughed loudly and said, "Look at you. For the sake of finding treasures, what have you done in the past?" The big black dog's expression darkened, and he quibbled, "People in your line of work just like to randomly dig. I'm just reminding you." Yifan had only come here to participate in the gathering of the younger generation of Chu province, and he wasn't going to stay here for long, so he wasn't worried about anything. There was a very wide river here. It was unknown how many years it had been dried up, and even the cobblestones were almost weathered. This dried-up river meandered all the way from the mountain into the distance, like a flood dragon. Yifan followed the river into the mountain, and even after wandering around for half a day, he still couldn't find anything. He asked the big black dog, but the dog was tight-lipped and was unwilling to reveal anything. "A treasure that can interest you must be extraordinary, right? Don't you want to dig it out?" Yifan tempted. "Of course it's a rare treasure. It's been buried underground for tens of thousands of years, so I don't mind it being buried for a few more decades. When I'm powerful enough, I'll personally come to retrieve it." The big black dog's mouth was very tight. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The broken Cloud Mountain range was no longer deserted, and it instantly became lively. Divine rainbows occasionally flew over from the horizon, and figures could be seen everywhere. Almost all of them were young cultivators. In the central region of the mountain range, there was a broken mountain. It was very thick and wide, and its surface was very smooth. It was as if it had been cut open by an extremely sharp weapon, and it formed a massive platform. There were many figures on the platform, and it didn't seem crowded at all. On the contrary, it was really too vast, and it seemed empty. This broken mountain is at least 10 times thicker than the other mountains. If it wasn't broken, it would most likely reach into the clouds. "It's the highest mountain in this region," Yifan muttered to himself. "They really know how to choose a place." The big black dog's large eyes flickered with light. "This is the training ground of that powerful figure you mentioned, right?" Yifan probed. The big black dog didn't reply. An hour later, Yifan's large sleeves fluttered, and he rode a cloud over. He also arrived at the broken mountain, but he didn't bring the Black Emperor with him. Otherwise, he would leave behind a flaw. There were young cultivators everywhere, and they were all discussing spiritedly. At the same time, figures would occasionally fly over from the distant sky. 5-colored divine light sliced through the sky, and a jade boat flew over. Tens of thousands of rays of auspicious light shone, and it descended from the sky. There was a powerful fluctuation of divine power, and it landed on the broken mountain. Instantly, there was a commotion among the crowd. An important figure had arrived. The elites of the Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land have arrived. The Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land's inheritance is immortal, and they have hundreds of thousands of years of history. Even the young disciples they've nurtured are so powerful. It's shocking. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, and in an instant, they surrounded that place. It was as if they were stars surrounding the moon. Yi Fan didn't go forward, and he stood in place without moving. At this time, he discovered Situ Feng, who had threatened to kill him with a single slap. This feminine man was still dressed in green clothes, and he was quite conceited. He didn't push his way forward, and instead stood outside of the crowd with a hint of arrogance. "Brother Situ." Yi Fan walked forward. Situ Feng turned his head and said with a frown, "Who are you?" "Yi Fan." When Situ Feng heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at him. Chapter 247. The broken cloud mountains towered into the sky, cutting through the white clouds. Some of the peaks were lush green, while the peaks were covered in white snow. The broken cloud mountains were located in the center of the mountains. There were many people here, and from time to time, there would be young cultivators descending. More and more people were gathered here. Situ Feng's expression was cold. He stood outside of the crowd and looked quite arrogant. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "That's not a good joke." Yi Fan was only a few feet away from him. He stood there calmly. His joints moved, making cracking sounds, and soon, his true appearance was restored. "It's really you." Situ Feng was a little surprised, but he soon sneered and said, "You dare to come here? You really have some guts." Mist emerged from Yi Fan's body and covered his entire body, concealing his true form. He took a few steps forward and said, "The world is so big. Where can I go? It's just a gathering of cultivators from Chu province. Why would I not dare to come?" Situ Feng's expression became cold and said, "Today, I am afraid you will not be able to leave. Do you want to slap me to death?" Yi Fan said as he took a few steps forward. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. One slap is more than enough." Situ Feng was a genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. He was already a powerhouse of the third level of the Dao Palace in his 20s, so he was quite arrogant. Yi Fan touched his chin and said, "Am I that easy to bully? You want to kill me with one slap? Do you really think I am just a blade of grass? Besides relying on that flame, you are nothing to me. Killing you is as easy as plucking leaves from the grass." Situ Feng said calmly, "Why don't you try and kill me?" Yi Fan walked forward again. At this time, the surrounding cultivators noticed the abnormality and looked back. Isn't that Situ Feng of the Swallow Cloud sect? He is known as the most outstanding genius of the sect in 100 years. He is only 21 years old and is already a powerhouse of the third level of the Dao Palace. In the southern part of the Chu province, Situ Feng is quite famous among the younger generation. Many people speculate that he will be able to break into the 4 extreme secret realms before the age of 30. Many cultivators discussed and thought highly of him. Situ Feng was only 21 years old, and he was not a descendant of a holy land, but having such a cultivation was indeed amazing. After all, among the younger generation, there were very few people who had reached the 4 extreme secret realms. In the future, it was very likely that he would be able to break through to the 4 ultimate secret realms before the age of 30. It could be said that his talent was extraordinary. You are very famous in the Chu prefecture. So many people know of you. Yi Fan became even more ethereal. The fog rolled and covered his entire body. Who is this person? He dares to confront Situ Feng. Could it be that he can compete with the geniuses of the Swallow Cloud sect? Someone revealed a suspicious look. It must be a challenger. After Situ Feng became famous in the southern part of the Chu province, there were some young cultivators who were not convinced. This kind of situation would often occur. Fame and fortune can kill a person. For the sake of fame, he didn't hesitate to fight. But isn't challenging the genius of Yin Yun's sect just asking for death? Among the people in Chu prefecture who are around 20 years old, there aren't many who can compete with him. Looks like I'm in danger. Everyone says I'm no match for you. Yi Fan laughed at himself. At this moment, there were many young cultivators everywhere on the Broken Mountain. Many of them were looking over and were aware of the tense atmosphere. It's a pity. I actually didn't want to kill you. But since you were standing in front of me, I don't mind sending you on your way with a slap. Situ Feng dismissively replied. His body turned into a shadow and floated over like a character from a painting. Just as he said, he only sent out a slap. His right hand was raised high, and a blue halo appeared on his palm. It is sparkling and sparkling. At this moment, there were many gazes gathered at this place. Both near and far, all of them were looking at this scene. This was a gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu prefecture. So, the occurrence of such a conflict was expected. So, no one was surprised. After the people on the Broken Mountain knew that it was Situ Feng, they believed that there would be no suspense. The strange challenger would certainly be killed by the genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. Yifan stood in the same place and did not move. He calmly waited for Situ Feng to rush in front of him. Then, he waved his right palm to meet that blue palm. Pa! The sound was very loud and clear. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It spread throughout the entire Broken Mountain. The two palms collided, creating a series of blue ripples. The blue hazy halo fluttered like a gauze, submerging the entire area. I have already said that Situ Feng's talent is extremely high. Anyone who challenges him will certainly have to pay a painful price. He could easily lose his life. The blue light is like lightning. The divine power is overflowing in all directions. This palm's strength is terrifying. Many people exclaimed in admiration. However, when the blue mist dispersed, everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and swallowed back the words they were about to say. In the middle of the field, Yifan's long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He stood there calmly. But Situ Feng's complexion was deathly pale. He retreated far away. His entire right palm was deformed beyond recognition. Drops of blood were dripping down to the ground. How is this possible? Who is he? He actually injured the genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. His right palm bone is broken inch by inch. Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him? Does my Chu prefecture have such a person? Chu prefecture has a radius of more than 3,000 miles. I have never heard of such a person. Could it be that he is a cultivator from the oasis? In the surroundings, many people had a strange look on their faces. An unknown person had seriously injured Situ Feng with a single palm strike. This was really shocking. Yifan was very calm. In terms of physique alone, who in the Holy Palace could compare with him? His body was made of copper and iron. It was even more terrifying than a magical weapon. Many people were trying to guess his identity. However, his body was surrounded by mist. No one could see him clearly. Situ Feng's complexion was pale. Not only was his right palm bone broken, but his entire right arm was broken into 8 pieces. No one was more shocked than him. It was as if he had just hit a mountain. There was no way he could resist that kind of power. You want to kill me with a single palm strike? That's going to be very difficult. Yifan stood in the same place and did not chase after him. Situ Feng's complexion was stiff. His right arm was trembling. He clenched his teeth and tried to fix his broken arm. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. It was suspended above his head. A curtain of water hung down from it. It's the blue pearl of the Swallow Cloud School. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, Situ Feng opened his mouth and spat out a blue lotus. It shone brightly and was as heavy as a mountain. The people around him could not even breathe. This blue lotus was transparent and bright blue. The huge pressure it exuded made many people's hearts beat faster. Their faces turned pale. Even the ground of the Broken Mountain was cracking. Yifan's expression changed. It was not only because of how heavy the blue lotus was, but also because the ground of the Broken Mountain was cracking. This was the training ground of a ruthless person. If he caused any trouble, it would be very bad. He did not hold back and rush forward. His palms and fingers were like blades. He struck out continuously, shattering the blue lotus. The blue lotus was not damaged. It shone even brighter and pressed down. He held up one hand to the sky. It was indeed as heavy as a mountain. The pressure was making his body feel a bit strained. The blue pearl rose up and flew towards the blue lotus. The two combined and multiplied the weight of the blue lotus, making Yifan sink. This is Swallow Cloud Sect's treasure. It is almost unbearable. This person is actually resisting it with his body. What kind of background does he have? The surrounding people were all shocked. However, what made them dumbfounded was yet to come. Yifan's hands trembled. A huge golden palm magically appeared, causing the sky to collapse. Situ Feng's expression changed. 3 blue lights rushed out from his left hand and converged together to form a blue lightning blade. All of a sudden, it grew to a length of more than 10 zhong and chopped towards Yifan. Situ Feng actually refined the 3 in true water. Every drop of this water can penetrate gold and crack stone. What is even more frightening is that he refined the true water into a spirit blade. This kind of secret technique is extremely frightening. It can cut through people's souls. This is the 3 in true spirit blade. It has once again appeared. This is really unexpected and shocking. The spectators' faces changed. They were all nervously watching. The 3 in true water could extinguish true fire. It could melt gold. It was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. When it was refined into the 3 in true spirit blade, its power was unparalleled. Yifan let a low roar. His arms trembled 9 times. After the 9 strikes, the blue pearl and the blue lotus of the swallow cloud sect cracked. Boom! The last punch was thrown. The sky was filled with blue light. The 2 treasures were smashed into powder by his golden fist. Who is this person? How can he have such a great strength? His flesh is harder than the treasures. How did he cultivate? Is he a demon? Too frightening. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them were in disbelief. The 3 in true spirit blade chopped down. The blue light was like lightning. The skin of the people nearby was reflected in a pale blue color. Dang! Yifan grabbed the blade. His entire right hand was like a pure gold. 5 deep finger marks were left on the blade. The 3 in true spirit blade can cut through souls. Heavens, he grabbed it with his hand. He is actually fearless. Is this the kind of existence that can become a saint in the future? How can he have such a terrifying body? Boom! Situ Feng stimulated the 3 in true spirit blade. The blue light soared to the sky. The water light overflowed in all directions. It submerged Yifan. This was the 3 in true water. It could melt gold and devour iron. A single drop was enough to penetrate a cultivator's body. With so much of it surging out, no one could tell how terrifying its power was. However, Yifan's body was shining brightly. All of the water was evaporated and turned into a blue gas. It was simply unable to do anything to him. His divine power surged. He was like an immortal divine furnace. He could burn and destroy everything. Ka-ka! The 3 in true spirit blade broke in his hand. It turned into pure water and then turned into a blue mist. It was completely refined by him. This scene was horrifying. The 3 in true spirit blade could not even withstand a single blow. It was destroyed by his golden palm. You! Situ Feng's face was pale. He turned around and left. His heart was like dead ashes. Such an opponent made him feel frustrated. The genius of the Swallow Cloud sect was defeated. He had no choice but to escape. That was a genius from a southern part of the Chu province. He could not even withstand a single blow from this person. Who is this person? How terrifying! On the broken mountain, many people were shocked. You also have a taste of the power of my palm. Yifan's speed was extremely fast. He caught up with Situ Feng in a flash. His golden palm turned into the size of a millstone. It smashed down, causing the void to tremble. Be lenient. An outstanding disciple of the Ji clan shouted. A silhouette quickly rushed forward. At the same time, Situ Feng also tried his best to resist. The golden palm was incomparably powerful. It sucked away all the world's essence in the surroundings. A large blurry black space appeared. Pa! This time, it was as if a muffled thunder had struck the sky. Situ Feng's resistance was completely useless. His whole body was smashed into pieces. He was sent flying. You! The young expert of the Ji clan was furious. He did not expect that the opposite party would not give him any face. He wanted to catch Situ Fei's broken body, but as soon as his hands touched it, the body immediately turned into ashes. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Who are you? How dare you kill someone in front of me? Didn't you hear what I said just now? The young expert of the Ji clan shouted. Who do you think you are? Do you think that I will stop just because you told me to? You think that the clan of the ancients is so great? Yi Fan clasped his hands behind his back.